Chapter 1. The Snake You Know, the Snake You Don't. The Forest of Death looked like a war zone. The two boys watched as their third teammate had a duel with an S-rank Nukenin. They knew it was hopeless. Even the most prodigious in the shinobi world rarely reached this level by the age of 12. There was no shame in his defeat, it was inevitable. Even if they all had attacked, nothing would have changed, and only a pact between summoners assured their safety while damning him. They knew Naruto was different. He'd only been with them at the academy a short while as he'd opted to graduate 3 years early. But his push seemed to be more about how disliked he was by the instructors than any natural genius. However, 3 years of field experience is a gulf, and while they were still fresh-faced, even if more serious than the average rookie genin, they weren't battle-hardened like him. It was shown in his display where he demonstrated a level of kenjutsu skill they didn't know he had and was utterly ruthless, attempting to maximize every advantage, but it wasn't enough. Even when he called upon that potent and frightening red chakra, his kenjutsu style becoming more feral as a result, it still did nothing. He couldn't touch her and she toyed with him until she'd gotten her satisfaction. But she was also, weirdly, complimentary and encouraging. 2 strikes, one to the stomach and another to the face, hard enough to instantly concuss him while also making him drop his sword, ended the O-chakra cloak. She picked up his sword and approached him, grabbing the redhead by his neck. She whispered something in his ear and promptly stabbed him with his sword, channeling Raiden chakra once she impaled him, causing the boy to scream. Their strongest member was done. They were surrounded by enemies and standing in front of Konoha's greatest traitor. Bleak was the only way to describe their situation. "Nara-kun, Aburame-kun, come here please." It sounded like a request, but it was clearly an order and both boys obeyed. She handed them a scroll. To their confusion, "I know you'll report this to my former sensei when you make it to the tower, but if anyone other than Naruto should receive this scroll, I'd have to kill both your clans in their entirety. Do we have an understanding?" Both boys nodded while Shikamaru accepted the scroll. She departed soon after and the boys collected Naruto and his sword, Shino opting to carry him on his back after they patched up his wound. They made haste to the tower and luckily ran into only light opposition, nothing the two couldn't handle. They arrived to the tower, greeted by their sensei, whom wasted no time getting Naruto to the medical center while having them debrief in front of the Hokage. He made his way up to the familiar gate guards. A team of 4 was now only 1, but he'd changed. His eyes were harder and he was sporting a scar above and below his left eye. He was not happy to know Raiden chakra delayed his healing ability, but was assured the scar would be temporary, fading in months. He checked in as was protocol and made his way to the Hokage tower to give his mission debrief. Given this was supposed to be a simple courier mission, lasting no more than a week and it lasted a month and a half, it was of the utmost importance to know why, so the Hokage spoke to him immediately. Naruto gave the mission details, only the facts, and then presented the Hokage with 4 scrolls, 3 containing the bodies of his fallen comrades and the 4th the final words of the Chunin in charge. The old man quickly read over the final words of Chunin Yagami, taking a deep pull from his pipe. "Naruto, do you know what is contained in this scroll?" "No, Hokage-sama." Chunin Yagami stated you deserved a field promotion for what you did on the island of Ishval. He said you were directly responsible for defeating Kushimaru Kuriarer and Raiga Kurosuke. He said you even dealt with his initial bias professionally and have shown the qualities a shinobi needs to become a chunin. How do you feel about that?" "I am honored by his words." "As you should be, but unfortunately, I cannot promote you at this time." Of course he wasn't going to be promoted. People who'd graduated after him, done less than him and were less skilled were promoted, but not him. "Any questions, Naruto?" "No. I know you're disappointed, but it just isn't time to promote you. I had plans for you, Naruto, and you graduating early threw them off, but I will not abandon them. I want you to get closer to what should have been your graduating class, it is for the best. Do you trust me?" "No. Maybe I deserve that, but if you become connected with this upcoming generation of clan heirs, it'll go a long way in providing you political protection from those who'd want to see you hampered." "Hampered like not being promoted when it is deserved? Like not being treated as a shinobi at all? There are those who would seek to weaponize you and I don't want to see that." "Then kill them. You're the Hokage, you employ an army of assassins. If someone is a risk to your rule, why not remove them?" "A lot of reasons, Naruto, the largest one being that's the path toward tyranny. It'd make Konoha be something it was never meant to be, but sometimes to uphold that ideal, I have to accept less than ideal outcomes for those that don't deserve it. As long as you can accept it, Hokage-sama. That's not what I meant, Naruto. Just understand, I'm not holding you back out of malice. If that's all, Hokage-sama. Dismissed. When Naruto regained consciousness, he relayed all relevant information to the old man, including that his chakra felt chaotic. Fortunately, the application of a seal over his existing one was discovered and remedied. This allowed Naruto's wound to heal faster, and he was near 100% at the end of Exam 2 and the start of the unexpected preliminary matches. All three of the Soul Suna team passed. The fan user beat the weapons user from Team Guy. The puppet user bet some older Konoha genin that could dislodge his joints. The sand user defeated Kiba when the Inuzuka had enough sense to forfeit and likely saved himself from being killed. Sasuke Uchiha defeated another older genin, one that could absorb chakra through touch. It was a fast match. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka had a match. It was long and seemed to offer some moments of self-realization for both girls, so that was cool. Neji Hyuga defeated his cousin, but it was harder than he'd suspected and the boy seemed irate he didn't get to do more damage to his cousin. Choji lost to the sound genin Naruto prevented from attacking Kabuto. His two teammates defeated the others. Shikamaru knocked the girl out while Shino crippled the other boy. It was time for the last match, him versus Rock Lee. He'd heard about Rock Lee, unable to use nin and genjutsu but still passed, and given a team at the behest of his Junin sensei. It was difficult for Naruto not to resent the boy. Only by creating his clone technique did he manage to pass the ninjutsu portion of the graduation exam. No one was there to advocate on his behalf because he had too much chakra, but someone who couldn't mold theirs properly got the personal approval of one of Konoha's premier Junin. It's one thing for life to be unfair, it's another for it to be a complete asshole about making it clear. Naruto normally didn't dwell on who got things he didn't. It was a waste of time, and with no ability to change it, it felt self-defeating and pointless. He wouldn't ignore the unfairness, but harping on it just wasn't useful. However, since his Humiliad NG defeat, he's been in a sour mood. He knew he couldn't win, she was better than him in every way, and yet it still felt like his pride had been shattered. He didn't understand why, it didn't make sense. But it did piss him the hell off. "Are fighters ready?" the sickly proctor asked. Both boys give an affirmative response before settling into their fight stances. Lee in his Guken stance, Naruto with his right hand on the hilt of his sword. "Hajime," he said, and both boys sped toward each other. Naruto got the better of the exchange, rotating around Lee's punch and hitting him, with his blunted sword thanks to seals, in the neck with enough force to send him into the wall. Had the sword not been dulled, Lee would be dead. Naruto stopped, fighting his instinct to press the advantage. This is a Konoha nin and he was hit pretty hard, so Naruto would allow him to give up as he may be injured or knocked out. To his mild shock and sincere annoyance, the green-clad boy got up and resumed his stance. Naruto sped toward him again, this time hitting him in the left shoulder with an overhead strike and kicking Lee in the stomach, sending him back into the wall. It was weird, while not his fastest he could see that Lee could track him but couldn't move fast enough to counter. "Take them off, Lee," Guy shouted, and the boy asked if his sensei was sure. The man gave him a thumbs up and Lee speed up to the balcony where the genin were observing. Naruto quickly put it together, the boy had been wearing weights and saw reason to change it. Before Lee could remove his weights, he was hit with another sword strike, hard enough to potentially break a few ribs, and was sent careening to the floor. "Sorry, Rock-kun, but if you willing disadvantaged yourself, I can't allow that to change." Guy's protege was on the ground, holding his ribs. The 3 attacks he's absorbed having taken a toll, but he refuses to back down. I won't let this end here. I will show. I hate to interrupt you, Rock-kun, but the only reason you aren't dead is because I haven't wanted to kill a fellow Konoha shinobi," Naruto said before biting his finger and running across the ceiling array on his sword, removing the barrier from the edge. "You've taken advantage of that by not yielding and stepping on my mercy. Normally, I'd likely overlook it, but you've caught me on a bad day. This is your only warning. If you get up again, I'll come at you with the intent to kill." "I won't give up, Naruto. I will show hard work can trump a genius like you," Lee said, managing to make it to his feet. Before he even took a stance, Lee was surrounded by cherry blossoms. Their fragrance was so alluring to the battered genin. It put him in a peaceful state, so peaceful he momentarily forgot he was in the middle of a fight. That is, until he heard a snap and the cherry blossoms seemingly attacked him. Then Lee felt pain all over and fell to the ground in a bloody heap. Most of the genin saw what Lee saw, him being surrounded by cherry blossoms. The Junin knew it was a genjutsu but didn't dispel it so as to not interrupt it for Lee. While he was distracted, Naruto sent a series of wind blades toward Lee, but it appeared as if the cherry blossoms suddenly grew sharp and attacked. Once Naruto dropped the illusion, all saw Lee cut at various spots on his body. The cuts weren't deep but were numerous and appeared to be quite painful. Naruto waited for the proctor to call the match when, astoundingly, Lee tried to get to his feet once more. Even in mind-numbing pain, the boy wouldn't give up. Many would find it admirable, more so foolish. Naruto found it offensive. Why? The redhead questioned. Because I want to prove I can become a splendid shinobi with nothing but taijutsu. Lee said, finally standing again. Naruto didn't know why, but this angered him. This wasn't his only chance at the Chunin exams, and even if the boy couldn't use chakra techniques he could pick up a weapon. But more than that, he was being an asshole. Even if he won, what would it prove? That Naruto was an idiot for being merciful. Because until recently, almost no one gave a shit if Naruto became a splendid ninja. This toolbox had the nerve to call him a genius. What does he know about burnt-out tenketsu from performing an original jutsu? The research, the notes and diagrams. When something doesn't work, going back to the start, going back to chakra theory or what hand signs do. Figuring out the elemental manipulation exercises by himself. Doing all of that and self-training his physical skills. The torn muscles in his legs trying to perfect the basics of his kenjutsu style. The cracked knuckles from improper punching technique. To be diminished as a genius, to be set up as this asshole's foil when all he'd known is hard work. It was infuriating. You know, they say a shinobi is judged not by how they live but how they die. I'll make sure you'll be remembered as a splendid shinobi, Rock-kun. The Uzumaki said with menace and then blurred once again, intent on cutting down this arrogant boy that dare label him. However, his attack never reached Lee as Naruto was met with a powerful force and sent into a wall himself by Lee's sensei, Guy. Naruto's back hit the wall with a thud and he was seeing double, however he was coherent enough to make out Guy standing over his fallen student. This only enraged Naruto further as in the moment, he truly believed Guy wouldn't have attacked any other genin in attendance. But he openly attacked the sacrifice, likely not fearing any repercussions. But that's where he was wrong. Getting up, shakily to his feet, Naruto started to perform a sequence of hand signs, going a little slower due to the effects of his Guy's attack and his impact on the wall. However, the Hokage and Kakashi both knew what that jutsu was, and with Guy distracted it could kill both his student and him. Hiruzen made to Naruto first, chopping him on the back of his neck, knocking the boy out. He had the candidates draw for their position in the finals, Kurenai drawing for Naruto. As they were dismissed, she made her way to Guy. If you ever attack my student again, I will kill you, Guy. There's no need for that, Kurenai-san. I had to protect my student. Then you should have ordered him to concede the match, but you encouraged him to continue on. What? Naruto was supposed to continually hold back for his and your ego. No, I don't care why you did it, never attack my students again. She said before she walked out. Guy knew she had a point and started to question if he'd given Lee some bad habits because he over-identified with the boy. Before he could leave the tower he was greeted by Kakashi. He knew his longtime rival was angry by the subtle cues in his body language, ones most would miss, but the two had been friends long enough that it was obvious to the taijutsu master. Kakashi, before you say anything. Guy. What needs to be said? You couldn't abandon your student to his fate. You had to intervene lest Lee be killed. Yes, but I went overboard. I'll apologize to Naruto-san promptly. You can, but the damage has been done. He likely believes you wouldn't have done that to anyone else. You want to guess why? The green-clad man looked stricken. I hold him no ill will, Kakashi. You know that. Of course, I do. I know you. He doesn't. He just knows you attacked him in front of the Hokage and a team of foreign ninja with impunity. Naruto woke with a start and quickly realized he was in the Hokage's office. He surmised that either the old man knocked him out or one of his many lapdogs did. A tantrum wouldn't do him any good, but he, to his mind, had every right to try to kill that helmet-haired bastard. It was an unprovoked attack in the middle of official Konoha proceedings. The aged Hokage saw his guest had finally returned to the waking world and called him over. There was much they needed to talk about. Naruto, how are you feeling? Like I got blindsided by a Junin. Yes, that was unfortunate and Guy will be here to apologize soon. He'd be here now if I hadn't told him he needed to wait so we can talk. Talk about what? Oh, how you were going to attempt to kill a senior Konoha shinobi after attempting to kill a fellow genin. Who you'll be fighting in the finals and who will be training you. I don't see how there is much to talk about. Lee should have conceded but he didn't. I had every right to kill him and avoid taking damage in some desperation play. Guy had no right and no need to attack me. As for everything else, I'm pulling out of the exams. Why? Hiruzen said evenly but was surprised Naruto would quit. Because you aren't going to promote me anyway. Now, my team makes it and I don't hold them back from promotion. Naruto, that isn't true. You have as good a chance as anyone, though what you attempted to do to Guy will have to be noted. Of course it'll be noted. I don't care, I'm done. There's no point to this. You won't let your pet fox have any kind of authority over someone, so why pretend? So I can entertain people I don't like. No, I'm done. Naruto, I've never treated you like you were the fox. You may be unhappy with me but I deserve more credit than that. How do I know why you do the things you do if you don't tell me? 3 years you left me in the reserves while people not as good or dedicated as me got a Junin sensei. 3 separate misranked missions, 3 recommendations I be promoted to Chunin and you ignore them and won't tell me why. You ignored the last words of one of your shinobi. In my graduating class, most of them wondered why I was still a genin. People who graduate early aren't supposed to be stuck on the lowest rung. They questioned my abilities and what could I say? You were intentionally holding me back. What a whiny asshole I'd look like then. It's bad enough you let them all treat me like an infectious disease and tell me to deal with it. It was worse still when you've lied to my face but tell me to trust you. But now, you won't even give me what I've earned and you want me to be happy about it. Hiruzen knows Naruto is right, the boy has no reason to trust him. He is keeping things from him, trying to hide his past misdeeds, done with the best of intentions to protect the village and Naruto. But it's a house of cards, one in which Naruto acknowledged as an adult, by turning 16 or a Chunin would topple. He's worked hard to fix what he's broken but he hasn't managed it yet and Danzo has only made the situation worse. Hiruzen knows he should have killed the man years ago, he was always too light on those he considered friends and it allowed the man too much power in the shadows of the village. A village can't have 2 leaders just like a person can't have 2 masters. Something has to give and it has to be soon. He wishes he could tell Naruto everything, make him understand his reasoning but he can't. Especially not now. Not when his former student has seemingly taken an interest in Naruto if what Anko said is true. He is either in danger of harm or being lured away with honeyed words and false promises. He wouldn't acknowledge her potential tactics or a lot like his own, his heart couldn't take it. Naruto, don't drop out of the finals. You have a chance, promotions are selected by committee. A committee of people that probably hate me. Or won't go against you. No, I don't see the point. Not everyone is against you and this is your best chance to get promoted. Even the daimyo has a say if he so wishes, if you're impressive enough. Fine. Naruto relented but in no way believed the lying old man. Good, now I've arranged for my student to train you so you'll be safe. I don't know what Orochimaru wants but it is paramount she not get it. Tsunade's going to train me, he said, somewhat hopefully. No, Jiraiya. The smut peddler, not interested. Naruto, he trained the Yondaime and is powerful in his own right. You can learn a lot. But I don't know him. If protection is an issue I'll go train in my summon's realm. I had some things I wanted to work on anyway. Naruto, you will train with Jiraiya, that's an order. Hiruzen said, sternly, causing Naruto's eyes to narrow. Hi. Good, now let's resolve the Guy issue and you can be dismissed for the day. After his meeting with the Sandaime, Naruto headed to an isolated training ground, one he's used for years. He was curious what the missing nin would give him and why. He also wanted to be sure that should it be a trap it'll only affect him. He may dislike a great deal of Konoha residents but he doesn't want them dead, mindless slaughter isn't his deal. He activated the seal on the scroll and read the contents. He immediately recognized the handwriting, it was the same handwriting of the scrolls he would periodically receive with advanced material he couldn't get from the shinobi library. Never any specific techniques, just theory or helpful hints. He always assumed the scrolls came from a Konoha shinobi that couldn't reveal themselves, but if it came from Orochimaru, what does that mean? The scrolls, outside of the guidance of the Panthers, were the greatest sources of help in his development as a ninjutsu inventor. He couldn't understand why she'd help him. This felt like the old man, a game was being played but he didn't understand the rules or how he fit in. He was just at the whimsy of others and he hated that feeling but didn't know how to break free of it. He decided to just look at the material. True, he needed a plan but it wasn't going to come to him now, so he'd focus on something he could do. The scroll listed a technique, the impure world reincarnation, which was created by the Nadaime. It can bring souls back from the dead but requires a live sacrifice and genetic material from the one you wish to bring back. Enclosed in the bottom on the scroll was another sealing array, one for storage. He unsealed the contents to find 2 vials of blood. This was beyond creepy. The vials themselves contained a note and he could only dread what the lunatic snake summoner had written. Those with power create boundaries to hoard and safeguard their power. Those without power stay within the boundaries to stay in favor of the powerful. Freedom is pushing against and through all boundaries, allowing your ambition to be your only master. Chakra is poorly understood but the potential is limitless, however our understanding is hampered by what many would call profane or forbidden. Most shinobi are content to live in ignorance, to have a child's understanding of the very force they depend on. But I saw something different in you, a desire to understand like I have. That is why I've helped you and you've yet to disappoint. I chose to ignore decency and ethics in my desire to understand this energy and our world. I walked in the darkness without a single regret, but I want to see how far you can go while in the light. This technique is powerful but it is not perfect. You may want nothing to do with it, you may find it offensive, so I've given you an extra incentive to improve upon it in your own way. The Sandaime has withheld many things from you, not just your status as Jinchuriki. If you want to know more about your past, about your clan, then the blood contained in these 2 vials will do it. Just remember, keeping people ignorant is not a method of protection but control. Don't let anyone control you. Break free of anything that holds you back, burn it down and kill it if you must. I look forward to seeing how far you get by month's end. It could be a lie, he says it but doesn't believe it. He needs to know what these people know but he can't sacrifice people, not even to know more about his origins, but she was confident he wouldn't have to. He needed to focus on this, but with Jiraiya training him it is going to be difficult. The sensei of the Yondaime must be a real taskmaster. No, he wasn't. He was a lazy ass that put forth minimal effort and was constantly distracted with any halfway attractive woman around. Naruto would be annoyed, especially since this man was clearly here to be his watcher more than his trainer, but his negligence was beneficial so Naruto wouldn't complain. Though, he'd rather train with Kurenai-sensei since she actually gives a damn and has been helpful coming up with intensive chakra control exercises for him. She, however, was called away on a special detail which Naruto found a little convenient. So, he was stuck with this idiot as a trainer. What were they working on? Initially it was going to be summoning until Naruto informed him he already had a contract. But he was insistent Naruto sign the Toad contract too, so the Elder Toads and Bagheera, the boss of the Panthers and Naruto's personal summons, were hashing it out, so nothing more to do there. Drawing on the Biju chakra. He can already do that, and how can a non-Jinchuriki that has never trained one help him? So, the last project was the rasengan, the Yondaime's personal jutsu. It would be useful as an attack jutsu in helping him in perfecting pure shape manipulation. It was also a decent chakra control exercise. He was still on the second step after 2 weeks, not because he couldn't go farther but he was slow playing Jiraiya. No sense in doing this faster than necessary. Naruto practiced it while he sent an overcharged shadow clone to the Panthers to unravel the impure world reincarnation. The key to Naruto's understand of the jutsu was to remove the mysticism from it and think of it as a chakra exercise. A soul was not being called back. Yin chakra was. The genetic material was a bridge, it contained both the yin and the yang chakra of the person being returned. The sacrificial body was for the additional yang chakra. The seals not only called back the yin but helped convert the sacrifice's yang into a compatible half of the returned person's yin, making it reminiscent of their true chakra imprint. This also, somewhat explains, how they can repair the damage. The pure yin chakra is constantly creating or recreating their form. So, Naruto reasoned, he needed a vessel of as pure yang chakra he could get. This meant attempting pure yang release. There isn't much written on it, What he could find states that some have a natural affinity for it but are unaware and chalk it up to other things, like those gifted with yin release make excellent genjutsu practitioners. It can be trained, but it starts with being able to separate the yin and the yang within one's chakra. Some accomplish this through visualization, seeing the yin and the yang emerge from various points and calling upon one source or the other, and with no other known method Naruto opted to try it. Success has been varied. He knew without Kurenai-sensei's previous help he'd have no hope of accomplishing this, but now that his chakra control was better, his flow almost calm, he could focus it enough on separating the most basic elements from each other. Truthfully, if he didn't have this deadline, given to him by Orochimaru herself, he'd probably be doing better. He isn't very calm as he has too many questions, and he believes figuring out an ethical and pure world reincarnation will help get them answered. But even if it does, what does it all mean? She made her way through the forest at a clipped pace. Being late was not an option, it was never an option. Also, the sooner she got there, the sooner she got this over. She doesn't know how to feel about her master, as gratitude often wars with low-level terror. No time to think about it now, she reassures herself. All she has to do is give her report and continue on with her day. Even if the guilt becomes suffocating, she chose her path. She arrived at the designated meet and waited. There was no point in trying to find her, she'd reveal herself when she was ready. And she appeared, right behind her. She was impressed she managed not to jump in fright. Immediately she began kneeling, as is expected of her, causing the woman to laugh before speaking. So prompt, as usual. Hi. Well, what do you have to share with me? He is being trained, poorly by Jiraiya, and appears to be unhappy with the arrangement. Jiraiya seems more like his watcher than his sensei. The woman nodded at those words. What else? Every morning before his workout he sends a shadow clone with approximately half his chakra somewhere with a panther summons. Their realm. He must have his shadow clone training in secret so not even Sarutobi can spy on him. Clever boy. Is there anything else? Once he's done training with Jiraiya he practices his kenjutsu, does a light workout and then heads home. There he does research until several of his summons meet with him. I'm assuming they are performing surveillance of his competition. I scouted the other finalists, all but Shino-kun and Shikamaru-kun have subtle but unnatural shadows following them and none have appeared to notice. Kukuku, you've done well. I want you to cease your surveillance, it won't be necessary any longer. But what? I thought you'd be relieved to no longer have to spy on him. Don't tell me you're nursing that silly little crush. She asked, but her subordinate didn't answer. You are. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You know that can never go anywhere, yes. Even if you were to turn his head that wouldn't end well for you, yes. Hi, she said through gritted teeth. Don't be glum, you'll get what you truly want. Just forget about Naruto-kun. Hi. Good, you are dismissed, Hinata-chan. Jiraiya, how is he doing? He's getting it faster than I did. Why isn't he a chunin yet? He has the mission record for it. We've been over this, I won't always be here to protect him. He needs allies and ties to the village. He has startling little and I've long since alienated him. No one who has graduate early has ever been sent to the reserves, so I can't imagine why he took that as an insult. He wasn't supposed to be allowed to take the exam if there was a reasonable expectation he could pass. Baruka and Mizuki assured me he couldn't do the clone jutsu. With his chakra levels he'd never be able to with what they teach in the academy. Tell me, sensei, why I should be happy with you setting my godson up to fail. I would have taught him another clone jutsu at some point, but him failing the exams outright would have made it possible to put him on Kakashi's team. You were going to make him the dead last to satisfy Minato's brat. You manipulative bastard, is this why you've had me stay away for so long? So, I couldn't see the strings you were pulling. Enough. Jiraiya, you were needed out there. As of now, Naruto has very few connections to the village. He seems to like his teammates and his sensei, but they've only been together for 6 months, that's hardly enough time to sway him should he decide to leave. He wouldn't leave, he's no traitor. I hope you're right, Jiraiya. It was 3 days before the finals and Naruto had finally done it. It'd take some time to perfect it, even more time to develop his yin release, but as of right now, he could perform purely yang jutsu and it was time to attempt the impure world reincarnation. He got time off from Jiraiya once he demonstrated you could perform a completed rasengan, which he has to admit is a damn fine jutsu. He was in an isolated clearing in the Panther realm and had a barrier erected just in case things went poorly. He had contract seals at the ready but didn't want to put the control seals mentioned in the scroll. He took some deep breaths, calming his nerves. Yang release. Shadow clone jutsu, Naruto said, then started the ritual for the impure world reincarnation. Once he was sure he had it complete, he performed the hand signs and whispered, summoning, impure world reincarnation. Naruto didn't have to wait long for the jutsu to take effect as each of his young clones were encased in an ethereal glow. Soon, both started to change their shape, taking on the forms of those called back. Naruto was shocked to see two women with hair similar to his, though neither had his blue eyes. Both women looked confused as if a haze had yet to be lifted. They noticed each other first, both shocked. Mito-sama, Kushina-chan, both questioned before they looked at the boy before them. Mito was silent and confused. She had no clue who this whiskered cheek boy could be, but in her peripheral vision she could see Kushina trembling, as if trying to not cry. Sochi, is that you, Naruto? Where are we? This doesn't look like Konoha. I'm Naruto and this is the realm of the Panthers, my summons. But what do you mean, Sochi? Naruto wasn't dumb, but after being denied information about his parents his entire life, the idea that he'd just brought his mother back was unbelievable, though the woman hugging him fiercely was quickly putting his disbelief to rest. It was sad, but Naruto couldn't ever remember being hugged before. The feeling was indescribable. I'm your mother, Naruto. Didn't Hiruzen tell you about Minato and I? How has your life been? She blurted out, finally releasing him. The old man said he didn't know who my parents were. My life. I was a pariah growing up, not even my academy instructors liked me, so I graduated early, at the age of 9. The old man didn't put me on a genin squad for 3 years. Naruto explained before something clicked. Wait, Minato. You don't mean. Yes, Sochi, the Yondaime was your father. I hope you don't hate us for what we did. I argued against it, but Minato was convinced you'd need the Kyuubi to defeat the man that attacked us the night you were born. I don't hate you. I guess I just wish things had been different. Almost everyone treated me like I didn't exist. Naruto-kun, Mito spoke. She hated to interrupt this moment between mother and son, especially since Kushina must have died almost immediately after giving birth, given how weak a Jinchuriki's seal becomes during childbirth, but she needed to know how he brought them back. She was familiar with Tobirama's abomination and lonely childhood or not, she couldn't accepted someone being sacrificed to return them. Hi. Did you perform the Edo Tensei? Hi. Sochi, no, you can't just sacrifice people. I didn't. I used a shadow clone made with Yang release. He quickly explained. Oh, that was very creative. My Sochi is a genius, Mito-sama. Actually, I'm not. I just work really hard at and don't give up. Nothing genius about that. I don't know about that, Naruto-kun. Tobirama never came up with this and he invented both jutsu. Seems obvious in retrospect, but the best insights do. Mito said. Era, you knew the Nadaime? Yes, I did. He was my brother-in-law. I'm Mito Senju ne Uzumaki and your predecessor. How so? I was the first Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, Kushina here was the second. Were you both hated, too? No, Sochi, no one knew we contained it. And I don't understand why Saru-chan would tell others. Mito said before a realization hit her. Naruto-kun, if you didn't know who either of us were, why did you summon us? Orochimaru gave me the jutsu to figure out and said if I did I'd have answers about my history. You're Orochimaru's student. See, you are a genius. She wouldn't bother with someone untalented. No, she's a missing nin and considered Konoha's greatest traitor for illegal experimentation on villagers. He said, to receive a fist to his skull. Why would you trust the word of a missing nin? Because I was desperate. The old man keeps me in the dark about everything concerning my past, he's manipulating me and I don't know why. I need all the information I can get in case. In case what, Sochi? In case I need to abandon the village. He's already denied me a Chunin field promotion 3 times and never once explained why. I don't trust him and I don't like the villagers, so I need to make arrangements. Is it really that bad? Kushina asked, shame filling her for what she allowed to happen to her son. The villagers deny my existence. They've never hit me or anything, but I know I'm not wanted and being stuck as a genin isn't raising my profile. I don't get it, why wouldn't Hiruzen want you to be a Chunin? Yes, You get more authority and can take on dangerous missions, but rookie chunin are hardly exposed to top-secret documents or state secrets. Kushina said. Mito sat quietly, piecing together everything she knew about Konoha law and what Naruto told her, and came to a conclusion. I think I may know why, but it doesn't make sense for it to be the reason. She started, and proceeded to explain her theory. Hiruzen never much cared for the daimyo's satellite residence, the place he stayed when visiting Konoha. It was too ornate for his tastes and gave the feeling of being both too open and claustrophobic. He was curious why the daimyo had summoned him. The two usually speak after the exams are finished. They had a good working relationship but weren't close, not like Hiruzen was with the man's father or how he was close to Minato. He arrived in his sitting room and was surprised with Danzo was there as well. Hiruzen bowed to the daimyo and took his seat. Immediately he felt off as someone. Hiruzen reasoned one of the guardian ninja, activated a seal, and Hiruzen felt his chakra become suppressed and out of his control. He saw Danzo came to the same realization. This was a trap. They had both been restrained, and while strong, given their advanced age, they were weak without their chakra to buttress the ravages of time. Thank you both for arriving so promptly. There is a matter we need to address, and I didn't want either of you to do something foolish, like try to manipulate me with a stolen Sharingan, the daimyo said while staring at Danzo. The man couldn't hide his shock and cursed he couldn't summon his root to extract him. Your shadows are already dead, Danzo. How dare you come to my residence with armed guards and try to hide their presence from me? Foolish old man, Hiruzen, you've allowed this relic to become arrogant, among other things. What do you mean, daimyo-sama? Oh, all will be explained, but first I need to tell you a story. A little over a year ago, Tsunade paid me a visit. She actually requested an off-the-books meeting as she needed what was discussed to remain a secret between her and I, of course, was surprised. Tsunade hadn't been involved in shinobi affairs in decades but never acted contrary to my interests, so it was neither here nor there. When she arrived, she relayed to me a story of her own. How she'd met a young Uzumaki boy, said he was dragged to her by a large, talking panther that requested her help. She was able to save him but not his chunin leader. She spoke to the boy, asking subtle questions, and, coupled with what the chunin said before he succumbed to his injuries, she concluded the boy knew nothing of his clan or parentage. Apparently, he was a pariah due to his status as a Jinchuriki, and his ostracization was near universal. She said he claimed he had existed on his orphan stipend until he graduated. Now, that confused me. Because he would be a clan heir, and in Fire Country when one is the last of their clan they are provided housing and are given a generous allowance from their clan funds, while said funds are managed by the financial advisors I select to make sure they are not cheated. Tsunade had no reason to lie to me, but I couldn't just act on her word. She understood and only requested I perform an audit into Kushina and Minato's finances and anything else I could find out about Naruto. She gave me a blood sample and said if I should get any genetic material for either Minato or Kushina, she'd happily run the tests to prove he was indeed their son. It didn't take long for the auditor to find the accounts had been tampered with, funds extracted illegally. It did take the auditor a while to trace where the money went for each large withdrawal, but he did it. Imagine my shock when the two who'd stolen from Minato and Kushina were you and Danzo. Those assets were primarily Uzumaki assets, and that account should have been frozen until a verifiable Uzumaki came to claim them, since Minato and Kushina had no living heir. Next was getting the samples needed for the DNA test, but I didn't immediately summon Tsunade back to run the tests. Imagine my shock when she confirmed her suspicion. I, of course, then ordered a quiet investigation to Naruto's life. And shocked I was again. His status as a Jinchuriki announced by you, but some flimsy law telling no one to talk about it. Him receiving almost nothing but scorn and having to live in near poverty conditions when he should have had a comfortable existence. And then to see you deny him a promotion in order to avoid being discovered. You thought if he never made chunin you'd never have to give him his full inheritance and it wouldn't trigger the automatic review I've instilled. Why, Hiruzen, why all of it? Why did you lie to me? Why did you ignore my laws? Why didn't you allow this demon in human flesh to run circles around you? Have you grown so weak you simply cannot perform the tasks required of an Hokage? I lied about Naruto's heritage to protect him. The village was weak, weaker than it had ever been after the Kyuubi's rampage. Then why not send him to the capital? I could have protected him and made sure he'd be healthy and happy. I, initially, believed the villagers would get over their pain and see Naruto for who he is. And the money, Why did you steal from Naruto but deny him what he was entitled to? Same reason. We were in a terrible financial situation, especially so soon after a war. The civilians were demanding a say in governmental affairs since they were going to be providing a bulk of the money required to keep us solvent and functioning. My old teammates were pushing me to accept, no doubt for their own reasons. I need a quick infusion to take their leverage away. I'm not proud, but if I had allowed some sort of civilian council, imagine how worse things would have been for Naruto. You could have come to me, Hiruzen. I didn't really know you then, Daimyo-sama. I couldn't assume you wouldn't diminish my authority as well. So great is your concern about your authority, you do nothing to curb Danzo's excesses. I can't justify that. I used to say he was doing what he thought was right for the village, but I was just too soft and he only cared about his own power. That's a lie, Hiruzen. Everything I do for a more powerful Konoha. Sure, even pilfering the corpses of dead Konoha ninja. Understand this, Danzo, you won't be leaving this office alive. I won't allow a monster to exist in my country. As for you, Hiruzen, after the Chunin exams you are to vacate your office immediately. Have Jiraiya or Tsunade replace you. Even get that Kakashi brat to do it. I don't care, but you are not fit to be Hokage any longer. You will, however, confess everything to Naruto and then I will try to salvage what I can. God help us if the boy hates you and all of Konoha enough to turn traitor. Daimyo-sama, I'll step down. You're right, I'm not fit to lead the village, but don't tell Naruto. Orochimaru has taken an interest in him and this may push him into her clutches. We don't want that. No more delays. It's bad enough you ignored my law, and I know this isn't the only instance, as I only have to go to the Hyuga compound to see an example of forced servitude, but I'll be clearing that up after the exams as well. No, Naruto will be told everything and given the promotion he so richly deserves. I am so ashamed of you, Hiruzen, and I imagine Minato and Kushina are as well. The stadium was packed and brimming with anticipation. All contestants but one were present, but Hiruzen couldn't focus on that. His mind had been elsewhere since he was stripped of his position, even if it hadn't been made official yet. He was ashamed of how far he'd fallen, of the lies he told to others and himself. He had soothed his conscience by assuring himself he'd done what was best for the village, but that wasn't the truth. The daimyo even mentioned how his asymmetrical alliance with Suna was starving the village and how it was making Rasa desperate. The daimyo took it upon himself to speak to his Wind Country counterpart to make sure Suna got enough funding. Hiruzen was creating an enemy, one with motive to attack them, and the exams would have been the perfect time to do so. He'd lost a step both mentally and physically. It was time, he realized. It had long since been time. He sat awaiting the arrival of Rasa and this new leader from Odo when he watched the two arriving together, chatting as if they were old friends. As the two sat beside him, Rasa offered his greeting and Hiruzen returned it, formulaically. But when he heard the leader of Odo speak, his blood ran cold and he was about to summon his Anbu and attack when she stopped him. International law, Sarutobi-sensei. You attack me now and you'll be sanctioned by other villages and nations, Kukuku. She was right, and not only that, but if he did attack her now there would be untold casualties and he couldn't allow that. He'd have to tolerate his wayward student for the time being. Hiruzen wasn't the only person hosting a Sanin, as the fire daimyo was sitting beside Tsunade, both wanting to see how Naruto would do as well as be on hand when Hiruzen tells him the truth. Alright you lot, the rules are the same as they were in the preliminary round. Hayate stated to be interrupted. What about Sasuke and that Dosu guy? Shikamaru asked. Dosu had to pull out due to injury, he said looking at Naruto, and if Sasuke doesn't show up for his match he'll likely be disqualified. Now if there are no more questions I'll exit except Neji Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki. Hayate watched as the other genin left and walked to the center of the stadium battleground along with the first two fighters. He announced the two and then called a start to the fight and watched as neither boy moved. All was quiet as the audience watched the Hyuga prodigy stare down the bane of Konoha. The redhead had changed his clothes for the finals, ditching his normal blue pants, blue shirt and orange hooded vest for black hakama, tied at the ankle with blood-red tape, a black sleeveless shirt with extra material at the neck for a Kakashi-esque face mask and a black kosode, with a chainmail mesh sewn into it. It was finished with an obi, the same color as the ankle tape, and kept his sword to his side. He let his spiky hair rest on his shoulders, just past neck length. You should give up, Uzumaki. Winners and losers are chosen at birth and you are a loser. Neji started, only to see Naruto have no visible reaction. You may have graduated early, but clearly Hokage-sama saw you as a failure. Why else would you have been denied a genin team and chance for promotion for so long? He hissed, confident this would get a rise out of his opponent. He was surprised when it didn't. He decided if he couldn't get a rise out of the boy, he'd initiate the attack and finish things quickly. He pushed off the ground and aimed a palm thrust at Naruto's chest, hitting the redhead flushly. Neji smirked until he saw the Naruto he hit flare briefly and then puff into smoke. He was confused why Naruto would send a clone to fight and then have said clone unable to do anything. He heard footsteps behind him and turned to see another Naruto, maybe the real one, approach. He got ready to attack but halted when the boy spoke. Neji, look at the hand that struck my clone, he said, and Neji did just that, only to see a sealing array on his hand, going up his forearm. That's a localized explosive array. It'll take your arm off at the elbow and likely end your career. Concede now and I'll remove the array, don't and you lose an arm. Neji was stuck, unfamiliar with indecision. He'd never heard of a clone that could impart a seal on someone when struck, but then again, he wasn't aware of corporeal clones that dissolved into smoke either. His opponent put him in a bad position. He could try to strike Naruto, but he was too far away for him to reach the redhead before he could activate the seal. And that assumes the seal does what Naruto claims it does. He could be lying, or the seal could be a dud. If that's the case, he'd have given up due to an empty threat, and his pride couldn't allow that. He remembers the boy was hesitant to do too much damage to Lee until Lee pushed him too far, so him going for such a move as an opening didn't read to Neji. Of course, Neji wasn't and couldn't have been aware of Naruto's current mental state. He'd felt his heart fill with the time he spent with his mom and Mito, who he called Ba-chan, much to the lady's delight. But there was a burning anger as well. The Sandame had denied him much, for what reason Naruto didn't know, and wouldn't ascribe a motive to the man because it didn't matter. Outside of his team and those he'd worked with in the past, he didn't care about Konoha Ninja. He wasn't one of them, and they truly were them, now. He saw them as weak-minded traitors and cowards, unworthy of his parents' sacrifice and his father's trust. No, he didn't blame Minato for his childhood, he blamed Konoha for not trusting their alleged hero even when all evidence stated they should. In the preliminaries, the FUNN Bunshin would have been preloaded with a paralysis tag because he didn't want to hurt a comrade. Now, Neji isn't a comrade, just a potential enemy. Neji decided to call Naruto's bluff and charged toward the boy. He didn't have to wait long to realize his mistake. A quick flare of chakra is all it took, and suddenly the arena was filled with the screams of Neji as he clutched what was once his arm. It was lucky for him that the position of his arm didn't allow bone fragments to fly into his eyes, but he did have some burns and cuts along his side and leg. Hayate quickly called an end to the match and called forth the Mednin. Naruto silently retreated to the contestant area. Both Shikamaru and Shino gave him a nod of acknowledgement, and he formed a small smile. That was quite vicious. Hiruzen Dono, what jutsu was that? Rasa stated. Kukuku, vicious indeed. It appears Konoha can still turn out real shinobi every now and again. Hiruzen ignored his student as he began to answer Rasa, indeed, but Naruto gave him a chance to concede. A shinobi shouldn't make empty threats, and Neji had no reason to call his bluff if he couldn't recognize the array. Also, I believe Naruto-kun calls that a FUNN Bunshin. He was inspired by the Yondaime's ability to apply seals with just a touch, but has taken it to new level. Such advanced seal materialization, he certainly has my vote for Chunin, Orochimaru said. I must agree, while short he did enough and revealed very little of his abilities. Rasa added. Hiruzen simply nodded. The Junin sensei were quiet at the end of the match. Truthfully, none knew what to expect out of the match. Neji was hailed as a genius, whereas rumors circulated that Naruto had killed 2 A-rank shinobi in a single mission. However, he kept most of his skills hidden, though demonstrated an impressive amount of kenjutsu skill against Guy's clone. That was most unyouthful, Lee exclaimed, seeing his rival defeated and maimed by the same boy that so easily defeated him was hard to accept. Guy-sensei, we have to get to Neji, Tenten said, but saw her sensei shake his head. We'd only be in the way. Neji is going to need a lot of help, and the Mednins need to be focused. As far as it being unyouthful, he was given a chance to submit, just like you were. It is, at times, laudable to not give in, but as a Chunin you need to know when to back down for the sake of the mission and your comrades. I don't fault Naruto, he told Neji exactly what would happen if he attacked again. You're okay with what he did? That was a comrade he crippled. Tenten yelled. Yes, it was a comrade he tried to spare. Tenten, what would you have him do? Hold back and allow Neji to continue attacking. Seeing the girl refuse the answer, he continued. Neji put his health on the line in the belief Naruto wouldn't hurt him. Like you, Lee, he was going to take advantage of his mercy. The difference is, this time Naruto didn't give more than one chance. As such, Neji's injury is my fault. I've instructed you poorly if none of you know how to stand down when you're outmatched. Guy finished, sounding more subdued than he ever has. Asuma and Kurenai could see he meant every word, and while Kurenai still had some negative feelings toward the senior Junin, she wouldn't wish the belief you failed your students on anyone. You think he did enough for a promotion? Asuma asked. I hope so, he's clearly ready. I've let him run some of RC ranks and he's done well. He's clearly paid attention to what other Chunin did when he was stuck in the reserves. Kurenai answered. Close by the Junin sensei sat Anko. She'd never really had an opinion on her fellow pariah, not until she had expressed an interest in him. She was one of the few that saw the footage of their Kenjutsu battle before the cameras cut out. He wasn't on her level, nowhere near, but he was good, willing to change tactics on the fly to keep a superior opponent guessing. He also didn't hesitate to go for the kill. Normally, that kind of ruthlessness would be something Anko praised. But Orochimaru taints everything, and Anko couldn't help but be wary of the container. She didn't know why Orochimaru was interested, but it couldn't be for anything good, and given the boy's experience in the village, he had the signs of a flight risk, one that may run straight to the snake. His willingness to, potentially, end the career of a fellow Konoha ninja demonstrates how little connection he feels for the place. Orochimaru will exploit every weakness to get what she wants, and to Anko, Naruto looked like an easy get. Hayate was instructed to delay Sasuke's match and to move through the rest of the order. The next in line was Shikamaru and Temari. Shikamaru complained a lot about having to fight a girl, wondering if he should just forfeit. Shino and Naruto pushed him over the railing so he'd have the chance to do so, much to his annoyance and their amusement. It was a good tactical matchup, and he'd managed to ensnare Temari but forfeited as he was out of chakra, shocking everyone but his teammates, sensei and fellow clansmen. Shino fought Kankuro, and it was a little faster paced than Shikamaru's fight, but still relied on inventive tactics. The boys fought to a double knockout as Shino was poisoned and Kankuro was entering chakra exhaustion. Finally, it was time for Gaara to face Sasuke. The match was almost called as the Uchiha and Kakashi arrived at the last possible moment. It was a good fight, Naruto felt. Sasuke had some decent speed and made good use of it. Naruto thought the lightning jutsu was a mistake when he could have used a genjutsu, and that was proven correct when Gaara turned into a miniature sand thing and trounced the Uchiha, who used too much chakra on that move. Luckily he escaped without serious injury as the case cage got Gaara under control, and it was time for the semifinal round, Naruto vs Temari. Temari was trying to quickly come up with a strategy. She'd used a lot of chakra in her first fight and hadn't had a chance to recover much. She knew the redhead was dangerous with his sword and she couldn't allow him to get close to her, but his speed would be hard to negate. She reasoned if she could unleash a wind jutsu fast enough she could create some space and control the match. He hadn't shown much in the way of ninjutsu and she didn't believe he could match her Fudan mastery. Naruto wasn't planning out a strategy, he already had one. Thanks to his summon spying on the competition, he was aware that Temari was overly reliant on her war fan. If he took that away, she'd be in a poor position and possibly give up. He knew just the thing. About 6 months into his own research, Naruto started building his own jutsu theory. It was slow, it required a lot of reading, testing and revisement, but he felt he was truly onto something. While most ninjutsu seemed to be of the elemental variety, it didn't explain the ninpo, the jutsu that were predicated on a specific element. How did chakra become a poison gas, for instance? No one really knew. Naruto posited, what if ninpo are based on the elements but by combining, at least partially, the behaviors of one element with the property of another? Not all could be understood like this, and one would have to incorporate yin and yang as well, but he believed he was onto something. He hadn't managed to create many jutsu out of this insight, but it has affected his kenjutsu. Naruto learned early on he had a wind affinity, and wind is said to be the sharpest element, though lightning is great for piercing. Naruto wondered what would happen if one took the sharpening process from wind and incorporated lightning's high frequency. Sound. You got sound, and the better he got at grinding wind faster and faster, the closer he got to what became his supersonic blade. This type of chakra flow is the sharpest, not even a vacuum blade compares. This was the key to his plan. Temari was about to lose her main weapon. Hayate called a start to the match and Naruto blurred in front of Temari, not giving her a second to react. She just had time to start to open her fan before she heard a faint ringing in her ears. Next thing she knew, her fan was in tatters and she had a sword to her throat. Yield, the shorter boy said, and she quickly complied. Many in the crowd had trouble following the action. They saw Naruto blur from view and then a series of flashes before he appeared beside Temari and her fan was cut up. The Chunin and Junin, however, could follow it and were impressed. Asuma was confused. That was wind, but it didn't behave like wind, Asuma said. What do you mean, Asuma? Guy asked. Kurenai already knew about his supersonic chakra flow technique but saw no need to expound on it. Wind chakra is created by sharpening your chakra to a fine point and unleashing it. That's why it's ideal for cutting. It doesn't, however, emit a sound nor does it become visible. Lightning does that, but that wasn't lightning. Kurenai, do you know what that was? Yes, and I won't be divulging it. If you want to know, ask Naruto. It was one of his creations. So, he really does create his own jutsu? Asuma asked, surprise in his voice. Yes. How many? I'm not sure. He said most were just supplemental things that better versions of already existed, but he's got some impressive ones as well. Guy almost got introduced to one. Hi, Hokage-sama informed me that in my distracted state I may not have escaped unharmed. Whatever that was, I need to learn it. I'll see if I got something to trade, Asuma said, only caring about the wind manipulation. He hadn't seen anything innovative involving wind chakra in years, especially not chakra flow. He need to know how to do that. Kukuku, I think that was just a bad matchup for Temari, Rasadono. I agree, but she appears too reliant on that fan, definitely Chunin material, but I'll have to work with her on that. The Uzumaki's sword skills are impressive and he's fast. He must have been training his speed and sword techniques for several years to be at that level. Hi, I believe Naruto-kun picked up Kenjutsu his second year at the academy. Oh, then you have some really good Kenjutsu instructors, Rasa stated, which caused Orochimaru to giggle, much to Hiruzen's annoyance. No, he self-trained until he became a summoner and trained those skills with them. Ah, either way, he is quite skilled. I wonder how he'll fight Gaara. Kukuku, I wouldn't be shocked if he forfeited. He's certainly earned a promotion. If that's the case, I expect you out of my village within the hour, Orochimaru. Why so hostile, Sarutobi-sensei? She said with a grin on her face, annoying the Sandaime further. Fine, I'll vacate, no need to cause an international incident. Naruto was on the arena floor, debating if he should forfeit this next match. He'd proven all he needs to, and if the old man doesn't promote him, no one can say it is due to a lack of skill or ability. That makes this match completely pointless. Another part of him wants to stay. He wants people to see him, the social pariah and outcast, run through the competition. To easily defeat the prodigy, the strongest kunoichi in the competition, and finally, Tsuna's mad Jinchuriki. He wasn't sure Gaara was one until his match with Sasuke, but he has a way to incapacitate the boy. It would put some emphasis on the day and let all know Naruto Uzumaki isn't the one to try. But that's ego, and a ninja doesn't need ego. Why reveal any more than he needs to? It was difficult, his pride was telling him to just win the damn thing outright. But he's accomplished his mission and is a shinobi, that's a sign it's time to come home. I forfeit. I believe I've done enough to earn my promotion, I have nothing left to prove. Naruto announced and saw Hayate nod before he exited the arena via Shunshin to appear by Kurenai, who gave the redhead a hug and congratulated him on performing so well. Hayate crowned Gaara the winner, though the boy didn't look pleased and called the Chunin exams to a close. Just as they were starting to depart, an Anbu appeared by the Junin sensei to retrieve Naruto, per the Hokage's orders. Naruto couldn't hide his annoyance. He wanted to go check on his teammates, though he suspected Shikamaru was just napping in the medbay. Naruto arrived with the Anbu to the Hokage Tower and was escorted to the Hokage's office. Naruto really didn't understand why this Anbu was on his ass, but he just ignored it. She was only following orders. When got to the office door, he saw two samurai standing outside it, which was weird. The Anbu ordered him to stay there until he was called, and then she went inside the office. Those were some pretty sweet sword skills, kid. Never thought I'd see a Tenkan user, especially not a shinobi one. You know my style. Yes, it's an old style, but most people can't learn it due to the damage done to the leg muscles. How long have you been practicing and how many steps from the shukuchi was that? I started learning when I was 7 from a scroll that was gifted to me. And I was 3 steps shy. While I can move faster, I can only go up to 2 steps for the shukuchi until my body matures. Naruto said while rubbing the back of his head. He wasn't used to being praised by strangers nor getting to talk kenjutsu. It was nice. Impressive, the same samurai said. Oh, and just a word of warning, the daimyo is in there, so mind your manners. Thanks. Being an orphan, that stuff doesn't come naturally, but I'll do my best, samurai-san. It's Sojiro, kid, and this is Shishio. Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet ya. Likewise, Shishio said. The trio continued to chat away until Naruto was summoned into the office. Upon entering, Naruto saw the old man, surrounded by his advisors. Jiraiya and Tsunade were both there. He shot her a quick smile, but sitting to the side of the office was, he assumed, the daimyo. He bowed deeply to the man, and shot a quick one to the old man. He hated the weak, old bastard, but it'd do him no favors to act like a brat now. Hokage-sama, he said evenly. Naruto-kun, please sit down, we have a lot to discuss. First, I want to congratulate you on your promotion to Chunin. It's long overdue, Hiruzen said and saw Naruto's jaw tense for a split second. Thank you, Hokage-sama. No thanks necessary. Next, Naruto, I have to tell you some things that will not be pleasant for either you nor I just want you to listen completely and then we can discuss where we go from here. He saw the redhead nod and continued. After the Kyuubi attack, the village was in a vulnerable position and the Hokage position was as well. We needed more funds to keep ourselves functioning, but the more wealth civilians wanted power in exchange. I could levy taxes, but they could also leave. I couldn't afford to call their bluff or wait them out, so in a moment of well-intentioned idiocy I pilfered from an account. An Uzumaki account, your inheritance. I won't lie, it was a large sum, though I managed to pay it back years later. With interest. I didn't watch the account as closely as I should have. Another person also took a generous sum from the accounts. He never repaid what he stole, likely banking on blackmailing me should I call him on it. Trying to fix what I did or allowed to happen has taken a long time, and truthfully, you have not been made whole. That is why I have delayed your promotion. When you become a Chunin, you are a true adult and in accordance with Daimyo-sama's laws, are granted full access to your clan funds and vaults. You reaching this rank also triggers an automatic audit from an accountant approved of my Daimyo-sama himself. He took a moment to collect himself and then continued. This law, designed to protect the last member of loyal Konoha clans, would have dictated you be provided a house and a plot of land with the option to expand your property up to 10 years after you made Chunin. The issue is, for me to have followed the law for you, it would have required my revealing who your parents are, as the funds to purchase the land comes from a tax paid by all shinobi clans. Even yours has paid into this account, even though there have only ever been 3 members residing here. Naruto, your parents are the Yondaime Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki. I know. How? That hardly seems relevant, Hokage-sama. Please continue. If any of your parents' enemies realized they had a child, one that was unprotected in a village trying to recover from a massive attack, you'd either be kidnapped or dead. That's not entirely true, Hiruzen. Tell him the whole truth. The daimyo ordered. I could have sent you to the capital. Minato and Daimyo-sama were close and the royal family has always had a good relationship with the Uzumaki, which is why much of their wealth wasn't lost during Uzushio's downfall. I didn't send you away because I wanted you to grow to love Konoha and desire to protect it like your parents did. How could revealing my status be any safer than revealing my parentage? I believed the people would follow Minato's wish to see you are a hero. I underestimated the hurt they carried and how my law only allowed the ignorance to fester. Because I didn't address the issue diligently, it left an open space for their irrational fears to grow and grow and grow. With you advancing as fast as you did, many were concerned it was the fox, even my shinobi, that should have known better. Who is the other person that stole from me and why did you let him? His name was Danzo Shimura. He was once a friend and a longtime rival of mine. He used to head a division of Anbu called Root. While militant and misguided, he truly loved Konoha and I used that as an excuse to ignore when he'd overreach. He was executed on Daimyo-sama's orders. When did this occur? 2 days ago. That long? You let him use my family's resources for God knows what and did nothing. I won't lie to you, Naruto, I've held the seat for too long. I've been soft when I should have been firm, too trusting when I should have been suspicious and too passive when action was needed. I've wronged you because of this and you may not believe me or you may not care, but I am truly sorry. I know I've driven you away because of these secrets and I won't ask you to understand, but I truly was attempting to do what was best for everyone. Naruto didn't bother responding, whether it was true or not was irrelevant. He'd suffered because of this weak, old man and he'd not have any of his excuses. So, what happens now? I'll answer that. You will select where you want your compound to be and have my personal architect design the house with you. We'll get started on construction as soon as possible. Hiruzen will be holding a meeting of the clan heads where he will not only inform them of your heritage, your new residence, but some other things as well. Naruto, I cannot apologize enough for what you have been deprived. You may not hold much affection for Konoha or even Fire Country, but I hope you'll allow me to rectify that. I truly respected Minato and was quite fond of Kushina. Thank you, Daimyo-sama. Now, I believe Tsunade and Jiraiya wish to discuss some things with you, so you three are excused. All three Bo and Hiruzen gives Naruto a ticket to pick up his Chunin vest from the armory. The two leaders spoke a while more until there was a knock at the door. Hiruzen, there's one final thing you're going to have to do and this is going to hurt more than anything else. The daimyo said before giving permission for the individual outside to enter. In walked Orochimaru that instantly put the Hokage on edge, ready for an attack. Calm down, Hiruzen, she is here at my invitation. Orochimaru has provided me proof that everything she did she was ordered to do by Danzo, and seeing as how you did virtually nothing to stop him, she shouldn't be held responsible for the orders of a superior officer. As such, effective immediately, Orochimaru is to be reinstated as an elite Junin of Konoha, all crimes pardoned without exception. No, this is a bridge too far. It isn't a request, Hiruzen. This is an order and this will be one of your last acts. I expect you to announce her return within 48 hours, do I make myself clear? Hi. Kukuku, I'm so happy to be back, Sarutobi-sensei. Chapter 2, Put You on Game. How did you convince him to allow you back? The daimyo had exited Hiruzen's office and it was only Orochimaru and him, his Anbu detail having been excluded from the meeting from the get-go. It's not so hard when you know where the bodies are buried. Once he saw what Danzo and you did to Naruto-kun, he wanted more evidence of wrongdoing in the worst way, and you know me, a real pleaser, or have you erased that from your memory, sensei? She purred and Hiruzen shrank in on himself. Shut up. Why, you never seemed to have a problem with it before. You even had a ritual after. Oh, how you'd promised to never do it again, it was a mistake, and on and on. Silence. I loved Bawako, he said, clenching his fists. Kukuku, amazing how you only remembered that after you got off. Is that why I was your favorite, sensei? Little orphan girl that idolized you developed to your liking. Didn't even care you were using her, not even when you asked her to get in a bore. Shut up or I'll kill you, daimyo's orders are not. So indignant, sensei, was I really so bad you shipped me off to Danzo? Even passed me up for the Hokage's position? Or was Minato just better in bed than me? You play your games and have your fun, but you'll slip up and be chased out of here again. It's in your nature, rotten to the core. Kukuku, think so, because I think being here gets me everything I want and you can't even lift a finger to stop me. And what do you want? Konoha's downfall. Even working from the inside it'll take more than you. Oh, no sensei, that isn't what I desire at all. One thing I want is for you to live in disgrace, and you will, forever shamed by what you did to Naruto-kun. The rest, well, that's a secret, she said, turning to walk away. Whatever it is you want, I'll stop you. If I honestly thought you could prevent me from what I want, you'd be dead already, she said, closing the door behind her. Naruto and the two Sannin were sitting in one of Jiraiya's apartments. Jiraiya and Tsunade both felt privacy was required for what they wanted to say. They were having an argument about who would go first, and Tsunade looked ready to punch Jiraiya, so he gave in. So, how are you doing with all this, Naruto? I don't know, it's a lot to take in. I went from making plans to flee the village to being a future clan head and independently wealthy. You've claimed 3 bounties on a rank shinobi. You're fine, financially, Jiraiya chimed in, ignoring the plans to flee part. How the hell would you know? Naruto shot back. There aren't many people that don't know you have a knack for killing Kiri swordsmen. Well, I donated a lot of that to the families of the shinobi that didn't come back. It was a nice cushion, but that's about it. Anyway, Naruto, I wanted to tell you that I suspected you were Kushina's child when we met, but without proof I didn't want to say anything. That's why I went to the daimyo, to find out who you were and why you weren't living the life you should have been. I'm sorry I kept it from you as long as I did, but the daimyo thought, and I agreed, it was best to tie up loose ends. Oh, it's okay, you were actually trying to help me and not just manipulate me to protect a cover-up. He said while shrugging. If her actions improved his situation, he won't complain about it not being immediate. Was that all? Well, I could thank you for winning me a shit ton of money by taking you to dinner. I'm sure Shizune would be up for it. I'd like that. You won a bet, why aren't you freaking out? Jiraiya asked, deeply confused. The kid negates that, I bet on him and win and nothing happens. I don't get it, but I also don't question it. I am curious why you didn't just win the whole damn thing. Gaara is broken, he only finds comfort in his madness. I wasn't there to fight a mad dog, and if he pushed me too far Suna would be missing a Jinchuriki, and that can't be good for inter-village relations. Besides, it was only my pride pushing me to compete, but what's pride to people that perfected the art of fighting cowardly? That's an interesting understanding of shinobi, said Tsunade. I suppose it is. Well, that's all I wanted. Come to the Senju compound tonight at 8 and we'll decide something from there. Hi, see you then. She nodded and then exited the apartment. Jiraiya watched Naruto grinning like an idiot, completely misunderstanding the vibe. Alright, enough of that. I brought you here to tell you I want you to be my apprentice. Ah, thank you. It'd be an honor, but I think I have to decline, Naruto said, shocking both Sannin. What do you mean decline, brat? Do you know how many people would kill to be in your position? And how many of those spent a month training with you? I'm not saying your approach has no merit, but it doesn't work for me. Besides, I still have a Junin sensei. But she can't prepare you for what lies ahead. And what lies ahead? There are a group of S-rank shinobi calling themselves the Akatsuki. They want to abduct all the Jinchuriki for some unknown reason. How long have you known about this? I've been aware of them since Orochimaru joined, but I only recently found out about their goal of collecting the Jinchuriki. In knowing this, you wasted a month not being fully engaged. Why would I assume that'd be different? I just wanted you to figure things out for yourself. I'm a jutsu creator. Have been since I was 6, please don't insult me, Jiraiya. Asking technical details about a jutsu I'm trying to learn isn't an unwillingness to work independently. Maybe that bit of information would have been applicable to another problem I currently have or something down the road. We cannot know what will and won't be relevant at a later date. Your refusal to do anything more than explain the steps, once and then scope out women was borderline negligent. Alright, I could have been a bit more helpful, but I was testing your determination. I was hunted for 2 weeks by 2 of the 7 swordsmen. I've proven my determination. Your resolve. I killed both of those swordsmen. Iron will. Fine, Gaki, what do you think I could have done differently? You could have worked on my taijutsu. Is it bad? Isn't it telling you don't know? Now, I wouldn't call it bad. I train in the Panther's preferred style, but facing with different, more experienced opponents would be helpful. My first instinct is to go to my sword or ninjutsu. I can end fights fast that way, so my taijutsu skills aren't as sharp as those are. You seem awfully aware of your flaws. No reason not to be. As far as your offer, I need to think about it. Is that okay? Sure, brat, but don't think too long. No problem. Well, I need to go see my teammates, later pervy sage. Don't call me that, brat. Contrary to shinobi stereotype, Naruto didn't hate hospitals. He hated the smell, but who would enjoy the smell of disinfectant? Since he cultivated a joy of reading early on, anytime he wound up in the hospital due to injury he'd just relax and read. Because he didn't make himself a pain and was actually a good patient, the hospital staff was weirdly accepting of Naruto. They didn't care or whisper behind his back, he was just a normal boy with abnormal hobbies. So when he heard, "What are you doing here?" he didn't take it as an insult or expression of animus. "Anyo, Saito-sensei, I'm just here to visit my teammates." That had better be why. If I have to treat you for Tenketsu burnout one more time, I'll wring your neck. The brunette said. She was the first person to ever treat Naruto when a raiden jutsu got away from him. She fussed over him more like a mother hen than a doctor, but it was nice, if unusual for the redhead. I heard you kicked ass, Naruto. I did okay, won my first 2 matches but forfeited during the final. Good, you aren't one of those battle junkies looking for stronger opponents or some such nonsense. Nah, I'm too lazy for that. I want all my enemies weak so I can beat them and get back to my books. You sound like an old man, Naruto. He chuckled. I suppose I do. Would you happen to know where Shikamaru Nara and Shino Aburame are? Actually, I do. They are in the same room since Shikamaru is faking. Just go down this hall and it's the last door on the left. Thank you, Saito-sensei. No problem, Naruto. Just stay out of trouble or else. Hi, he said before traveling to his teammate's room. Once he arrived he saw an unexpected sight, Shino staring off into the void, likely having a discussion with his allies while Shikamaru pretended to sleep. For a notoriously lazy boy he pretended to sleep a lot. Hey, fellas. Troublesome. That resulted in Naruto gaining a tick mark. Hello, Naruto-san. No matter how many times Naruto tells Shino he doesn't have to be so formal, he is anyway. So, he's given up, for now. You feeling better, Shino? Yes, my allies were able to neutralize much of the poison. I am only here as a precaution. Thank you for your concern. Of course, we're teammates. What about you, Shikamaru? Still pretending to have chakra exhaustion? Not all of us are walking chakra batteries, you troublesome redhead. You're troublesome, Tem. No, you are. I used to think blondes were the very height of troublesome, but I was wrong. I actually talked to my dad about it and he gave me a knowing look. You clearly descend from troublesome people. You goddamn right I do. My name might mean maelstrom but I'm an eternal flame, baby. Datbeo. Oh, Kurenai, your cute little students are so much cuter than mine. Want to trade? A voice from outside the room said. They are downright adorable, Kakashi, so I think I'll keep them. At being caught in their childish moment, Shino adjusted his glasses, Shikamaru muttered troublesome and Naruto scratched the back of his head. Well, just be careful around Naruto and Raiden Jutsu, he isn't very good with them. Naruto immediately became irate, hair floating in distinct tails. You suck at teaching Raiden, Datbeo. Oh, Naru-chan, is this about the lightning puppy again? Immediately his mood changed from righteous fury to embarrassment. Shut up, you said you'd never bring that up. No, I implied I wouldn't, but it's good to have embarrassing stories about rookie Chunin, it keeps them humble. You got promoted, Naruto? Kurenai asked. Hi, the old man told me just a little while ago, but I don't think it means no one else has a chance. He just confirmed my early. Congratulations were given all around and Naruto the team slipped into comfortable banter while Kakashi excused himself. He took a look back at Kurenai's team and knew, while he truly wanted to be directly involved in Naruto's development, this was likely the best team for him. A supportive team with no egos, and people too smart to give into blind prejudice. His team is good, they've worked out their roles after a lot of effort, so he can't complain, but he hasn't felt the same joy as when he watched an 8-year-old Kushina clone shock himself trying to master the basics of Raiden manipulation. Enjoying time with people he actually liked couldn't be allowed to last, Naruto realized, as he was summoned to a council meeting by an Anbu, the same one that escorted him from the arena. He didn't think the old man would go through with the inheritance stuff so suddenly, but he guessed it was better to just get it all over with. He assured his team he'd tell them all about it when next they met and made his way to the meeting, not wishing to make a bad impression. Once he was allowed entrance into the room, he was greeted with the sight of the clan heads of the major clans of Konoha, from Aburame to Hyuga. Tsunade and Jiraiya were there as well, though Tsunade's presence did make sense as the Senju clan head. Even the old man's advisors were there. The leaders of the major clans were all looking confused as to why they would be there and, especially, why he was there with them. We have a lot to discuss tonight. Well, I have a lot to tell you all. I ask for no interruptions. First order of business. Many of you have suspected the truth but never outright confronted me. This allowed me to violate the clan survival act passed by the daimyo. Naruto is the true heir to the Uzumaki clan. His parents are Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. He will be getting the domicile he has been entitled to his entire life along with full access to his clan's resources. He also has been promoted to Chunin, it was long overdue and the folly of a foolish, old man. As such, he will have a seat on the council or may choose a proxy, but that can be arranged another time, but for tonight, he will join us. Are there any questions outside of why I hide his heritage? I'd like to know if you're sure. Yes, he looks exactly like Kushina, but do you have proof he is Minato's son? Asked Hiyashi. I'm not sure I take to your implication, Hiyashi-san. He really wanted to make a good impression, but he won't let some asshole slander his mother. There'll be some fighting bastards in here before that goes down. I'm only doing my due diligence, Naruto-san. No, you're being an asshole, and if you continue to imply Kushina was anything less than a faithful wife, I'll break every bone in your body. You being a Hyuga doesn't absolve you from responsibility for your words, remember that, Hiyashi. Tsunade chimed in. That's enough. Yes, there is proof and it has been accepted by the daimyo himself, so you have no grounds to question it. Is there anything else? Will you inform us of the why? Asked Shibi. Yes, there are multiple reasons. The easiest to accept is the son of Naruto Namikaze would have had assassins after him before he could walk. I truly wanted to protect Naruto from that, especially when I didn't know if I could fully trust my shinobi to protect him. Many of the shinobi bristled at the accusation. I don't find that fair at all. Sum yelled. She may not have done much for the boy or anything, but she'd never just allow someone to kill him, nor would she believe any of her clan capable of such an act. All the clan heads silently agreed, taking offense at the implication. Naruto held back a scoff but didn't hide how he felt about their performative outrage. Do you disagree, Naruto-san? Shibi asked. The shinobi of the village, generally, were less discriminatory. Though the primary reaction was to treat me like a primed exploding tag they'd rather not be around. Some were more ignorant, some less, but the consensus seemed to be they'd rather I not be anywhere near them. Also, I just had a man imply my mother was a whore to my face as if it weren't offensive. That was my reality, so whether or not any of you would attempt to protect someone you'd prefer not be near you, I don't know, but acting like the old man just levied a grave insult is absurd. When Naruto finished answering Shibi, much of the indignation had left the faces of the clan heads. When taken from Naruto's perspective, it would be easy to assume some would willingly look the other way while he was removed either through kidnapping or murder. Many were having realizations about what their inactivity in the life of Naruto, Minato's child, meant. They speak of his noble sacrifice but had sullied it by their choices. They were all starting to feel the weight of 12 years' worth of shame. Hiyashi felt it more than any. He holds some resentment toward Naruto for injuring Neji to the extent he did and engaged in a moment of pettiness. It was beneath him and surely not justified when speaking about the dead. Moving on, protecting Naruto was one reason, but it wasn't the only, and in retrospect I cannot say with all honesty it was the primary one either. My position was vulnerable. The wealthiest of the civilians were attempting to make a power grab, leveraging the money required to support our recovery. I couldn't allow that. The current daimyo was also an unknown to me and didn't trust he'd send additional resources without requiring something in return, so I did a shameful act. I pilfered money from the Uzumaki clan funds. It was a substantial amount, and in my desire to not lose a necessary emergency fund I allowed a way for Danzo to take funds from the account as well. I've made restitution to Naruto for what I've taken and was in the process of repaying what Danzo stole. This is why I didn't promote him to Chunin. I didn't believe I could delay giving him his inheritance or the knowledge of his parents and clan any longer than that, as an automatic search for any due assets is started when our shinobi make Chunin. The inconsistencies in Naruto's file would have gotten back to the daimyo and this would have been the result. However, the daimyo was alerted to my actions some time ago and had been conducting his own investigation into my and Danzo's actions. He brought it all to my attention a few days ago, where Danzo Shimura was executed for his crimes. I am deeply ashamed of my actions and how they've hurt Naruto. I am even further shamed by the consequences of my actions. As ordered by Daimyo-sama, I will be stepping down as Hokage as soon as I find a worthy replacement. That is expected. What wasn't was the other order given by the daimyo. Hiruzen said before gesturing to his Anbu, who left and returned promptly with a cloaked guest. Take off that ridiculous cloak, this is no time for your games. Hiruzen barked. Kukuku. So mean, Sarutobi-sensei. The familiar laugh and timbre set most of the room on edge. Orochimaru the White Snake was here. Konoha's greatest traitor was here. The Ino-Shika-Cho sprang into action, attempting their well-practiced containment formation. Hiyashi and Sum assumed their taijutsu stances. Shibi wondered if he were surrounded by idiots as the Hokage clearly summoned the notorious traitor. Tsunade and Jiraiya had been warned by Hiruzen he had some shocking news to deliver, so while greatly surprised they didn't blindly attack her. Naruto just wanted to leave. How should you feel about someone that stabs you in the gut but also gives you the means to speak to your dead mother? He hadn't the faintest idea, so hoped he could turn invisible through will alone. All of you sit down, now, Hiruzen shouted, attempting to get control back before things got out of hand. All obeyed their Hokage, though reluctantly. Orochimaru, as ordered by the daimyo, was given a full pardon as she was acting under the orders of Danzo at the time, and as I never punished him, it was unjust to hold a subordinate to a stricter standard. Odo, her shinobi village will become a protectorate of Konoha, operating semi-independently, but my successor will have to iron out the specifics. She is reinstated as an elite Junin and conferred all the rights and privileges befitting her rank, and is still acknowledged as a Sannin. These orders are absolute and beyond contestation. You are all to inform your clansmen of these developments so none erroneously attack her. Sensei, you can't do this. She's a monster. It'd be letting the fox into the chicken coop, no offense Naruto. I can't allow this, I won't let her cause further harm here. Naruto said nothing, still pretending to be invisible. Kukuku, stupid Jiraiya, always talking big, he should shut up before I run him through with my sword and spit roast a few of his toads for good measure. Try it, bitch. However did you suffer this idiot for an entire month, Naruto-kun? You must have lost brain cells by the minute. Now that I'm back, how would you like to be my student? Did she really just ask me that? No, she didn't. None of them can see me, I'm not even here. His denial no jutsu was strong. Never, Jiraiya roared, unleashing his full killing intent. Why not? I've already helped him more than you ever have, isn't that right, Naruto-kun? Naruto just sank into his chair. This woman was crazy but no match for his invisibility jutsu. What do you mean by that? Naruto, what does she mean? Hiruzen asked, but when Naruto kept silent he got a tick mark. You aren't invisible, we can see you. That has never worked, not even when you were a child. Fine, when I started my independent study I would occasionally receive resource materials, mostly advanced chakra theory or whatever. I didn't know who it came from. I figured some Konoha ninja just wanted to help me. See, I'm clearly the better choice to train Naruto-kun. Not some toad summoning lummox. Besides, your skill sets don't even complement each other. Naruto is a just you creator and kenjutsu user. That's elegance. That's finesse. And above all, it's intelligence. You're an oaf. A stupid oaf. That's enough, we aren't here to watch you insult a loyal shinobi. This meeting is over. My former students in Naruto stay. Everyone else, please leave. Are you sure, Hiruzen? Asked Homura. Yes, old friend, I will be fine. He watched his advisor nod and leave with his counterpart. His eyes immediately grew colder as he stared at the snake Sannin. My authority may be diminished greatly, but I will never allow you direct access to Naruto. I won't have you twist him into something dark and ugly, a creature more than a human. Kukuku. You haven't the ability to stop me, you useless relic. It's his choice and any undue influence on his choice would be unwise and likely unhealthy. Are you threatening me, us? Surely you don't believe you could defeat all three of us? That assumes you'd all attack me. Tsunade has been awfully quiet. I want nothing to do with this idiocy nor the twisted dynamic that was our team. Come on, Naruto. Auntie Tsunade is going to drink her dinner until she can't feel feelings anymore, and you are too. I don't Gurk. He couldn't finish as she pulled on the back of his shirt, rapidly exiting the council room. Sensei, we can't let her get near Naruto. Jiraiya said, his eyes pleading for his sensei to do anything to stop her. Why are you so convinced I mean him harm? I've only helped him thus far. You stabbed him in the gut. Just a little. I knew he'd survive and now he has something to remember me by. A little gift from Orochimaru sensei. Shisho. Yes. Shisho, if you want Naruto in the best position to fend off the Akatsuki, you'll leave him in my care. I was actually a member, I have more intelligence on them than anyone else you have access to. If you prefer to hold on to old grudges and stroke your ego, make Naruto work with a lazy pervert that never attempted to aid his godson. And before you start on your excuses, I was a missing nin and I still knew of his interests and helped cultivate them. If anyone deserves to continue his development, it's me. Not the feeble old man nor the useless toad. Just food for thought. Kurenai, Asuma and panther cub named Majila were walking through the village. The two Junin were trusting the nascent tracking ability of the young summons. They'd gone to Naruto's apartment to ask him to meet with the other rookie teams to congratulate him on his promotion and to better establish some camaraderie between him and the other teams. Very few of them knew anything of Naruto except he graduated early, so were surprised by his performance in the exams. The Junin grew suspicious when Majila directed toward a shinobi bar. However, they went in anyway as the cub was quite confident she found her, Oni-chan. And to their shock, she had. Naruto, with half-lidded eyes, was sitting with Lady Tsunade and her longtime apprentice. Naruto, Kurenai called from the front of the bar and Naruto's head immediately shot up. He saw her and began a slow, clearly drunken approach. "Hi sensei," he said a bit loud. "Hi, what are you doing here?" "Oh, I got confirmed as the clan heir of the Uzumaki clan and then Orochimaru got reinstated as a shinobi and she was all, 'Be my student Naruto, no one gets you but me.' And then there was going to be a fight but Tsunade Obaken was like, 'Peace out suckers,' and dragged me along so we could drink until we couldn't feel feelings anymore, but I clearly haven't drank enough because I don't like him," Naruto said, pointing to Asuma. "He's too tall and he's probably got a bunch of short jokes just waiting." "Because I'm short, sensei, am I going to be short forever?" Naruto continued to talk rapidly with his eyes watering at the end, getting as big as saucers. "No, Naruto, you won't be short forever." "Aha, Dadbeo, oh, why are you here with Majila?" "We came to find you, Oni-chan." "But you're supposed to be guarding my apartment." "But I wanted to find you and she said she was your sensei and she smelled nice." "What if she was lying? What if she wasn't?" "Good point," drunken Naruto said, making Kurenai and Asuma form a sweat drop. "Naruto, all of the rookie teams are having dinner together and we want you to join us." "But I can't just leave Tsunade Obaken and Shizune Nichan. I'm sure they'll understand, besides you need to eat something so you sober up." "I won't take no for an answer." Hi, the new Chunin said before going back to his table. The watched as the two women gave him a brief hug and the three shinobi and one summon departed. Once they reached the restaurant, Naruto made a clone to take Majila back home. She wasn't really a guard, Bagheera just wanted the two to get used to each other and bond. He saw a seat free by his team and immediately took it, catching the eyes of the rookies, and the two able-bodied members of Guy's team. "Sup," he said, leaning back. He didn't know why, but walking seemed to make him feel more intoxicated. "Naruto-san, are you drunk?" "Why, yes, teammate Shino, I am quite drunk." "Troublesome. I haven't even done anything yet, Shika. Let me do something first. It's only a matter of time. You can't name one troublesome thing I've ever done. You had 6 of your summons chase me for 3 hours. You need to improve on your cardio, I gave you motivation." "Fear for one's safety is quite motivating, Shikamaru-san," Shino added, getting a thumbs up from Naruto. "See, Shino gets it. I'm glad everything is just one big joke to you," a bun-haired girl cut in, glaring at Naruto. The outburst caught the attention of all at the table. "I'm sorry, have we met?" "No, you just tried to kill both my teammates." "Nani?" said Naruto, confused. "Lee and Neji," Shikamaru filled in the gaps. "Oh, that's incorrect. I only tried to kill one of your teammates. I intended to maim the other." "Very different. And that makes it better. We're supposed to be comrades." "Then, they should have acknowledged their comrade had them beaten and given up." "You didn't have to go that far. Neji may never be a ninja again, it is all he had. Then he should have taken better care of himself. Besides, he looked as if he was truly trying to kill Usagi Hime." He pointed to Hinata, causing her to blush faintly at the name and attention, "and I bet you didn't say one word about it." "I'm sorry, bad things don't confine themselves to just people you don't care about. If I'd realized that were the rules, I'd have let Lee beat my brains in." He finished, causing the girl to leave, Lee following behind her. The Junin overheard the discussion and saw Tenten leave. They were surprised Guy hadn't followed her and looked at him expectantly, causing him to answer the unasked question. "There's nothing I can say tonight to make her see the truth of Naruto's words. I think seeing her teammates easily bested by the same person has shaken her worldview. All she and my team have known, until the exams, is success, and I think they developed a certain amount of arrogance that nothing could touch them. That's my fault, but it won't be fixed tonight. It's okay, guy. That would be difficult to predict. I have trouble getting my team motivated. There's no natural leader among them. Ino's just bossy, but she's also the weakest. Choji is too kind to take charge, and Hinata, while strong, doesn't appear to want to push them. By the time they all make Chunin, assuming they do, this team will not last beyond that. Asuma said, and it was truly an unusual team. His father had expressed concerns about overspecialization and decided to take inspiration from Tsunade, without actually enacting her proposal. He moved to have every team have a tracker, a containment specialist, and a heavy hitter, with one member also able to fulfill a support role. Kakashi argued hard for Naruto to be his tracker, his summons ideal for it, but Iruka and the Sandaime cited potential personality conflicts. Sasuke would do well with a rival around or at his level, but being on a team with someone far and away better than him may have made him even more withdrawn. And if Sasuke ever stole one of Naruto's personal jutsu, they wouldn't have a loyal Uchiha anymore. The Uchiha went through rigorous ethics training, provided by the clan, as they neared graduation age. It was one of the only reasons other ninja could accept sharing a village with someone capable of taking their hard work. They weren't known for stealing the jutsu of allies, because they didn't. However, given Sasuke's drive to kill Itachi and the absence of the ethics training, he may try to steal from Naruto, justifying the need. And Naruto wouldn't care why he did it, he'd demand blood. As the Sandaime explained, Naruto had started to see more and more of the villagers as an outgroup, not his people. If he considered you a friend, he was warm and inviting, even sometimes silly and immature. If you weren't, he could be cold and impersonal. He wouldn't automatically trust his teammates, which means Sasuke might have grossly offended Naruto before a bond could have been formed. It was a disaster waiting to happen. Kakashi accepted this and accepted he'd be the best person to instill the ethical use of a Sharingan to Sasuke. He couldn't have Hinata, the top kunoichi, for personality conflicts as well. Apparently Sasuke was too much like Hiashi. This would either harm Hinata's growth as she became insecure, or show further signs of emotional abuse, or she'd snap and try to kill Sasuke since she can't kill her father. As such, he got Sakura. The Sandaime argued she was a blank slate and could be molded to fit near any role, outside of tracker. She did have a lot of potential if he ever found a way to channel it, but being on a team with the object of her affections impedes her growth. Kiba was a good teammate. He was brash, but constantly being beat by Sasuke curbed it, a bit. That was actually the problem. He didn't push Sasuke. He accepted Sasuke was better than him and deferred to him as the team leader. It improved team dynamics, but not the underlying issues of his other team members. Sasuke doesn't have to bond with his team as they follow his lead with little pushback. Sakura still gets to think Sasuke is an unparalleled genius she can always rely on. It was a mess, and while the team would last longer than Asuma's, they didn't bring the best out of each other. The rest of the evening passed without further incident, with the rookies chatting away. They all departed, and Naruto, finally sober, decided to head to his apartment. It had been a long day and he just wanted to unwind. That, however, was not to be, as he sensed a presence in his apartment. Activating the emergency seals, should someone penetrate his initial security, Naruto walked in to see an amused Orochimaru on his couch, petting Majila, who was purring happily. "Hi, Oni-chan," the panther cub said. "This is a strong gravity seal. Is it reinforced by my chakra?" "Kukuku, impressive," observed. Thanks. What are you doing here and how did you get in?" "She let me in," Orochimaru said, causing Naruto to sweat drop. He's really going to have to make her more suspicious of people. Sensing his silent recrimination, Majila spoke in her defense. "She smells like your scrolls, so I thought she was okay." He had to concede her point. It wouldn't make a lot of sense to keep training materials from an enemy, but still he'd have to withhold some snacks even if she pouted. He wouldn't break this time. "As for why I'm here, if you'd release me I'd be happy to tell you." Naruto deactivated the secondary seals while re-engaging his primary. If the old man let her back in the village, at the daimyo's instruction, he reasoned she likely wasn't here to kill him. He took a chair from his desk and sat across from her, awaiting her explanation. "Why so far away? I don't bite." "But you do stab." "I do, but it was a lesson you needed to learn." "And what lesson was that?" "Getting impaled hurts. Being overly noble will get you killed." "You didn't leave me much choice." "Sure I did. You could have attacked me as a team, and as they distracted me you fled." she said and saw the disgust on Naruto's face. Ah, you'd never do that, yes? No, I wouldn't. Then accept that path leads to pain. You'll never abandon your comrades. Put their safety above your own. Then acknowledge you'll sometimes suffer for it. Did my little love tap make you reconsider anything you did? No. Good. Wouldn't want you changing too much but also can't have you blind to what your beliefs may lead to. Well, arigato, sensei-sama. I am most humbled by your wise words and wiser actions. I think I like that even more than Shisho. Yes, when you become my student I think I'll have you call me that. I haven't said yes, I haven't made a decision. Kukuku, whatever you decide just don't exclude the middle, she said and he quirked an eyebrow. She just smiled as if to say it'd make sense soon enough. So, onto why I'm here, did you manage to solve my little puzzle? Yes. How did you get the DNA of my mother and Mito Senju? I'm a world-class ninja, Naruto-kun. There isn't much I can't do. Right. So, how did you manage it? I broke the jutsu down to its most basic elements, yin and yang. It summons the yin energies of the dead, it needs a yang counterpart. The body and the DNA acts as a beacon to attract the yin but also help merge the yin to a foreign yang. Orochimaru listened closely to his words, her genius mind cycling through explanations until her eyes widened a fraction. Yang release. Yep, pure yang release channeled into a shadow clone was how I was able to do. So, you can do yang release now. How far have you gotten with it? Just the shadow clone. I was under a tight deadline and learning to focus the balance of my chakra to yang took a majority of the month. What happened? Where are they? They both returned to the pure world. For Mito, she felt her time had passed and outside of Tsunade, all of her family is with her there. Mai Ka-chan was conflicted but ultimately felt it unnatural. Apparently the control seal can distract them from it as they have orders to follow, but when they retain their free will there's always this sense that a part of them is wrong and shouldn't be there. The foreign yang. Yay, she didn't appear to have any moral qualms about it or concerns about balance or whatever, she just said she felt wrong. Fascinating. What will you do now? I'm not sure. I know I want to develop yang release more, but as far as the Edo Tensei, he said with a shrug. Don't abandon it entirely. It'd be fitting. Minato perfected the Hiraishin and you can perfect the Edo Tensei. Why do I have to get the zombie jutsu? Luck of the draw. Well, that's all I wanted to ask you, so I will take my leave for the night. She said, placing Majila on the couch. Oh, and Naruto. Don't stare at my ass on my way out. Causing the boy to sputter, much to her amusement. When she left, Naruto glared at the lone panther cub. Majila, we need to discuss you doing whatever is requested of you for a pretty face or pleasing scent. You think she's pretty? Not the point. So, for dereliction of duty, no snacks and no belly rubs for a week. Oni-chan. 3 days had come and gone since the end of the Chunin exams and the official reinstatement of Orochimaru. The following day the Sandame announced her return to the entire village and it did not go well. The civilians were terrified, the boogie woman had returned to dissect them and their children they wailed. The ninja were on edge as well. She was a well-known traitor, so to be allowed back and for it to come from the daimyo himself. The seasoned among them realized there was a game being played well beyond their level but would watch their step around the snake Sanin. There was one person that wasn't happy, wasn't accepting but also wasn't afraid. She was livid, enraged, angered to the point of distraction. She begged the Sandame to reconsider, ranted and raved about how this woman was the embodiment of evil. The old Hokage couldn't fault the kunoichi, few had been as affected by Orochimaru's machinations than her, but his hands were tied. She realized he couldn't, or wouldn't do anything and had thrown herself into a bender to cope. Her friends tried to help but there wasn't much they can do. The situation was simply unchangeable, and if Anko tried to attack Orochimaru she'd be stripped of her status as a kunoichi and possibly imprisoned, if the Sanin didn't kill her outright. None of them were used to seeing Anko so distressed and hated how powerless they were to console the, normally, lively kunoichi. Kurenai's team was ordered to stay on light duty as 2 of her team members were still being considered for promotion, the Orochimaru fallout having delayed final decisions, and Naruto had clan business to attend to. This allowed her to stick by her friend, attempting to sober her up with her favorite treat, dango. Are you feeling better now? There is no better as long as she is alive. Maybe there is a long-term missions you can be sent on, to get some space. I'm not running, Kurenai. Not from her. Never from her. Then what, Anko? You can't remain like this, you'll only be hurting yourself and those who care about you. I don't know. I feel helpless. How did she get the daimyo on her side? It makes no sense. Although, it is convenient that she comes back and your brat gets his long-denied promotion and acknowledged as a clan heir. Funny, that. What are you implying, Anko? She has an interest in him. Don't know what, don't know why, but it's there. And the kid is about as attached to this village as that Neji is to his right arm. Naruto wouldn't betray the village, he wouldn't betray his team. Maybe not now but before. Heritage hidden, stalled career and most of the villagers still disliking him. You think a few people is enough to keep him in hell? Nah, and I bet she knows that too. She'll have her hooks in him before you know it and he'll be twisted just like she is. Anko said and was immediately slapped in response. You don't get to talk about my student like that. Naruto is nothing like her. I wasn't either, until I was influenced by her. You'll see. Majila was running frantically, making note to use the shadow walk like her two-sama taught her. She needed to get help. Just a bit ago 2 strange men came to the apartment. One tried to get through the security but couldn't. The presence of one of the men had the small cub shaking, it felt oppressive and overwhelming. They made mention of trying to find her Oni-chan, so as soon as she sensed them gone, she left via a secret exit to go find help. She smelled 2 familiar scents, one was his sensei but her presence didn't seem to match those men, so she opted to find the other lady that smelled like snake and gave really good tummy rubs. She ran non-stop until she found the woman at a cafe with some other person. As she approached she jumped on the table, causing the boy to tense and prepare to attack. Kabuto, stop, the lady ordered. Now, little one, what seems to be the issue? 2 men were looking for Oni-chan. One had more chakra than even Oni-chan did. They were in these cape things with red clouds on them and I think he might be in trouble. She got out, completely out of breath. Do you know where Naruto-kun is right now? The cub nodded. He uses a faraway training ground when he wants to be alone. I can show you. Good, Kabuto, we're leaving, Orochimaru said, picking up the cub and following her directions. Naruto was having a rather crappy day. It started out fine, no mission to worry about, so he went to train for a bit. While working through the grapples of the panther style with a shadow clone, he felt his awareness shift. Immediately he suspected genjutsu and dispelled it, to see 2 cloaked individuals approach him. He cursed himself for being caught off guard but wouldn't just react blindly because of it. They removed their straw hats as the short one began to speak. We need you to come with us, Naruto-kun, he said, and once the hat was complete off he realized who they were, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki. He was boned. Bagheera might not even be much help against these guys and he couldn't justify putting his summons at risk on the slight chance they'd make a difference. He needed to do 2 things, avoid looking Itachi in the eyes and come up with a plan to escape. He looks like the type to resist Itachi. Maybe I should cut off his legs, the large man said, going for his sword. Besides, I hear he fashions himself a swordsman. I can put him to the test. We need him alive, Kisame. Besides, he won't resist. Without saying a word or making a gesture, his existing shadow clone sent 2 kunai at Itachi, each infused with his supersonic chakra flow technique. Itachi tossed 2 kunai to meet Naruto's but was surprised when Naruto's cleaved, effortlessly, through his own, causing the Uchiha prodigy to have to dodge. The real Naruto had not been idle as he created 2 Fuin Bunshin. A weakness of this jutsu is due to the complicated chakra molding. He could only make 2 at a time and it was limited by how many seals he could materialize through chakra. Naruto only had 3 as he'd been somewhat limited in his Fuinjutsu studies, though Mito and his mom had sought to correct that. The exploding array was one he'd demonstrated. The next was gravity seals as they made for a good containment method. If all went according to plan, Kisame would discover his 3rd one. The blue man closed the distance between Naruto and himself in the blink of an eye and hurriedly brought down Samahata to dispel the clones. However, right before it made contact with the first clone it dispelled itself, leaving the array planted on the sword, and with the quickest flare of the original's chakra, Samahata was gone into Naruto's personal storage void. The other clone tried to take advantage of the opening but was dispelled with minimal effort as an enraged Kisame rushed at Naruto, slamming his fist into the redhead's jaw. Naruto's vision was swimming and he fell to his knees, only to receive a sharp kick to his ribs, a kick powerful enough to lift him off the ground. Kisame was so angered by the theft of his sword he didn't notice the brief glow on the ground. Naruto had suspected the kick was coming and used the moment to create space between him and the ground, so while in midair he performed a desperation shunshin, while also triggering the explosive array he planted while bowed by Kisame's blow. The large blue man was tossed back and suffered minor burns, but nothing that would impede him for long. Naruto came out of his shunshin and immediately retrieved two kunai. He knew they would most likely follow him via the same technique. The shunshin wasn't a viable combat technique because it was disorienting and just predictable enough to give your target a brief warning to go on the defensive. However, after prolonged study, Naruto became able to see the displacement the high-speed technique caused and estimate about where it would end. It's how he killed Zabuza after the Demon of the Mist threw his legendary sword. The path of the shunshin was obvious and a few wind chakra-infused kunai ended his life. Naruto waited. He only planned to attempt this with Kisame. Itachi's Sharingan would render the ambush useless. He'd see it coming even if he wasn't as proficient with the technique as Shisui Uchiha was. He threw the infused kunai and then performed the 6 hand signs required for one of his original jutsu. A Kaiden jutsu shot in a straight line, it traveled very fast. Instead of ending the Kaiden with the tiger sign, the sign that essentially ignites the chakra, Naruto finishes with snake, giving it Suiden-like properties. The excited chakra will saturate an object, and once said object can't handle any more of the excited chakra, it'll explode. Fire style. Combustion stream, he muttered, aiming for the two kunai, and they caused the expected explosion, it being superheated thanks to the presence of the wind chakra. Unfortunately, the concussion made him miscalculate. He managed to further hurt Kisame, but it wasn't enough to kill the Kiri missing nin, at least not immediately, and he still had Itachi to deal with. The Kyuubi's chakra was healing the concussion and his cracked ribs, but it wouldn't be fast enough. Kisame was getting to his fit. He had, at the very least, second-degree burns on the right side of his face and body. The shrapnel from the kunai pierced him as well, so he had limited range of motion and responsiveness in his right arm. But he didn't care. He didn't care about the mission, about his leader or any of it. He was going to kill that little annoyance and they could get the fox later. Kisame began his approach toward Naruto, fully prepared to end the little shit that injured him and stole his sword. Until he collapsed on the ground and could no longer feel his legs. He couldn't see what happened, but Itachi could and knew the blade that literally stabbed Kisame in the back and then immediately retracted. "Long time no see, Itachi-kun," she said, now standing over his downed partner along with another male, possibly around Itachi's age. "Don't interfere in this, Orochimaru. Don't make Leader Sama any more motivated to find and kill you." Itachi knew Orochimaru had returned to Konoha. The very thought sicked him, but he didn't expect her to come to the defense of the container. Itachi briefly wondered if she had plans to experiment on him and considered killing Naruto outright as a mercy and a way to protect Konoha. Orochimaru said nothing, surveying the area. She could tell Naruto was hurt, his breathing looked pained. She was going to have Kabuto heal Kisame after she dealt with Itachi. The Sharkman would die for this. "Leave, Itachi," she said, her voice lacking the sadistic mirth it is normally infused with. "I can't do that, in Sannin or not, you're no match for me," Itachi said before vacating his current position as a high-powered heel came crashing down. As soon as Itachi had his feet planted, he felt them surrounded by some weird substance that made him unable to move. "This is where you die, Itachi," he heard from behind him. The Sannin, all of the Sannin were here. This was bad but not unsalvageable. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, planning to burn whatever this was and flee. Before he could, he felt something pierce his back. Whatever it was just missed his heart, but the pain was unbearable. Each of the Sannin saw the projectile make a beeline for Itachi but weren't sure they believed what they saw. Until Naruto pulled it back and caught one of the 7 legendary swords of Kiri, the Nuibari. Tsunade made her way to Naruto to check on him as she noticed the same things Orochimaru had. Kabuto went to Itachi to make sure he'd survive transport to a secure facility, and Jiraiya created 2 prison transport scrolls. Once Kabuto saw to Itachi and confirmed he was stable, Jiraiya put him in the scroll. He was going over to Kisame but was too late. Orochimaru had beheaded the man as he lay helpless on the ground. "What are you doing? We could have interrogated him for intel," Jiraiya shouted. She met eyes with Jiraiya, and the Toad Sage saw blind fury and madness in those slitted pupils, and the surrounding area was heavy with her killing intent. "Say one more thing to me and I'll flay you, then dump you in a vat of salt water." she hissed. Jiraiya wanted to press the issue further, almost exclusively out of habit, but Tsunade reminded them they had to turn over Itachi and get Naruto to a hospital. The fractured jaw and broken ribs were easy enough to handle, but he had a severe concussion, so certain protocols needed to be adhered to while he was in the village. As if a switch had been flipped, Orochimaru ceased the killing intent and summoned a snake to dispose of Kisame as if he were trash. Once Tsunade situated Naruto on her back, the Sannin and Kabuto headed back to the village at a sedate pace, Tsunade refusing to travel any faster than necessary given Naruto's condition. Chapter 3. The Becoming. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, taking pulls from his pipe. He was distressed by the information he was given. Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru had finally given him everything they'd known about the Akatsuki, and all the information provided lead to one conclusion. He wasn't the conclusion he wanted. This was supposed to be different. Hadn't he done this enough? Given enough? Lost enough? Was he really supposed to work himself up for this one more time? Was this a divine punishment for not faithfully living up to his ideals? For his past misdeeds, he was supposed to give the new generation something better. Maybe he still could. He tried to reason his way out of it, he tried to think of an alternative but stopped. That is what had gotten him into this mess, always looking for the soft option when sometimes problems required more. But there was so much to do and he'd have to risk the ire of the daimyo, but it was necessary. 2 letters were sent, one to daimyo justifying his need to stay in the chair a little longer. The other, to Rasa. The support of Suna would be most helpful, but if he declined, Hiruzen would have to make do. The course was set. Allowing this Akatsuki free rein to do whatever they wished would be foolish, especially as he bore some responsibility for its rise. Orochimaru savored every poisonous word as she relayed how his refusal to neutralize Danzo led to another enemy with a grudge against Konoha. But this wasn't the time for guilt. He'd given himself and therefore his forces 6 months to get where they needed to be. After that, they were going to war with Akatsuki and AIM. Even saying it, war, felt heavy. It was acknowledging you'd be sending some segment of your forces to their deaths. You had done so before the first order was given. But this organization with its unknown agenda, outside of collecting the Biju, was too dangerous to allow to move through the shadows. He'd have to get Tsunade training more medical ninja. He wouldn't ignore the worth of that advice again. He'd have Jiraiya shore up his spy network, especially now that he didn't have to split his focus between Oto and the Akatsuki. Hiruzen wanted every bit of information they could get. So many plans, so much preparation. His village had gotten soft, too comfortable with the peace they'd enjoyed. In many ways, the village reflected his own decline. A decline thrown into sharp relief when he considers Orochimaru. She's had him beat every step of the way. He's been outplayed so thoroughly, it was over before he realized a game was afoot. But this last order, this is what she truly wanted. She put him in a corner and he had only one viable option. Jiraiya could train him eventually, but she was right, their skills didn't complement each other outside of a shared interest in Fuinjutsu. He hoped he wasn't damning a boy he saw as a grandson, and one that used to see him as a surrogate grandfather. He hoped that not even Orochimaru's taint would be enough to darken his soul, but this was necessary and Shinobi endured, so Naruto would have to endure this. Request for apprenticeship by Orochimaru of the Sannin, named apprentice Naruto Uzumaki, approved by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage. He wasn't in any extreme pain. Some discomfort, but he could manage that. A part of him hated he wound up back here, once again taken down in 2 strikes by a vastly superior opponent, but he was alive and had not been impaled, or shaven. He even has another legendary sword. So, all in all, a banner day for one Naruto Uzumaki. He's done a shinobi's work and deserves a shinobi's rest. The unwanted, uninvited and inconsiderate guest in his room doesn't share this opinion, he doesn't share it at all. How did you do it? I need to know. I heard you the first time, Uchiha-san. I'm sorry my convalescence has delayed my response time to your queries. How I did it is simple, neither he nor his partner took me the least bit seriously and I was able to delay them long enough for the freaking Sannin to arrive. So, I guess the real answer is the same one you got from the start. Why would he care about you? What's so special about you? I'm sure the, no offense, part of that is implied. And in response, it doesn't matter. I don't have anything more to say on the matter, so if you would please leave my room, I'd appreciate it. Sasuke realized he was being a pest. The redhead wasn't in the hospital for fun. He could have come back another time or went to someone else, but his need for revenge fueled the small bit of jealousy he felt for the Uzumaki. Itachi had told him he wasn't worth killing, but this kid, same age as him, is. Why? What made him worthy? In a moment of pique and childishness, Sasuke did something that was beneath him and even he'd admit was jerkish. He grabbed Naruto by what should be the collar of his shirt as he was still wearing his face mask and demanded Naruto answer his unasked questions. The villagers never beat Naruto. Never chased in, there were no mobs to duck on his birthday. As such, he developed a sense that even they thought physical violence was a bridge too far. That wasn't the case, it's just that attempts of physical violence resulted in immediate execution, and that was one of the few things Hiruzen was intractable on. Because of this, Naruto developed a rule, more subconscious than anything. If they never touched him, never vandalized his stuff, he'd just ignore them. He might dislike them, but he would ignore them. But no one puts their hands on him without response. He would meet violence with violence and not apologize for it. He didn't even bother to make Sasuke release his shirt. It wouldn't matter, and 3 hand signs performed faster than an eye blink. He demonstrated why, as his once languid hair were now crimson spikes long enough to impale the wall adjacent from his bed. However, there was no Uchiha stuck to the wall. Naruto-kun, that was a tad strong, wasn't it? Kakashi said, holding his wide-eyed student, quickly coming to terms with how close to death he'd been. He wanted to glare at the redhead, but the look in the Uzumaki's eyes dared him to. He shouldn't have put his hands on me, Naruto said, ending his jutsu and his hair returning to its natural state. He should not have, but surely the penalty for such an offense isn't death. Just break a leg next time, Kakashi replied with an eye smile, and Naruto nodded. Sasuke grew concerned as he wasn't sure if either party was joking or not. What the hell happened in here? Please no yelling, Tsunade Obeken. Then tell me why there are 2 holes in the wall that weren't there when I left. Sasuke and Naruto had a bit of a misunderstand, Tsunade-sama. I take full responsibility and will be disciplining my student for his outbursts, Kakashi said, pulling Sasuke away. He didn't want to be around an angry Tsunade. As the members of Team 7 departed, Tsunade ran a quick diagnostic over Naruto and was satisfied with his recovery but wouldn't let him leave. She was amazed when he didn't complain, just asked if there was a soft light available so he could read, which she had the support staff provide, and left him to his devices. He was on his knees gasping for air. His training session hadn't gone well. His timing was off. His balance was shot. He used to move with grace, now he plods. He has to fight his instincts, them telling him to use a hand that is no longer there. The phantom pains are still there, and in his dreams he remembers the sensation. It haunts him, be he conscious or not. In moments so much had been taken from him. Word had come that the daimyo ordered the end of the cage bird seal. The branch family was going to be free and had the option to form their own clan in restitution to the generations of oppression. Neji should be happy, but he can't stop himself from thinking their freedom was bought with his arm, and he doesn't know if it was worth the price. He's free, but he is also less. He once was a servant, but he was strong, capable. More than capable, prodigious. His potential limitless, so he imagined, but now he's broken. So while his fellow branch members cheer and the main family speak empty words about relocation, Neji trains. He trains and trains and trains. And she watches. He can feel her eyes on him. Every moment, every twitch. Nothing escapes her gaze, her eyes sharper than most give her credit for. He hates her eyes, eyes that presume to watch him in such close detail. Picking apart his every flaw, laying him completely bare to her judgment. How dare someone weak possess such eyes? Eyes that look through him when he informed her of her fate. Eyes that deem him lesser. Eyes of the entitled, of the blessed, the chosen, that can't bear the burden of luxury. Minimal expectation, and she falters, always seeking to break from tradition when tradition keeps the Hyuga strong. She's a failure, and he hates her. He'd have his father if not for her. His father would be free if not for her. She takes and takes and takes from him. Her lack of talent as great as his genius, the two in inverse. Both cannot rise. What harms one benefits the other. She was strengthened by his injury. Was the Uzumaki her agent? Sent to avenge her loss because she was too weak to do it herself? It must be. Why else would he be so brutal to a complete stranger? She set this in motion. She watches him now to see her master work, to see the fruits of her labor, his struggle. That bitch. Stop watching me. His breathing has become even more ragged. He can't take it anymore. Even injured, you are still quiet, the genius, Ni-san. She said evenly. What does that mean? Are you mocking me? Why would I mock you? We are family. The end of the seal does not make us family. You and I can never be family. So enjoy your momentary victory because it won't last. I take no pleasure in your disability. Watching you struggle holds no entertainment for me. I'm not what you say I am. You are. It was decided by fate. Then fate was always going to take your arm, and if I found it amusing, that too would be fate. You should have no feelings on the matter, correct? It is all predestined. Neji does not speak. He cannot craft a retort, and Hinata takes that as her cue to leave. She did not lie. Seeing Neji hurt held no pleasure for her. What pleasure could you take of watching someone live on in injury when you sincerely wished them dead? Her plans were coming together much faster than she'd ever anticipated. She knew with the information she had the Akatsuki, the old fool, would feel the need to be proactive. He hadn't lost all of his instincts, but she assumed he'd be too soft to lead the charge, that he'd delay for a year or two and let his replacement handle it. But this is almost better. He'd have to sit in that chair and live with the disgrace, as many of his top junin wonder if he's going to war to cling to power, the man of peace himself being considered a warmonger. It was delicious, but still didn't bring her the fraction of satisfaction that him assigning Naruto to her did. She assumed she'd get him in the period before Jiraiya went to prepare for a training trip, the same as he did for Minato. But no, he's hers outright. Sarutobi claims it's only for the 6 months leading to the invasion, but that'd be plenty of time to get him ready. She just couldn't wait. Jiraiya's expression when the old monkey made his decision was just icing on an incredibly sweet cake. He could only glare, the one sign of his impotent rage. She would get Naruto ready and with the might of Konoha, vanquish all of their enemies. Then the old monkey can go wither away in irrelevance while she and Naruto-kun continued to break barriers. She couldn't wait. She was heading down the final path to her compound, to see her former apprentice waiting for her. You seem happy. Whose soul did you eat today, sensei? Oh, Anko-chan, you smell of disappointment and sake. Well, you always smell of disappointment. Fuck you, bitch. You were never really my type. So I've heard. Is it the red hair or the prepubescent penis? Such a crass little trollop you turned out to be. And I'd request you not speak of my new apprentice that way. God, the old man has really given up, hasn't he? To allow you to be the master of anyone is criminal but him. I don't know if I should try to kill you to save him or kill him to save the rest of us. Anko spoke and immediately found a firm hand around her throat and was lifted off the ground. Poor little Anko, she never did know when to shut up. I should really snap your neck right here, but that's what you want. One final act to show sensei cares. Be honest, you were never mad I left. You were mad I left you. How could I? You want to know why? Why I gave you the curse mark and left you in that lab? Because the depths to which you disappointed are hard to articulate. I thought you were someone like me, but you weren't. That seal was to maximize your potential, no more and no less. I wanted a student that would accomplish something new, change the shinobi world. You just wanted to please me like some concubine. Orochimaru said, her grasp tightening. And now you threaten Naruto-kun because I see his value, having nurtured it in a far less direct way than I did with you, and yet look at him, at how much he's accomplished because he was willing to do so. Orochimaru finally let Anko go, dropping her to the ground. Anko immediately began to rub her throat, trying to ease the pain. People think I want another me. I want someone in my image who thinks like me. Why would I want that? I'm not that egotistical. I don't need a replacement or an heir to some imagined throne. Unlike most of you unremarkables, I don't want to change Naruto in the slightest. I want him to be the best version of himself, even if that version is my antithesis. Yay, right, no one would believe that. Orochimaru smiled, that's what she was counting on. He would and he will. He isn't beholden to groupthink and is willing to find things out for himself. But I'll tell you, like I told Sarutobi and Jiraiya, Anko, if you interfere with my apprentice or try to influence him in a way I don't like, it won't be healthy for you. And if that's too cryptic, I'll be literal. I'll kill you, Anko. Do we have an understanding? Seeing her former student isn't responding, Orochimaru grabs her hair and pulls her head back. Do we have an understanding, Anko? Hi. Good girl. Now, run along, and the next time we speak try to be a bit more polite. You're a kunoichi, not a corner girl. He stares at his charge not knowing what to say. His words fall on deaf ears and he really isn't one to give speeches, it's never been his thing. He's the cool, aloof, genius and really cool type. You're supposed to hang off his every word. But this boy, he's immune to the coolness. It was vexing. It was annoying, but before now, it hadn't been dangerous. Sasuke couldn't know Naruto's hard and fast rule or why the boy had it, but he needs to learn his emotional outbursts can get him hurt. If that had been another senior ninja, they may have just snapped his wrist and been done with it, but he'd really rather gamble with the health of his student. So now the boy is tied up with ninja wire looking at Kakashi with all the hate his little body can muster, but at least he has enough sense not to activate his Sharingan or Kakashi might have had to pop him one. I know you hate Itachi. I know why. No one can fault you for wanting him dead, for it to be a driving motivator in your life. But these childish temper tantrums, that needs to end, Sasuke. You almost got skewered today because you violated the personal space of the wrong shinobi, and had I not been there your revenge would be moot. How was I to know he'd react like that? We're trained killers, he was just ambushed by two S-rank ninja. If you knew nothing else you should assume he'd be a little worked up having survived what should have been certain death or defeat. Also, he had a concussion, so your shaking and yelling wasn't helping matters. That's just baseline observations even a genin should have been able to make. The boy hung his head in shame. Finally, something got through to him. I just needed to know why Itachi thought he was worth it, what made him so special. If you knew, then what? What would knowing solve? Shouldn't you just be relieved he is in custody and no one else died to make it happen? I heard he managed to stab him in the back. No genin nor chunin should be able to do that. Why, he's not invulnerable and he's not a god. And as Naruto mentioned, he was with the Sannin. All of them. Do you think none of them would be able to make Itachi leave a small opening in his defense? He likely wasn't concerned about Naruto at that point, and that was his mistake. That's the thing about this profession, Sasuke. It only takes one time to fall into the right trap or fall for the right trick, and powerful or not you die. Is he well enough to talk? Yes, but don't push it. He was lucky Naruto was concussed, or the Nuibari would have pierced his heart and killed him instantly. I don't exactly feel lucky, Tsunade-sama. Itachi quipped, small smile on his face. Shut it, brat, you missed your last checkup. Being a missing nin doesn't allow for one to keep a consistent schedule, especially with the Akatsuki starting their initial play. What can you tell me about that, Itachi-kun? The Sandaime spoke. Leader Sama wanted to test the youngest Jinchuriki, assess their threat level since we wouldn't be going after them for a few years. Why the delay? The Mizukage died, Sandaime-sama. The Sanbi won't reform for at least 3 years. How long do you think it'd take them to replace you and Kisame? I'm not sure. S-rank nuke nin aren't common and they really need to be of that caliber. Maybe a year and a half. Itachi postulated. Good. Itachi, you return now in a time of upheaval. Some of my past indiscretions have come to light, so I am not long for the chair, but I won't leave the Akatsuki to my replacement. I must once call on your service once again. I believe Maelstrom will need you now more than ever. What do you mean? Asked Itachi. Even Tsunade was confused at what new danger Naruto found himself subjected to. Orochimaru has returned. She gamed the daimyo to make it so and has been 5 steps ahead of me. She wants Naruto. I don't know why, but currently she is the one best suited to raise his skill level quickly. I know my student. She will demand he be subjected to a period of isolation, just her and whoever she may choose to aid in his development. As his master, she has that right. But as a clan heir, one that faced a recent abduction attempt, I think he'll need additional security, and as Hokage that is my right. It'll be an observe and report assignment just like last time. I accept, Hokage-sama. What about Sasuke? I believe you should have the right to decide. Inform him of the truth and I'll do what I can to mend your broken bond. If you wish he stay ignorant, I can claim you are in a secure facility or even succumb to your injuries. No one would be too credulous at the idea you fell to the Sannin. When would I need to start my watch over Naruto-kun? You'll be on bed rest for at least 5 more days, no debate. Tsunade stated, brooking no argument. Then you'll have your answer no later than that, Sandaime-sama. Accepting his response, the Sandaime and Tsunade leave Itachi's room and head for an exit. When this aim issue is resolved, I want you to replace me. Snort. I bet you do, but I vehemently decline. Tsunade, please. The village will need strong leadership. Then let Jiraiya do it. It's about time he stopped playing spy anyway. Hell, he'd take the position to spite Orochimaru. That's part of the problem. He'd go out of his way to antagonize her. That would end in disaster, a disaster with Naruto in the middle of it. And with Naruto involved, that is involved as well. So, what, you think will keep Jiraiya and Orochimaru from killing each other and make sure your Jinchuriki is stable? No, I want nothing to do with this. Also, why would Naruto be in the middle? He doesn't seem aware Jiraiya is his godfather. At this point, Jiraiya is just his father's sensei that half-assed his Chunin finals training. She has something planned for Naruto and Jiraiya won't sit idly by and allow it to happen. And I will. No, you won't needlessly antagonize her, and since you're his Obaken, if you warn him he'll believe you. No, he'll take it under consideration and look for proof. Likely because he's had to learn to rely on himself from an early age. Funny how that works. I can't have that fight again, Tsunade. You're the best choice. And maybe with you in the chair this village can get back something it's lost under my leadership. You may even inspire Naruto to want to be Hokage again, Sarutobi said, causing Tsunade to glare at him. That's more reason not to take the hat. If he gave up on that idiotic dream then all the better, he'll live longer. Maybe have a family and find some happiness. Tsunade, just consider it. Until then, you have your medical training program. Get as many medics trained up as you can and start back seriously training yourself. PFF'd, take your own advice, old man. You'll get your damn medics, 3 decades late. As far as that other thing, don't bank on me accepting. It's enough I'm here and having to deal with this bullshit again. The next day found Team Kurenai in the Sandame's office. The ceremony was brief and all were informed that Shikamaru and Shino would become Chunin, making Team Kurenai the first team to promote to Chunin during their first exam since the Sannin. Both boys accepted the vests and new promotion. Both Kurenai and Naruto were happy that the entire team was allowed to succeed together. Hiruzen gave them their moment of merriment before he continued. While this is good news, this also signifies a change. While you are allowed to stay together as a team and I'd suggest you do, Naruto will officially be entering into an apprenticeship. Hiruzen said and saw the surprise on all of their faces. I'm sure Naruto informed you of who attacked him, yes. Seeing them all nod, he continues, we have received a great deal of information about this organization and where they are located. This is an A-class secret, I'm only telling you because of your connection to Naruto. In 6 months' time we will be invading AIM with the intention of ending the Akatsuki threat. That is why Naruto will be entering into an apprenticeship. Hokage-sama, if he is a target, shouldn't he be left out of the invasion? Kurenai asked, clearly worried about her student. If Naruto were some low-level Chunin, yes. But he isn't and his combat prowess will be needed. As he is now I'd allow him to go but after our ramp up I'm more than confident he'll be prepared. I've already spoken with your fathers and they have agreed to increase your training as well. You will still take missions but they'll be primarily combat-oriented so you have field experience to go with your new skills. This won't be easy nor will it be pleasant but striking the Akatsuki down while we have the element of surprise is the best choice available. Seeing the boys nod in understanding, he continued. Naruto, your training with Orochimaru begins in a week. She's requested you not take missions and solely focus on her training during that time. She'll collect you from your apartment on the day you start. You will have your nights free so don't lose connection with your team. If you have no questions, you are all dismissed. The team departed, the newly promoted Chunin heading off to their training grounds but Kurenai had somewhere else to go. She could no longer ignore Anko's words as paranoia. She knew Naruto and the Sandame had a strained relationship but she assumed if Orochimaru did intend him harm, the Hokage could protect him. But he assigned her student to the Viper herself. Even as a Junin, there are things she is not aware of and things the Hokage clearly had no intention of telling her. That only made her concern grow more. It didn't help she'd briefly ran into the Sannin while visiting Naruto. Kurenai was a Junin, a new Junin but one all the same and even she was slightly cowed by the passive presence of Orochimaru. The woman excluded supreme confidence, as if she always had things in hand and you were always just a toy for her to play with. It was unnerving and Naruto was going to be subjected to that for at least 6 months. If she could barely stand to be near an alleged ally, how would she be able to protect Naruto from the people targeting him? As she currently was, she couldn't. She need to better herself, just as her students would be doing. She needed to expand her skill set, shore up any weaknesses and get creative with what she was good at. She had a lot of work to do but knew there was a generalist, someone who was quite good at everything without being outwardly fantastic at any one thing in particular. She arrived at her destination promptly, knocking on the door more frantically than she intended. Soon, the door was opened and she was greeted by the resident. "Asuma, I need your help." He walks with a confident stride and stern visage. It doesn't not reflect his true feelings, but as a hyuga it is what is expected of him. Expectations, perceptions matter. He wishes his eldest daughter would understand that. He wishes a lot about her, mostly that she didn't hate him and her clan. He can see it. Anyone who would bother to pay attention to Hinata could, but most do not take the time. He does. He knows this is his fault, the coldness and lack of affection he subjected her to soon after her mother passed and she was almost kidnapped. It didn't break her, but she grew quiet and distant. She tolerates him, Hanabi and everyone else, and if it didn't end up with a cage bird seal she'd likely just leave the clan to be free of them. Yes, the Byakugan sees all and he sees her desire to be rid of them. Her clan is little more than weights she cannot cast off. He does not know how to reach her. Her eyes burn with absolute hatred for him and any attempt to mend what is broken between them is rebuffed. He was weak, a weak man that hid behind tradition and a facade to mask his overwhelming grief. He should have ended the separation between branches. He could have freed his brother, but he wanted to be a perfect leader of the Hyuga, to do what is expected of him. To appear strong but to bow before the forces of habit. It was a paradox. In many ways, Hinata is stronger than him. She actively bristles against tradition and chooses to fight it regardless of her detractors. He should have encouraged it more instead of favoring Hanabi, but it was easier with Hanabi. Hanabi's eyes didn't look through him, deeming him unworthy. They didn't silently ask why he was alive when clearly the superior parent and brother both died, leaving this empty shell of a man. Just like he saw Hinata, Hinata saw him and wordlessly let him know she found him wanting at best, his continued existence offensive at worst. She was lost to him as she had no desire to reconcile, and no amount of apologizing, which he's never done, could fix it. He'd convinced himself of that, so this doctrine of tolerance would continue. A permafrost between parent and child, and all because he'd rather look strong than be strong. But it wasn't his daughter that brought him here but his nephew, the one person he may have wronged even more than Hinata. The boy had lost himself since the Chunin finals. Not even removing the seal that damned him has been enough to lift his spirits. When he thought himself a slave and had little, Neji had his talent and the regard it earned him. But now, he believes it is all gone and has begun to spin tales of Hinata setting this up. She doesn't deny it, only throwing his belief of fate in his face. He can answer back, but it only increases his rage and depression. An invasion is coming. The Sandaime informed all Junin of this and told them they need to be increasing their training and the training of anyone under their command. Hiyashi believed if Neji could participate in this invasion, if he could distinguish himself, he'd earn back what he'd lost. But he'd need to fix his arm to do so. He could go to Suna, but previous experience has shown their prosthetics and the gentle fist don't mix. Instead he opted to come here, to make a deal with the devil herself. He was surprised when he arrived at the manor to be greeted by the Uzumaki. The boy managed to use the proper honorific when greeting him, but Hiyashi could tell it felt like ash in his mouth. While nothing but potential now, they boy would be powerful one day, and that may be a relationship he needs to repair. Just another example of when being a joyless hardass has done more harm than good. The Uzumaki escorted Hiyashi to an office and excused himself. Orochimaru arrived moments later, looking incredibly pleased with herself. "What can I do for you today, Hiyashi?" "My nephew, he needs a replacement for his missing arm and I'm hoping you can help." "Kukuku, I'm sure I can help Neji-kun with his little problem." "And what will it cost me? Money is no object. Money I have, besides why wouldn't help such a promising shinobi? He is a comrade, after all. No money need be exchanged, however, your gratitude would be invaluable. And if I were to be asked to act on this gratitude in the future, then it would only be fair." Hiyashi asked but knew he'd walked into her trap. Her pocket was not where he wanted to be, not where his clan needed to be, but he would do so for his nephew and handle the consequences later. "So, we have an accord?" she asked, smile never leaving her face. "We do." "Good, I will meet him at the hospital in a week's time." I should have something by then but have his measurements sent to me as soon as possible. It will be done. Thank you for your time and your efforts. Of course, I love to help. Naruto stood on the private training grounds panting. He was surrounded by upturned earth, some of it scorched, others with deep grooves carved into it and more still soaking wet. He'd just completed his assessment, demonstrating his skills in nin, gen, and taijutsu, and he'd shown most of what he could do. She shrugged it all off as if it were laughably easy. It isn't that he thinks he's on the level of a Sannin but still would like to make his opponent put forth a little effort and not just smile at him as if he were a baby taking his first steps. But as it were, he was tapped out. He'd essentially shown her everything, though there were a few surprises tucked away. Naruto could feel exhaustion oncoming. He probably should already have passed out, but bullheaded determination had managed to stave it off. He couldn't tell how she felt about his demonstration, keeping the same neutral expression the entire time, and at this point he couldn't care. He needed a nap. Naruto hit the ground with a thud, causing Orochimaru to laugh. She was quite happy with his display but annoyed as well. Had he been given proper directly when he graduated and allowed to promote when he earned it, he'd likely be further ahead and with more experience. If nothing else, it is experience he needs as much of what he knows hadn't become instinctive yet, so his transitions to some tactics aren't seamless, but she had 6 months to work out the kinks and expand on his skill set. She saw why he favored his sword. His stature made engaging in taijutsu with anyone older, and therefore larger than him, a chore. His skills were certainly befitting his rank, and she could tell he dedicated the time to keeping them polished, but he wouldn't see a true leap until his body started to mature. She created a clone and had it take Naruto to his room and then called out Naruto's new shadow. Sarutobi-sensei clearly thought he was clever, his little gambit, but he needed to be reminded why she was so ahead of him and how any piece he puts into play can be turned or neutralized. "Itachi-kun, aren't you going to come out and say hello?" she said, after said shadow refused to reveal himself. "So very rude. I'm sure you've heard about Danzo. Such a pathetic end to a once proud shinobi. I am curious, after he ordered you to kill your family, why didn't you ever kill him?" Itachi immediately appeared before her. "I suggest you drop this topic," he said in his usual monotone. "Or what, will you attack me, chance revealing you're still alive? Poor Sasuke-kun, no family, no revenge, he's so very lost. He may need guidance. You will stay away from Sasuke. I may and I may not, and there isn't a lot you can do about it. Kukuku, but back to my question, why didn't you kill Danzo? If someone made me decide between two things I cherished, I may make the decision, but I would certainly kill the person who made me do so." "Did you even consider it?" she asked and saw no response. He was disciplined, but still, she had a feeling she was having an effect. "Or are you unable to act without orders? Another genius that can only follow the path laid before them, and what is the result? Your brother, broken and alone with no bonds to speak of, while you play guard to someone who doesn't need it because another paranoid old man has made demands of you. Kukuku, so tragic, Itachi-kun." She said nothing else as she entered her manor, leaving Itachi with his thoughts. As much as he'd want to deny it, the Sannin had a point. Danzo was a threat. He should have removed him to ensure Sasuke would be safe from his schemes and for stopping Shisui from finding an alternate resolution, but he hadn't. He only followed orders, and while the village avoided a civil war, his brother bore the brunt of his choices. It was hard to accept, but it was the truth. Without getting justice with his own hands, Sasuke would find it difficult to move on, and that was Itachi's fault, no one else's. "You know, I enjoy spending time with you. I really do. As you should. I'm good company and a beautiful woman. I'm 12, but let's go with that. My point is that since I enjoy spending time with you, Shizune and Tonton, you don't have to carry me. I'm not going to flee," said Naruto was currently underarm of Tsunade. It was embarrassing. He's a chunin for crying out loud. After he awoke from his nap, he showered and changed into some civilian clothing, fully prepared to finish his treatise on the battle applications and limitations on the Shunshin no Jutsu. He called it, "The Battle Applications and Limitations on the Shunshin no Jutsu." Until Tsunade stormed and once again abducted him. Shisho just watched and waved, smiling the entire time. He'd pout if it didn't add to Tsunade's amusement and his shame. "But you need to have an older familial figure embarrass you, it's a rite of passage." "Oh joy. Shush, it isn't that bad. The only reason people aren't laughing at me is they think you'll punch them into the sky. And I will, so you have nothing to complain about. Besides, we're here. Here was a small bar, apparently he was going to drink his dinner once more. The two settled in, joined by Shizune shortly after their arrival and chatted away between drinks. Naruto could tell something was bothering Tsunade but didn't want to bring down the mood. After a few bottles, she got a faraway look in her eyes and asked Naruto something he had not been expecting. "Brat, why don't you want to be Hokage anymore? Isn't it against your nindo to give up?" Naruto paused for a moment, truly surprised by the question. Like so many things in his life, when he'd let go of his dream he just busied himself with training and his work, but he can still clearly remember the day he stopped believing it were possible. "I didn't stop wanting it, I just no longer believed it to be an achievable dream." "Why?" asked Shizune. He looked sad, so it was something he didn't enjoy talking about it, but it's better to get these things off your chest. "When you guys treated me, after I returned and gave my debrief. The old man, of course, denied me my promotion. But he had this look in his eyes, pleading with me to understand him, to sympathize with him. He held all the power, but he acted as if he were the victim of these large forces outside of his control. I hated him in that moment, sincerely I hated him in his entirety. Before that meeting, I still had some trust and held a sliver of affection for the old man, if for no other reason than old time, Sake. But he killed it. All the times he told me I'd earn acknowledgement if I just worked hard enough and showed the village my worth. He had no intention of allowing me to do that, and if he would hold me back, what hope did I have of convincing the rest of these small-minded assholes? But that Chunin that was with you after Ishval, he came around." Shizune pointed out. "True, but Nichan, there are thousands of shinobi in Konoha. How could I ever possibly work with enough of them to change the opinion of me en masse? The numbers simply didn't work out, and besides some catastrophic event or a war, which I'd never wish for, I didn't see another path with the Hokage actively working against me. So, I dedicated myself to improving my skills as a shinobi, inside and outside of combat. I had no name, you know. For what I knew, I didn't come from a clan, so it's not like I had some prized lineage." Naruto stopped to chuckle at that. "All I had was the willingness to outwork everyone, but when you're shown hard work doesn't matter what's left. Become some fiend like Danzo. Always plotting and scheming in the dark. That's not me. Instead I decided I'd be the strongest ninja in the village. One no one could ignore. Even if I never was named Hokage, I'd make the sitting Hokage look like an Alsoran in comparison." Tsunade laughed. It sounded like something Kashina would say, and it was good to have a reminder that while often serious, his spirit hadn't been broken. "Why did you ask?" "Sensei told me you used to want to be Hokage, I was just curious. You know, I've lost a lot of people to that dream. So many I came to despise the position. Irrational, probably, but I just did. A selfish part of me was relieved when he said you'd given up. I wouldn't have to lose you as well, but if being Hokage is what you truly want, you shouldn't let Sensei be the reason you no longer believe it possible. He won't be Hokage forever, and of all the people he's considered, none would intentionally hold you back. I guess, I just haven't thought about it in a while. Think about it, or don't. Ultimately, it's up to you, but don't like that old bastard be the reason you don't try. Don't give him that power. I'll consider it." The mood lightened after that, and the trio continued to enjoy the night. Unbeknownst to them, Jiraiya had returned to the village. When Sarutobi Sense informed him Naruto would be apprenticed under Orochimaru, he was furious at Hiruzen giving Naruto to Orochimaru for any period of time. He left to collect himself but returned, hoping he could convince his sensei this was a terrible idea. Hiruzen tried to get Jiraiya to accept this, as it was the best option for the time being. No argument could appease the Sannin, as he feared what her influence would do to his godson. Jiraiya stormed out of Hiruzen's office in desperate need of a drink. He just so happened to pick the same establishment our trio were occupying. He immediately approached them, happy at the chance to spend time with Tsunade and Naruto, and it was in that order. "Hey, what are you three doing here?" he asked. "We were enjoying ourselves, what are you doing here?" "I just left Sensei's and decided I could use a nightcap." "Naruto, I need to warn you. Don't bother. The Sandame already has, everyone treats her like she's going to eat their children. Maybe she's earned that, maybe not, but she's been good to me, minus the stabbing." He said the last part quietly. "You don't know her like I do, we were on a team together for years. You need to listen to me, Naruto. I only have your best interests in mind. That's cool or whatever, but I'll be fine. I prefer to judge people for myself, and if something feels wrong I'll handle it. You can't handle it. This isn't some second-rate Kiri swordsman, Naruto. Orochimaru has been at this longer than you've been alive. She could have plans within plots and you'd never know until it was too late. She's twisted, she always has been. Just come on the road with me. I trained your father, I certainly can train you. He ignored Tsunade's scoff and waited for Naruto's reply. I don't fight like my father, from what little I know, I'm nothing like him. I just don't think you're the best sensei for me. It really isn't anything personal. Not personal, you'd rather be taught by that sick monster than your own godfather, and it's not personal. You're my godfather, Naruto said in genuine surprise and was wondering why his mom hadn't said anything. Yes, and I'm sorry I hadn't been there for you. I won't make excuses, but give me a chance to make this right. We can go on the road and I can show you more than the snake ever could. Jiraiya said, his old feelings of jealousy flaring up. The old man isn't pulling me off my team, I can't continue to take missions with them if I left, and he said it's important I do that. We can take missions, Naruto. But I wouldn't be with my team. I need to stay in sync with my team, so I have to stay here. Also, the old man already decided and I agreed to it. I don't go back on my word. This time you do. You have no idea the amount of danger you are in, and I can't fathom why Sarutobi-sensei is allowing this. Granted, he was always too soft on his favorite student, literally letting her get away with murder, but this is too far. Just pack your things, we'll leave in the morning. He already said he isn't leaving, Jiraiya. And that's stupid. I'm not going to let him be used by her. You two seem to forget what she's really like, a heartless traitor that cares for no one because she can't. She's a high-functioning sociopath and the evilest bitch to ever grace the elemental nations. Tsunade didn't know why Jiraiya's words were having an effect on her. She's listened to this insipid rant enough to just ignore it, but this time she can't. He needs to be made aware of some things and maybe he'll finally shut up. Naruto, you mind if I tell you a story? It isn't long. We don't have time for this, Tsunade. You intruded on us, Jiraiya, and I didn't ask you, now shut up. She said with an edge to her voice that didn't go unnoticed. Sure, Naruto answered. There once was a little girl. She lost her parents early in life and it left a lasting scar. She also didn't think like everyone else, morality and social norms around deviance didn't make sense to her. But she was also a genius, so much in fact she attracted the attention of the Hokage to be on his genin cell along with the princess of the village and the town jester. Now, the Hokage was considered a great and powerful man who was also incredibly wise. He came to believe in his own wisdom as well, so when he started favoring the genius with more of his attention than the other teammates, he was able to justify it to himself, but it was simply that her skills and interests most mirrored his own. The village princess recognized how unfair this was, but, at that time, still had family that could supplement her training. The town jester, however, became angry and resentful. He didn't want to be known as a fool any longer and hated being in the shadow of the genius in the princess. However, as is often the case, when little boys become angry at powerful men, the boys lash out at weaker targets instead of challenging the powerful man. The jester started to mock the looks of the genius. Anytime he felt insecure, he'd levy an insult. What the jester hadn't known was not only was the genius sensitive about her looks, but she had a bit of a crush on the jester and wanted him to do well. But after his continued insults, she grew to despise the jester and mocked him in kind. The jester would always see himself as the true injured party, and the genius's later actions would only solidify that in his mind. Jiraiya's face was frozen in shock at Tsunade's stories, a part of him wishing it wasn't remotely true. Oh, but there is more to this tale. The team was poison. The genius hated the jester hated the genius, and both craved the acknowledgement of the wise and powerful old man. The team would manage to stay together, fight many battles and even a war. They were young then, barely in their 20s, when they received the titles that would cement them as the most legendary team of ninja to ever exist. The wise and powerful old man was proud of his students and their growth. Each having prodigious skills in various shinobi arts, but he took notice of the genius most of all. She had matured into an exotic beauty, and with how much she respected and admired the wise and power old man, he found himself desiring her in the way a power man often desires a woman. They began an affair, one where the wise and powerful old man would pull her toward him and push her away. Eventually, the wise and powerful old man decided he needed to end the affair, the fact he was informed she was with his child can be chalked up to mere coincidence for the gullible among us. The man, fearing what people would say, requested the genius rid herself of the child, pleaded really as he didn't want to lose his real family. Hurt, though she'd never show it, the genius went to the princess to do just that. 3 months later she was now under the charge of a sick, twisted and bitter cripple. It wouldn't be long before the princess left, having lost the last of her clan. Without her support and with the hatred she felt for the wise and powerful old man that threw her away, the genius indulged fully in her alternative thinking. She no longer felt the need to hold back. Nothing was wrong, everything was permitted, and the sick, twisted and bitter cripple loved and encouraged her fall into madness. The end. Chapter 4, Impossible. Tsunade, Shizune and Naruto exited the bar after her story. Jiraiya hadn't moved but looked utterly shocked by what Tsunade shared. As the three were making their way back to Orochimaru's, Naruto was curious about something. So, were you and Orochimaru friends? I think I'm as close to that as she'd allow anyone to be, but it isn't a straightforward relationship and how she shows she cares is a little unorthodox. Tsunade said. What do you mean? When I initially left the village with Shizune, I was a mess. Depressed and quickly succumbing to alcoholism and a gambling addiction. Whether I wanted to be completely numb or just hurt myself through debasement I don't know, but I was hardly functional and Shizune was taking care of me more than I was truly training her. That lasted for about a year before Orochimaru found me. Tsunade stopped to laugh. She was not happy with what she saw. She said there are very few people she deems remarkable and I was one of those, but if I was going to lose myself in grief it'd be better to just join those I lost. She said she'd give me 3 months to make a decision and if I were still some stumbling drunk she'd kill me, and even as drunk as I was I knew she meant it. So, what happened? She found me 3 months later and we fought. Well, sparred for us. You destroyed a forest with your antics. Shizune interrupted. Hey, I appreciate she cared but no one threatens me, so we had a bit of a tussle. Last good fight I've had, honestly. No, Tsunade-sama, you two are reckless and will just cause destruction. But it'll be fun. Oh, and that reminds me, Brat, you got to find someone around your level you like fighting. Not necessarily a rival, as those relationships tend to turn bitter. Don't know too many people who could fit the bill, and the ones I could think of don't much care for me. Who were you thinking of? Naruto-kun? Neji Hyuga, Rock Lee and Sasuke Uchiha. Oh, yay, people take maiming, attempted murders and losing their lifetime goals personally. Shizune offered, helpfully but slurred. They do? Naruto jokingly asked. Shizune nodded before confirming, they do. And it doesn't even matter why. The blonde and the redhead both snickered at Shizune's earnestness. While engaging in light banter as he returned to Orochimaru's, Naruto thought about Tsunade's words. True, as far as taijutsu, Neji, Rock Lee and Sasuke could push him. Chances are they had skills superior to his own, or in Sasuke's case having it buttressed with the predictive abilities of his Sharingan. Neither Shikamaru nor Shino were heavy combat types. They could certainly handle themselves, but it was just a different approach as they favored being several steps ahead of their opponents, leading them into traps within traps. Naruto could plan a few steps ahead, especially when previous experience came into play, but he wasn't the strategists his teammates were. It's what made sparring with them so fun. He had to be unpredictable and improvise in ways that would blow up their plans. Naruto was lost in his thoughts and not fully aware he'd made it to his final destination until he heard Tsunade knock on the door. The trio were ushered in by Kabuto, who led them to Orochimaru's first-story office. The manor appeared to be 2 stories but had 2 sublevels as well. When they arrived, there were 3 other people in the room with her, a tall boy in his late teens with white hair and 2 red dots over his eyebrows. 2 teenage females, one in her mid-teens with pinkish red hair and the other 12 to 13 with red hair and eyes to match, a shade similar to Naruto's. So, this shithead is the R-clan head. I don't see it, said the older girl. What, was Naruto's response. After Tsunade forced Naruto to sober up with the help of medical ninjutsu, the heir of the Uzumaki was better able to engage with his new clansmen. Tayuya was foul-mouthed, so he quickly learned not to take anything personally. She was only respectful to Orochimaru. But she was also funny, direct and honest, which were all things Naruto could appreciate. Karen was interesting. She was, for the most part, pretty quiet and amiable until something set her off, then she'd explode. Tayuya enjoyed setting her off. As the three Uzumaki chatted through the night, Naruto learned that Tayuya was a genjutsu specialist but also had some cool summons she could control through her flute. Karen specialized in medical ninjutsu and research. She was originally from Kusa but her mother and she were not treated well there and she was eventually saved by Orochimaru. Naruto tried to include the older boy, Kimimaro he learned his name was, but he was terse and didn't seem interested so Naruto let him be. All in all, it was an interesting evening getting to know his fellow clan members, even at the cost of a full night's rest. While the Uzumaki had been getting to know each other, Tsunade informed Orochimaru she told Naruto about Team Hiruzen's history, including her past with the Sandaime. She relayed how Jiraiya looked beyond shocked, as if he couldn't process the information given. Orochimaru didn't really care that Tsunade blabbed about something that, for almost anyone else, would be considered a highly personal piece of information. Not only did it make Hiruzen and Jiraiya look bad in the eyes of Naruto but it may cause a rift between the Toad Sage and the old man. Besides, Tsunade was defending her. The two have had the debate long enough for her to know Tsunade's position on the issue. Tsunade can't, or refuses to believe, she would have made the same choices if not for the fallout of their team. Orochimaru doesn't feel guilty about, well, anything really but she doesn't like that Tsunade accepts blame for her choices. She did what she did because she wanted to do it. She's not some damaged, little girl that Hiruzen broke. She'll never accept that. Also, she just doesn't want to be one more thing Tsunade blames herself for. The woman is so guilt-ridden it's amazing she manages to get out of bed. It's unhealthy and limiting. The two have never and will never see eye to eye on this issue. Outside of their ethics on human experimentation, it is really the only thing they vehemently disagree on. Well, in Tsunade's Haori. There are pleasant ways to start a day, Hiruzen is sure of this. Granted, he hasn't had what he'd consider a pleasant start to any day in years. It's always something, always. It'd be bad enough if the letter he received from Rasa was the whole of it, because clearly his counterpart is a sadistic asshole upstart in need of a beating. Rasa finally sent word on if he'd provide aid in the upcoming AIM invasion and he would, under some conditions. Hiruzen realized the man would try to get something out of this. The fact that it was to their mutual benefit wouldn't be enough prompting to act. But why this? Rasa wants to see the fight that should have been the finals of the Chunin exams, Gaara vs. Naruto, Jinchuriki vs. Jinchuriki. He also wants this exercise as pointless dick measuring to take place in Suna, as to give his boy as much of an advantage as he could. Hiruzen could have safeguards on hand, making sure Jiraiya was there with seals in hand to subdue either of them. However, they are Jinchuriki and things can escalate. There is a real risk of serious, permanent injury occurring and Hiruzen didn't see the value in it. But he'd have to trust Naruto to handle it as support from Suna reduced the risk for his own shinobi and gave them more manpower. So, yes, that'd have been enough to sour his mood for the day but he also had the displeasure of sitting across from a, clearly, hungover Jiraiya looking both depressed, angry and confused. It was bad enough he stumbled in, making Hiruzen's Anbu tense but the large man just sat down and hadn't said a word. Hiruzen, being used to his students' quirks knew this happens when Jiraiya is building up to have a conversation he'd much rather avoid. He was trying to find his nerve and if he held to pattern the first thing he said would be crass and inappropriate. So, sensei. Impregnate any students lately, and there it was. Hiruzen immediately signaled for his Anbu to leave, refusing to do this in front of an audience. He trusted them but even that had its limits. No, not lately, Jiraiya. The old boy doesn't get around like he used to. But you did get around. So very smooth, the professor was. Jiraiya, I'm going to need you to get to the point as I have actual work and something of actual importance we need to discuss. You toyed with your student and then sent her to your lunatic of a rival, I think that's important. Not to you, it isn't. Every one of her accomplishments was taken as a personal slight by you, Jiraiya. Blame me if you must, in my alleged favoritism but you burned the bridge between you two so you'll forgive me if I find this to be a bit hypocritical, especially from a super pervert. Alleged favoritism, even now you deny it. No, I'm just tired of having to confront it. I'm not perfect, far from it. I've been a professional killer longer than you've been alive. I mess up, I think too highly of myself. I'm flawed, Jiraiya. So, yes, when I had someone that looked upon me with admiration and desire I savored it. I indulged in it because it was new and simpler. Bawako and I were having problems. The demands of being Hokage leaves little time to be a quality husband and father, but the excuse had worn thin. She wanted more time, the children did as well. Orochimaru just wanted me. Until you had your fill and threw her away. Yes, I didn't know Danzo was as twisted as he'd become, but for the sake of my marriage and to manage my own guilt I needed some distance, so I reassigned her in limited contact. And before you go on, yes, I've often wondered if how I handled things led her to do what she did. It was one of the reasons I couldn't kill her and let her flee. I often wonder which I regret more, crossing that line with her, how what I did with Naruto, but I can't go back, only forward. I know, sensei, I'm not sure why I'm here. I guess after Tsunade told me, I've just been thinking about how things could have been different. If I hadn't been so jealous and the like, maybe she would have stayed on the straight and narrow. Maybe, Jiraiya, this is a question I've often had to ask myself as well. So, does this change things for you? No, regardless of the why, what she's done is unconscionable and I want her away from Naruto as soon as possible, but it does add some context. Not enough to excuse her behavior, but I feel I might understand her a little better. He said with a shrug. Now, what's this business you need to tell me? Rasa wants Naruto to fight Gaara, it's his condition to support us against the Akatsuki. I'm not ashamed to admit I wanted to see the fight. Were you disappointed when Naruto forfeited at the Chunin exams? No, it was the right call, but Gaara had the best chance to push Naruto. You weren't exactly forthcoming with his skills, so I know very little of what he can do. He was to be your apprentice, you were supposed to find out. Hiruzen said crossly, which Jiraiya waved off, dismissively. I was under the impression I was to babysit and play bodyguard. If I seriously trained the kid, he'd run through the finals, which he did anyway. I never told you not to seriously train him. The Sandaime shot back. He hadn't. No, you just said you had concerns about his maturity and didn't think he was quite ready to advance, and just so you know, I've been distracted with Orochimaru and the Akatsuki, but we will be having that conversation soon, old man. So you teach him the rasengan? The Sandaime asked, deciding not to acknowledge the latter statement. I didn't know the kid would get it in a month. Neither Kakashi nor I managed it that fast. That must have stung, Hiruzen said with a smile. Like a bitch and a half. At least his father was an adult before he started showing me up. Jiraiya said, sulking the entire time. Of course, you'll go there with him in case things get out of hand. Of course. The clang of blunted tanto meeting each other rang throughout the private training ground. The smaller combatant was giving it his best, but against a practiced opponent, he was finding himself wanting. The pressure of the assault was unrelenting, suffocating, and forbade any thought. He could only react and react and react, never open to taking the initiative. It was frustrating, infuriating, it was troublesome, Shikamaru said, as he rolled out of the way of the blade aimed at his neck, only to receive a kick to the ribs for his effort. He was in a simple outfit of black shirt and black pants, his Chunin jacket long since discarded. The kick made him realize what a mistake that was. He continued his roll until he got back to his feet, to see his opponent already on him. It was with the barest of margins he was able to block. What the rookie Chunin had not been prepared for was for his attacker's free hand to grab the wrist of the hand holding his tanto and slip into his guard. Before he could make sense of her movements, he was elbowed in the face, causing him to drop his weapon. Next, he felt his arm wrenched behind and above him, causing him to bend over as she kept his arm perfectly straight. He was not given time to dwell on the pain in his shoulder as a fist to the face dropped him to the ground. Troublesome, he said, rolling to his back. Getting your ass kicked generally is, sweetie. Yoshino said. Shikamaru had no response for this. He wanted to complain, but he constantly reminded himself that he asked for this. He recalls how powerless he felt in the Forest of Death, how Naruto did his best to ensure their safety and then willingly marched toward his doom. Shikamaru hated that feeling. His intellect was rendered a non-factor, irrelevant. Nothing he could think of would have helped in the slightest. That was the gap between Orochimaru and them, so he watched as his teammate crossed swords with someone he had no hope of defeating, only to get stabbed in the end. Now, with what is coming, he knows he has to be more than he is. It isn't enough to be able to plan things 20 steps ahead against people that can blow up your strategies with overwhelming power and skill. He could have been forced to watch a teammate die and been no more useful than a blunted kunai. He resolved to never let that be the case again. You know what your problem is. Yoshino asked. She was shocked when her son requested she help him train, as she knew his father was handling his development in clan techniques, but she was happy he seemed to be taking things more seriously. Seeing he wasn't going to answer, she continued. It's taking you too long to get where you need to be. You keep thinking you can warm up in a fight or flip a switch to get serious when you really need to. That might work as a genin, with a junin leading you and a jinchuriki at your back. Not as a chunin, and certainly not in war. You aren't going to get breaks to craft your next plan. You'll have to constantly be moving, fighting, defending while creating your intricate strategies. It's a drag, but you're right. I'll have to think more like that troublesome redhead. What do you mean? Asked Yoshino. He's good at coming up with tactics on the fly. Not surprising, his parents were like that as well. You knew his parents? Yes, but not well. His mother was teased a lot as a kid and kept her social circle small because of it, so not a lot of us could say we knew her well, and his father was extremely kind but also very private. Who was his father, and does Naruto know? I can't tell you, and yes, he does. Troublesome. At the Aburame compound, Shino was being watched by his father. The two stood in silence, the son continually stabbing his sei into the wood dummy and his father content to watch for flaws in his form. Shino started working on these for the Chunin exam finals, but his match with the puppeteer didn't lend itself to close quarters combat. He, too, lamented his inability to aid Naruto against the once traitor. A hive functions best when all can contribute to the embetterment of the whole, but he was unable to do so. It left him with a feeling of shame. His parents tried to tell him his feelings, while understandable, were illogical. He stood no chance of defeating the once traitor and could have done very little to alter the outcome. He'd acknowledged their words and the validity of their argument, but it did little to quell his emotions. Naruto is strong, the strongest of the three of them. Neither he, nor Shikamaru would challenge that, but their teammate has never lorded it over them. He never discounts their contributions or tries to invoke his seniority in an attempt to diminish them. He has relied on them, their skills and talents, but when he needed them the most they were impotent. Useless is something he'd never felt before, and something he wishes to avoid ever feeling again. So, he resolved to better himself, to diversify his skill set while sharpening himself. He would not be the weak link, he would not be a spectator. But progress is a slow process, so for now, he'd simply focus on handling the weapons in his hands with every ounce of precision he could muster. She sometimes forgot when Asuma was properly motivated he was a damn good shinobi, and somehow she'd managed to motivate him. They'd train and spar before he met his team for the day, and she hadn't been pushed like that in some time. She wouldn't say she'd gotten lazy, but she had gotten content, maintaining her skills instead of pushing. Junin were the elite, but even among them there were levels. She needed to be a legitimately elite Junin, her students needed her to be so. Especially Naruto. It was hard being his sensei, not because of what he contained. She wasn't a small-minded fool, but for reasons completely divorced from that. It was difficult to separate how he was on missions, calm, almost detached and focused, with the borderline shy 9-year-old that commissioned her to talk about genjutsu. She remembered how cute he was, his face still retaining his baby fat. He'd become a seasoned shinobi since then, and it'd taken a bit for him to warm up to his team. When he finally did, she realized he was the same good-natured boy, just one that kid behind a facade to those he didn't trust. Her second concern was simply, she wasn't sure how much she truly had to teach him. His chakra control was decent, excellent given his reserves, but not fine enough for genjutsu. She wasn't a ninjutsu type, so had very little to offer someone that could use all 5 nature releases. Stealth, to some extent, but his summons had taken care of a good portion of that. He was ready to be a chunin when she got him and felt a little lost, but they managed to figure it out. Now, however, he was marked. By the Akatsuki and by Orochimaru. Kurenai was honest enough to know she'd be of minimal use against either threat as she was. Asuma understood her concern. He'd been around elite shinobi his entire life and understood feeling inadequate. He'd been helping her perfect his nature releases, fire and earth, along with polishing up her taijutsu and kenjutsu, as she hadn't wielded her kodachi in some time. She was also taking a page from Naruto's book, trying to create more original genjutsu, something people hadn't seen and couldn't just cast off. When it was time to remove the Akatsuki, she promised herself she'd be ready, and if she needed to fight Orochimaru to save her student, she'd be ready for that. He never questioned his mistress, it was not his place. She spoke her will and he carried it out. Theirs was a simple relationship. However, when he first laid eyes on the redhead she was so taken with, he had to admit he was filled with doubts, concerns that said boy was not worth his mistress's attention. As if she knew, she arranged for them to spar, and while he never took opponents lightly he still held little hope for the boy. Kimimaro could admit when he'd been wrong and he misjudged this Naruto. The spar started with taijutsu and the smaller boy quickly learned not to kick someone with the dead bone pulse in the leg, though he recovered quickly. The exchanges were fast, both boys using agility, reaction time and spacing to deflect and slip their blows. Kimimaro initially disregarded the other boy's tactic of kicking him in the calf, instead of the outside of the leg that typical leg kicks targeted. That is, until he started to slow down and wasn't able to put as much pressure on his legs. The boy had been wearing him down, the accumulated damage had taken its toll, but even still, Kimimaro had gotten the better of their fight. Naruto was worse off, a bloody lip is all that remained of the visible damage as his bruises healed swiftly, but he was breathing heavily. Kimimaro admitted to himself that Naruto was a tank, taking hits some of the sound 5 couldn't endure and keep going. A small part of him was having fun, curious what an all-out fight between the two would look like. Orochimaru-sama called a short break before she had them engage with Kenjutsu, and Kimimaro saw immediately that the redhead was a much better swordsman as he pushed the older boy in what he, Kimimaro, would consider his best skill. The duel was fast, but Kimimaro could tell Naruto was attempting to incorporate some new elements. It hadn't been quite mastered yet, but when it was the Uzumaki would be a nightmare. His speed and power were excellent, but his nascent ability to transition from a downward slash to a thrust to a horizontal slash with just a change in his grip and wrist movement was impressive. Once mastered, he'd flow through defenses as he'd either be too fast or too hard to predict for most to stop his offense. Once Orochimaru called a halt to their fight, she informed them this would be a daily occurrence until the month was over and Kimimaro went back to Oto. Both boys acknowledged her words and Kimimaro was dismissed for the day, choosing to shower, change and then explore the village for a bit. While Naruto impressed him, he doubted most of the rest of this trash would. The village was too open for him, the general mood didn't seem befitting of a shinobi village. Civilians all about, concerned about very little and generally in the way, as far as he was concerned. Kimimaro wasn't used to this kind of atmosphere. Oto only had people who were of use to his Orochimaru-sama, and before that he spent his time in a cell, like an animal. He had to stop himself from thinking about his time with his clan. It always angered him and anger would do him no good. They were all dead, so it didn't matter. As he traversed the village he started to notice a shadow tailing him. Deciding against playing coy, he called it out to see a panther cub emerge and trot up to him. "Hi. Why are you following me? Oni-chan said you might want some company since you didn't know anyone and Konoha residents can be jerks. The trash of this village does not concern me," he said before turning around and continuing his walk, and noticed the cub walked right alongside him. "You can return to your summoner." "I'm good," she said, not taking the hint. Kimimaro relented, figuring she'd be content to travel in silence. Nay, he was wrong. "Yes. What do you do for fun?" "Fun? I'm a warrior, I don't concern myself with fun." "That's stupid," the cub said. "That is not stupid, it is dedication. Oni-chan is dedicated and he still has fun. He plays ninja with some village kids and myself. The Uzumaki is not without skill, but he'd be better if he spent that time training. PFF'd, he could totally kick your ass in a real fight," she said, and then looked panicked when Kimimaro shot her a glare. He assumed it was the glaring that caused her reaction. "Don't tell Ni-chan I said a bad word, okay?" He was wrong again. "I'll consider it," he said, causing the summons to relax. He was curious why she was so concerned with the Uzumaki finding out about her word choice, but decided it was of little concern. "We should get some lunch, I know the perfect place." "Fine," Kimimaro said and followed the cub to a small stand that served ramen. He learned the cub's name was Majila and she apparently came to the stand a lot, enough to have a tab and be known by the chefs. Tsuki and Ayame were some of the few people to treat Naruto decently, so he ate at the stand a lot. As a consequence Majila did as well. They didn't even hesitate to feed nor speak with her as if were an everyday occurrence. He paid little attention to the exchange until the expressive cub called him her, Oni-chan's new friend. If he were one to do so, he would have snorted. He could respect the Uzumaki, but friends? Jugo was his only friend, He didn't see the need in another. However, the ramen chefs seemed excited and offered him a free bowl in thanks. Their gratitude mirrored Jugo's own, and Kimimaro was curious why it was of note that he'd be friends with, though he wasn't, the redhead. Granted, he knew very little of the Uzumaki's life. He never considered asking and assumed his mistress would give him all the information he needed. Now, he was curious. He offered to pay for the meal, but the chefs declined, saying Naruto leaves a balance in case Majila stops by, so it was covered. He decided to return, having seen enough of the village, and the small summons was right beside him. Letting his curiosity get the better of him, Kimimaro was forced to ask, why did those chefs find it noteworthy I'm friends with Naruto? The villagers weren't very nice to him, many still aren't. They treat him like he isn't there, or, at the very least, like they wish he weren't. Almost no one wanted to befriend him, so he was alone a lot before he joined us Panthers. Then he was happy because he had friends. Interesting, Kimimaro thought, but said nothing else as the pair walked back to the manor. As Kimimaro was gone to explore the village, Orochimaru was continuing her training of her latest apprentice. She couldn't let go of the feeling he was hiding something significant from her, and without knowing the full extent of his abilities, she may be covering things he already knows instead of advancing him with new knowledge. It was time she got a full picture of what he could do. Having her snakes bind him was just to help loosen his lips. You're holding back on me, Naruto-kun. Huh, he said intelligently. Granted, he was, but how did she know that? If I'm going to train you properly, I really need to know all you can do. Tai and Kenjutsu I know, and you'll be at a higher level by the time we attack the Akatsuki, but I know ninjutsu is your strongest skill, so what are you hiding? Just a few things, but they are my trump cards. Also, the old man's Anbu is always watching and I don't want him to know. Naruto said. Seemingly, she approved of the sentiment as she had her snakes release him. As she released him, the Anbu appeared before them. You have no reason to fear my reporting your skills to the Sandame. My orders were to protect you, not monitor you, especially as your original techniques all fall under clan techniques until stated otherwise. The Anbu swiftly disappeared after that. See, now, please, Naruto-kun, what have you been holding back? Well, first, I developed a yin release technique, but I only have one. It's an illusion. Please demonstrate it, she said, and watched as he hesitated before following her orders. 4 hand seals later and she saw a flash of light, and then her world turned black. The only source of color was a red moon in Naruto's red hair. However, his hair was longer, flowing down to the ground, and had become black at its ends. It kept growing until the ends became panthers, all coming from her. It surprised her when she felt actual pain from the bites, and it took a considerable flare to end the illusion. I call that my hunter's moon technique. Impressive, similar to Tobirama's bringer of darkness. But that isn't all, is it? No, you should probably come by me, though. My control with this isn't where I'd like it to be. Orochimaru quirked an eyebrow but did as her student requested. He then promptly performed 8 hand seals and slammed his hand on the ground. She couldn't hear his vocalization but didn't have to wait long for the jutsu to emerge. 40 feet from them, she saw something amazing. Unbelievable, really. It rushed from the ground and spread to the sky. Even as far away as she was, she could feel the heat. She could only stare at her apprentice. He'd, seemingly, done the impossible. How? She asked, and he bashfully scratched the back of his head. His natural affinities are wind and water. She knows that for a fact. Kabuto is the best at what he does. It's really just phases of matter. Once you understand that, the trick just becomes molding the chakra. No big deal, really. The 2 senior ninja bearing witness to this couldn't have disagreed more vehemently. Itachi now understood why Naruto wanted to keep this secret. Orochimaru was simply beyond pleased. It seems she has something to learn from her student. She, of course, wasted no time relaying how delighted she was. If you were older, Naruto-kun, I'd have you right here and now until you begged for mercy twice. I've never begged for anything a day in my life, he retorted. Twice. She didn't seem to care. What do you call that, by the way? It's my lava style, burning geyser. It was another team training session for Team 7, and the clear blue sky did not reflect the mood of the team. The Uchiha had changed recently. He'd lost his spark. It was obvious to every member of the team. His drive all but gone. Everything he did was by rote, his body moving through the motions. Sakura was no help. as her history of trying to befriend, ensnare, console the last Uchiha always ended in failure. He dismissed her out of hand if it wasn't about missions. Sasuke respected Kakashi, as much as Sasuke respected anyone, but still could draw no comfort nor inspiration from the man. He was too remote, contrasting Sakura's extreme openness. Sasuke was the acknowledged leader of their pack, but he was faltering, and Kiba, his partner, could do little to help either. He'd taken the secondary position, so any challenge levied now would seem impotent. He'd given up being a true challenge early in their formation. Orochimaru was concerned. If the team didn't function well, his partner was at risk, which meant he was at risk. He didn't fully understand why the Uchiha had lost his motivation, but it negatively affected all. He never liked the Uchiha. There was an omnipresent darkness in him. It had been focused and intense. While it's lost its intensity, the lack of focus makes it a possible contagion. Would he bring the rest of the team down, as he believed his emotions were somehow deeper than anyone else's? Would he turn violent as his depression gave way to anger? Orochimaru didn't know, and the elders of his pack had very little to say on the matter. He was powerless to change things and could only be diligent in protecting his partner. It was all he could do. That, and hope someone could reach the boy before he sunk in on himself completely or lashed out at others. Neither were ideal, and both would be a waste of potential. "Come on, Orochimaru, let's show Sasuke what's what," Kiba said with forced enthusiasm. Orochimaru heeded his call all the same. The spar would likely have the same results they always did, but even if Kiba did win, he'd take no pride in it, and Sasuke would feel no shame. This team was going nowhere fast. Of all the ways she had planned to spend her evening, having a civil discussion with Jiraiya was nowhere on the list. He claimed he'd come with important news concerning Naruto, so of course she prepared for another screed on how she was going to corrupt him and make him experiment on babies and kick puppies in her attempt to take over the world. She was in no mood, and Naruto was kind enough to make dinner for everyone, including his fellow Uzumaki, Kimimaro, Majila and Kabuto, and she'd rather not miss that, as it smelled divine. Now the two sat in her parlor, each in a leather chair staring at the other. "Make it quick," she said, neutrally. The Kage is hinging his support with the Akatsuki on Naruto fighting Gaara in Suna. Sensei has agreed, and we'll leave at month's end. Maybe Sensei should tell Rasa he'll help, or I'll kill him myself. Oh, yes, the Orochimaru school of diplomacy. When in doubt, hold a sword to someone's throat, Jiraiya said dismissively. What's wrong with holding a sword to someone's throat? A lot gets accomplished by holding a sword to someone's throat. Well, as fun as this is, let me inform the brat so we can come up with a plan. No, he'll be fine. Gaara holds no challenge for him currently. I wasn't asking. Orochimaru narrowed her eyes. You keep at this, Jiraiya, and you won't like the consequence. You think you can keep me from my godson? You overestimate yourself. Sensei managed it, and you didn't even put up a fight. I'm confident I can achieve similar results, if you push me. To think I felt bad after Tsunade's little story. You're just a bottomless void. I'm more certain than ever you belong nowhere near Naruto. And yet he lives with me and is being trained by me because he trusts me. No, because you plotted and schemed to make it happen. You may be getting away with this now, but it won't last forever. Leave, Jiraiya. Fine, I'll be back tomorrow to speak with Naruto, he said, and made his way to the front door. She just rolled her eyes at the lifelong idiot. She joined the rest in the dining room, where Naruto and Karen were just bringing out dinner. She was never one to enjoy group meals, but she had to admit seeing everyone talking and laughing, especially at Majila's retelling of her time with Kimimaro. It was much more relaxed than Odo, though she realized it's because she terrified everyone, giving the impression she was mercurial to the extreme. Good to keep a bunch of rogues in line, bad for dinner conversation. She paid special attention to her newest student and how he seemed to draw everyone in. He wasn't put off by Tayuya's language, could get Karen to open up, and even a stoic like Kimimaro was willing to engage. She knew he was something special, but mostly she focused on his potential as a shinobi. It was comforting to know she had chosen correctly, and it was time to start moving things along. As the others cleared the table, Naruto was headed to the library, Majila underfoot, to do some studying, but Orochimaru had different plans. Naruto-kun, she said. Yes, Shisho. We need to discuss another part of your regimen, namely recovery. Recovery? Yes. While most experienced ninja know to rest and some even visit hot springs occasional to relax their muscles, most don't pay enough attention to post-workout recovery. It limits their gains as they aren't taking care of their bodies. I won't let you make that same mistake, so take a hot bath and then go to your bedroom. You'll be receiving a massage afterward to make sure there's no tension in your muscles. The redhead simply nodded and headed toward the bathroom nearest his bedroom. After his soak, Naruto returned to his room to see it alight with candles and the smell of incense burning. He also saw a massage table and laid on high, face down. He had not suspected the person to give him the massage to be Orochimaru herself, as he tensed when he noticed her presence. This only caused her to laugh as she told him to relax. It was weird, outside of sparring Naruto wasn't accustomed to much in the way of physical contact, so even ordinary acts to most people felt intimate to him, so this was doubly so. Orochimaru paid attention to his initial discomfort. Part of the reason she chose to do this was to get him used to her touch so she wouldn't have to later. Also, it was a chance to make him start seeing her as an object of affection and not just a teacher as he had clearly labeled Kurenai. She started at his legs and methodically worked her way up. He did have a great deal of tension in his muscles and knots to work out, so it wasn't completely manipulative. 60/40ths she'd wager. By the time she'd gotten to his back he'd relaxed completely, no doubt in part to the incense, which were made of a little something extra. It'd also, most likely, give him an interesting dream tonight. He was asleep before she finished, leaving her to place him in bed. She watched as he slept peacefully. Truly, he was beautiful in her eyes. Not just aesthetically, though she reasoned he'd be quite attractive when he matured instead of just boyishly cute now, but it was his potential and drive she saw. It was similar to Jiraiya. When they were kids she'd seen his potential that was just begging to be unleashed. If he had not been a jealous, petty boy, she'd have continued to be interested in him. Naruto would be greater still and hold none of Jiraiya's inferiorities. He broke the rules of ninjutsu and apparently had been working on his lava release for almost 2 years, all in secret. Ice release as well, after seeing it in action during a mission. Phases of matter, she remembers him saying. Simple in conception, not execution, but he was right. If you can make water vapor, and viscous liquids, then ice should be possible. If you can make earth, mud and stone, then lava should be possible. She, like others, assumed only bloodlines could truly wield the sub-elements, but she was wrong. Because no one was there to tell him he couldn't, Naruto truly believes chakra is limitless potential, energy to be manipulated, and he'll go farther than any before him. That, she believed, was his beauty. Until she was around him, exposed to him. He has a lightness to him, one that shouldn't be there. He's within his rights to hate much of the village or simply deem life unfair and not care about anything, but he doesn't. She's seen him genuinely enjoy others. She was drawn to it, even if it'd be something she'd seek to quash, bend or otherwise eliminate from others. But with him, she'd protect it as she sees that quality and his potential is intrinsically linked. His belief in chakra mirrors his belief in himself and his innate optimism. Not naivete but true optimism that he can improve things if he doesn't give up. It's intoxicating. So much so she has to remind herself not to rush things. He's still too young, so she must be patient, and she will, but one day Naruto Uzumaki will be hers and hers alone. Even if she has to burn the rest of the world to make it happen. Not Jiraiya, not Hiruzen, no one will stop her. She gives Naruto a small kiss on the cheek and departs, knowing more is in store once he gets old enough. She just has to wait. A dark forest illuminated by the waxing crescent. The foliage is familiar, the dewy scents are as well. His only question is how he got here. Well, and where he got these clothes. Over a mesh-lined black shirt was some red armor he'd never seen before. Over that he was wearing a black haori with red and blue flames at the bottom. He can't see it, but a red Uzumaki swirl lies at the center of his back. His sword is strapped to his back and he has his kunai holsters strapped to each leg. His black pants, strapped with crimson tape at the ankles, and his black shinobi sandals finish the look. He has no more time to think about his clothing as a tidal wave comes toward him, uprooting the trees in its way. He wastes no time performing a series of hand seals and immediately unleashes a strong blast of wind, one powerful enough to cleave the tidal wave in two, splitting so none of the water hits him. In the distance he sees a figure running toward him with great speed. As the figure gets closer, he sees the glow of Raiden chakra contained in some type of blade. Finally, he can make out the figure. It's Tobirama Senju, and he's wielding the Raijin no Ken. Naruto sprinted toward the Hokage with great speed himself, able to perform the full Shukuchi without any ill effects. Tobirama readied himself, bringing his lightning blade overhead, preparing to deliver a powerful strike. Naruto draws his blade, smooth and without mistake, coating it with his supersonic chakra. The two blades meet in the middle and neither give way to the other. Naruto placed his left hand on the hilt, now gripping with both as Tobirama is much stronger than him, but that will be to his benefit. Naruto spun, allowed Tobirama's forward momentum to carry him forward while tries to horizontally slash his back, but the Senju was more than ready for that and swiftly blocked the strike with his own blade. Naruto jumped back to give himself some space and the two combatants eyed each other. Without a word to the two re-engaged, but there were few sword clashes, their dance performed in near-perfect silence. He was the better technical swordsman, but technique can be overwhelmed by physical superiority and experience, something the Nadaime had in spades. This was leaving Naruto on the defensive more than he would like, but it couldn't be avoided. He knew he had to be patient, to find a true opening and exploit it for all it's worth. It took a few moments, but he finally saw it, a hole in Tobirama's offense. Naruto promptly charged forward with a thrust of his blade, the speed surprising the former Hokage, and just as Naruto was about to score a blow, Tobirama vanished. Hiraishin the redhead thought and swiftly turned to where he believed the follow-up attack would come, bringing his sword down. He was met with a clang, but it was not Tobirama's ragen that stopped his blade but a tri-pointed kunai. Blue eyes met blue eyes as Naruto stood in front of one of his longtime idols and his father, Minato Namikaze. Without preamble, the Yondaime went for a leg sweep and Naruto jumped back. It was a mistake as the Yondaime kicked him whilst he was in midair, causing the smaller Uzumaki to fly back and roll until he got back to his feet. Minato launched 3 of his signature kunai and Naruto knew he'd be overwhelmed if they got near him, so he tried something, an experiment he hadn't perfected yet. He coated his blade with his supersonic chakra flow and swung his blade, creating blades that flew through the air. He managed to sever the shiki of 2 of the kunai but missed the one, his control over the technique failing at some point. The kunai landed beside him and he jumped forward, turning to face the opposite direction, hoping he predicted right. He didn't. He tried to swing his blade where he thought his father might flash to, but he guessed wrong and was punched in the stomach for his trouble. The hit was hard enough to make him drop his blade and Naruto shunshined away, but another tri-tip kunai was in hot pursuit. Naruto landed on a tree branch, one of the few not taken out by the Nadaime's water jutsu. To his dismay, as soon as he landed he heard a thud. On instinct he sent a great deal of chakra to his left hand, turning toward his right. Rasengan met Rasengan as father and son battled for dominance. Minato eventually released his and grabbed Naruto's wrist with the same hand. Before he could think, Naruto was no longer on a tree but hanging over a cliff. He looked up to his father, who was dangling him, and the man smiled before releasing Naruto's wrist and letting him fall. It was darker, he could see nothing but black as not even the moonlight penetrated. His fall felt never-ending until he landed on something soft. He was on a bed and in a room with sporadic spots of candle light. The scent was familiar but he couldn't quite recall what it was, but he was very comfortable. He decided to close his eyes. The 2 former Hokage had pushed him hard and he needed to rest. Kukuku, he heard the familiar laugh and shot up, turning to see his new sensei, in a dark red kimono. Her nail polish matched the color of the kimono and he could see a faint trace of lipstick. Her hair was pulled back in a loose bun and the candlelight accented the complexion of her skin nicely. She was, in short, beautiful, desirable in a way Naruto hadn't thought another person could be. Her sauntering over to him, pace deliberately slow, didn't help matters as he saw the sway in her hips and the slip bounce of her breasts. He was feeling things he couldn't put words to. Like some long-lost knowledge he couldn't quite remember, an impression he should be doing something to. With her. When she finally made it to the bed and claimed his lips, the picture became a little clearly. Acting on instinct he returned the kiss, mimicking her motions. His hands around her waist but decidedly unhappy with their lack of activity. As if they had a will of their own, they started to undo her purple obi and he felt her smile. Taking that as a cue to continue he slipped his hands in her now loosened kimono. Each making the slow climb toward her breasts. He was enjoying the feel of his skin, slightly cool to the touch, and wanted to savor it. Before he could reach his intended goals, she broke off the kiss and pushed him back so he was lying flat on the bed. She then mounted him, smiling as she started to slowly drop the kimono from her shoulders. So entranced he could only stare at her eyes until he realized she was topless. Daring to break eye contact, his vision drifted down, once again noticing her red lips and then her slender neck. Just as he was about to lay eyes on her naked breasts, he felt a thud. And then another. And another. "Wake up, Oni-chan." I'm up, Naruto near shouted, confusion and irritation warring within him. "Good, it's time for training." "Okay, I'll start getting ready," he said before noticing a certain stiffness which caused him to blush. "After I take a cold shower." Chapter 5. Represent. Do you have enough clothes? Yes. Enough water? Yes. Weapons? Yes, and yes. I have enough of everything, Naruto said while rolling his eyes in faux annoyance. Truthfully, he liked the attention and that someone worried enough about him to do all of this. But Tsunade's and Jiraiya's snickering was of no help at all. Shizune looked at her little brother figure as if to weigh the truth of his words. She's aware he dabbles in sealing and likely has his equipment there, but he's going to a foreign village in a desert. She feels right to worry. Oink, Tonton says while squirming in Shizune's arms. I won't forget, Tun-chan, Naruto said. Alright, brat, go kick some ass. Also, see if you can get some action going, Tsunade said, slipping him some ryo. Tsunade-sama, that's improper, Shizune scolded and Tsunade just waved her off. Naruto took the money and shot her a wink. No sense in not buttressing his income for this asinine mission. When Orochimaru Shisho informed him he'd be fighting Gaara, he was less than enthused. Especially not in Suna, a place with an excess of sand. He still believes he can beat his Suna counterpart, but he truthfully has little interest in him. Whatever Suna did to Gaara, they broke him and he's more mad dog than shinobi. What value is there in victory over a beast? Naruto's team had said their goodbyes the night before as they had a mission schedule for today. Kurenai, like Shizune, ran down the list of things he needed to bring and ordered him to stay properly hydrated. Shikamaru wished him luck through a series of troublesomes and Shino bid him fair travels. The last person he was to speak to was the person that had been training him non-stop for the previous month. Naruto hadn't added much to his ninjutsu arsenal, but he had improved on utilizing them. His lava and ice jutsu still took too much time and lacked proper control to be field ready, but Orochimaru was confident it would come with time. His mornings started with a workout and then a spar with Kimimaro. He has come to like the stoic boy, even if said boy calls him Akagami instead of his name. Though as far as nicknames go, it is pretty benign. From there he'd eat and then start on his instruction from Orochimaru. More than anything, she was preparing him to face the Akatsuki members, and while he couldn't match their power, he could out-strategize them with her knowledge of their abilities. Various scenarios were covered for each of the known members and some tentative plans were created. He'd have to develop some more jutsu to handle them, but he was confident he'd be as ready as he could be when the time came. After the study session, she'd work on his various skills, helping him grow more comfortable with his mother's kenjutsu style or other things like predicting behavior from body language. She even started teaching him some of her hubby's style, though he'd have to get much more flexible to really incorporate it. That would usually go on until late afternoon and he was free for the evening. He'd spend an hour absorbing the information from his shadow clones, learning from the materials his mother stored in their vault, which was really just a sealing array that could be accessed from multiple points, if you knew the array and had the right chakra signature. Once he'd done that and meditated, he'd release the resistance seals as he only wore them during the day or when training and go visit his team or spend time with Tayuya and Karen. The three finally decided on a design for their house future compound, and it would be located by the mask storage temple. Because of the security seals Naruto planned to incorporate along with some other features, the building would take a while, but it'd be worth it when it was all said and done. It had been a good month all told. He was gaining experience, refining his skills. Yep, everything was good. Except the repeated sex dreams he was having about Orochimaru. They didn't happen nightly, but each time got more graphic, and making eye contact with her the next morning was incredibly awkward for the Uzumaki. The only reason he managed to do so was out of fear where his traitorous eyes might drift to if left to their own devices. He didn't want to piss off a Sannin, especially not one that literally knew where he slept. But ignoring his burgeoning sexual awakening, it was a good month. I expect you to win, Orochimaru relayed while stroking his whiskered cheek. He fought back the knee-jerk reaction that came from people doing that, something he hadn't learned until Shizune did it after his mission to Ishval. Badass ninja do not purr. He just knew his father wouldn't, and he'd be no different. Hi, was the muted response. And don't do anything perverted with Jiraiya. Hi. After ruffling his hair, she walks away confident her apprentice will handle the Kasage's son. Well, brat, we need to go. Jiraiya spoke then took off. Alright, bye everyone, Naruto exclaimed and waved while catching up with the Gamma Sannin. Orochimaru soon arrived to Hirazen's office as she was to be assigned a mission. It was his justification for why she could not travel to Suna with her student. She found the thought amusing, until Kabuto arrived with an Anbu escort looking worse for wear. That wasn't amusing in the slightest. Both former traitor and former spy entered the Hokage's office to see Kakashi, Guy and Asuma also there. Sensei. Orochimaru, we need to start the transition to making Oto a true protectorate of Konoha. I'm sending my top Junin with you to get the necessary information, including a full roster of your employed ninja and any projects you may have. I expect you back in a week's time. Is that all? Yes, leave within the hour. Hi. The group of 5 departed, each going to prepare their things and the Junin sensei going to inform their students they'd be gone for a week. Orochimaru waited until they were alone before she asked Kabuto how he was and what happened. He assured his mistress that it was a simple interrogation, nothing extreme. He wouldn't betray her for the leaf, he holds no love for the village nor the man that allowed that monster Danzo to trick his mother into trying to kill him. No, Konoha could never have his loyalty. I knew this would happen eventually. Good thing I ordered Gurren to end my existing experiments. The snake Sannin said, causing Kabuto to readjust his glasses, a tick she noticed. Speak, Kabuto. I just don't know why we had to end our work, Orochimaru-sama. We could have been close to some outstanding breakthroughs. Or not, and it would jeopardize my position here for little gain. We'll start back up eventually, it's merely a short-term loss. He adjusted his glasses again. What, Kabuto? Nothing, Orochimaru-sama. Guess I was just invested in those experiments more than I realized. Understandable, she spoke and the two remained quiet. Guy found his team at their normal training grounds, all 3 working separately. It had only been 2 weeks since Neji got his prosthetic arm, but Guy could tell the boy was beyond relieved. He was happy, his team had been made whole and were working harder than ever, youthful flames indeed. What concerned Guy is that much of their focus was not on enemy Nin but a comrade, one Uzumaki Naruto. He understands why. Naruto battered Neji and Lee's bodies, he also damaged their collective pride. They assumed they were the strongest genin in the village, and rightfully so, as Naruto was a genin in name only. But their defeats, the maiming and near murder, are forever etched in their memories. One hand, Guy wants to help them get over their near hatred for Naruto. By shinobi standards he did nothing wrong and they need to understand this, especially if Sandaime-sama orders them to participate in the AIM invasion. They may have to work with Naruto, be led by him, and there won't be time for squabbles when real enemies are afoot. It may cost them their careers or their lives. But there is another part of him that wants them to keep this drive, as it may leave them to be as prepared for what is coming as anything else. It's a fine line, and the normally boisterous Junin is at a loss of what to do. Yosh, my youthful students fall in, he shouted and awaited for them to do as instructed. Once they did, Guy proceeded to tell them of his mission to Oto and that he'd be gone for a week. He instructed them to continue their training and he'd see them soon. Wait, sensei, isn't Orochimaru the Uzumaki bastard sensei? Is he going as well? Asked Tenten. No, Naruto has been assigned another mission in Suna. It appears the youthful Kasage desires to see the match that would have been the Chunin exam finals. Oh, well, I hope he isn't grievously injured by that lunatic. Tenten replied. It would be a shame if such a fate befell him. Neji rejoined. Your intentions are unyouthful, my students. He is a comrade and you'd do well to remember that. Now I must be off. Guy spoke before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Asuma was also informing his students of his upcoming departure and instructed them to get extra training in with their clans in his absence. Telling them to train together is a waste, 2 of them won't bother and the 3rd won't do anything to force the issue. His team is a mess and the should-be leader is becoming more and more disconnected from the rest. Hinata respects him, if sometimes grudgingly. He is man enough to admit that's his fault, he was too lax when they first formed. He had his reasons, it wasn't simply out of laziness, but given the existing dynamics he should have been more forceful to start. With what's approaching, Asuma knows there isn't a chance in hell his team will be activated to participate. The only one even remotely close is Hinata, especially after she revealed her skills in archery. Such a long-range threat can't be dismissed. She's got the combat skills to be Chunin, but the leadership qualities haven't shown themselves and he hasn't any clue on how to bring them out. His other charges just need to get bloody and mature. None of their C ranks have gone awry, so they have a false sense of what this life can entail, even for clan kids. He realized this during the Chunin exams but hasn't been successful in getting them to transition. He'd have to amend that soon. Asuma dismissed them after relaying his orders. Hinata, hang back. Yes, sensei. Hinata, I'm going to be blunt. This team is a mess. And it's a mess because of two of its members. Like to guess which two? Ino and Choji-kun would be the obvious answer, but I'm guessing they'd be too obvious. Yes, it's us. I should have been on you guys from the start. That's my fault and I will be rectifying it when I return. But you should be this team's leader, but you're content to just hang back and let the others continue on when you know better. Why? I don't want to be a leader. Interesting position for an heiress. Don't want to be that either. Then what do you want? Hinata snorted. That's an excellent question, sensei. Kakashi arrived to his team's training ground and watched as Kiba played with Akamaru, as it wasn't really training. Sakura sat under a tree staring at Sasuke and Sasuke looked off into the void. He held back a sigh at his team. Kakashi knows depression. He's suffered through it, battled it and frankly felt he's lost to it more times than not, so he knows Sasuke even getting out of bed is a triumph. Losing your purpose, that is almost indescribable. He sympathizes with the last Uchiha and has ordered him to see a professional to help. It hasn't been long, so there aren't much in the way of results, but Sasuke didn't fight him on it, so he'll take it. Kiba would be fine. He has his family and his partner, but Kakashi would remain diligent so the Inuzuka doesn't become one-dimensional. Sakura. God, he didn't know what to do with Sakura. No branch of the shinobi arts seemed to grab her. Genjutsu. She could do a few, but the creativity and subtlety required to truly excel in the art. She didn't have it and didn't want to develop it. Iryojutsu. She could do it. In her brief tenure at the hospital during the Chunin exams, break seemed to spark an ember, but the experienced Mednans found her ambivalence distasteful. Fair or not, they expected a certain level of zeal if you engaged in the healing arts. Taijutsu. If he made her, and he did make her. Ninjutsu. With her reserves, he'd almost be killing the kid if he pushed her too hard. She was good for her level, her skills were solidly genin, and he didn't know how to push her forward. Ma, my cute genin, I have news. All three stopped what they were doing and looked at Kakashi, making no move to actually come toward him. He'd have to work on their discipline as well. Sure, he didn't really portray any, but he was a former Anbu and an elite Junin. The rules were different for him. They'd have to earn their disrespect. I've been assigned a week-long mission to Oto. Please keep up with your training while I'm gone. Seeing nods, he departs, keenly aware that the little bastards didn't even say goodbye. If Naruto were here, he'd say goodbye. It was the day after Naruto and Orochimaru departed that the two newest Uzumaki of Konoha were walking around the village with Majila. Naruto wasn't taking her to Suna and she didn't want to return to her realm, so Karen and Tayuya agreed to watch her. Karen was currently carrying said cub. This was necessary, but Majila loved to be carried and Karen loved soft, cuddlesome things, so it was working out. Tayuya rolled her eyes at the pair but made no mention of their behavior, long grown accustomed to her cousin's quirks. Both were probationary genin, fitting for Karen and utter bullshit for Tayuya if you asked her. She also felt her rank was reflective of her previous association than any real assessment of her skills, but she'd let it ride for now. The old man would be replaced soon enough, Orochimaru informed her, so there was no need to quibble about rank. She still didn't like the Sandame. His facade of the kind grandfather felt fake and manipulative. Knowing what he did to Naruto, someone she had come to sorta like, just cemented her opinion of the man as someone to always be on guard around. The trio were looking for to have lunch. Some of the village's establishments were cold in their reception of the two Uzumaki, so options were limited. Neither knew if it were the Orochimaru connection or the Naruto one, or some combination of the two, but it was real. However, they were never rude enough to be called on it, causing Tayuya to consider them cowards. If you have something to say, she felt, you should say it and stand on your words. The Uzumaki and summon settled on a sushi restaurant that serves them and leaves them in peace, none of the staff batting an eye at the inclusion of the panther cub. The restaurant had the choice between a counter service or sitting at a booth. The girls selected a corner booth as to not draw attention to themselves, no more than the talking animal would anyway. The three sat down and were enjoying their meal before they were interrupted by two kunoichi. Ino Yamanaka was a gossip. She'd admit as much with no shame. Her parents encouraged this as they felt it would passively increase her information-gathering skills. The problem was they never reinforced limits nor boundaries. This made Ino come off like a nosy busybody with no respect for other people's private information. So, when she saw the two redhead kunoichi sit at a booth, she knew they were from the newly recognized clan. The clan that had a former classmate as its head. But she didn't know much outside of that and could not accept such an oversight. So without all the unearned confidence that youth provides, Ino approached the table. Karen, being a censor, noticed the two kunoichi approaching first. She didn't feel any hostility coming from them but was still ill at ease with them. Tayuya soon picked up on it as well but continued eating, confident if the two wanted trouble she'd give them all they could handle and then some. Majila was enjoying her meal and not really concerned about anything else. "Hi, I'm Ino Yamanaka and this is Sakura Haruno, who might you be?" she said, making an introduction. Karen. Tayuya. Majila kept eating. "Are you guys new to the village? I haven't seen you around before." "Yes," Tayuya answered tersely. "Where are you from originally?" Ino continued, hoping to get them to open up. "Why?" asked Karen. "I just want to get to know you. We don't have a lot of kunoichi around our age and thought maybe you guys could be our friends." "No, that'll never happen," Tayuya replied. "Why?" Sakura spoke for the first time, confused by the antipathy of the girls. Tayuya patted Majila on the head to get her attention. "Who are these girls, Mags?" Tayuya asked. "Oh, they were classmates with Oni-chan before he graduated ahead of them. The blonde one told the pink one not to be his friend because he was bad." Ino and Sakura both looked down in shame. "May not have known shithead long but we both know enough to not to want to associate with someone who would do that to our clansmen." Tayuya rejoined. "I was 6. I didn't know Naruto but everyone said he was bad. Don't care." Ino was speechless at the dismissal, turning to walk away in disbelief. Sakura followed her and both girls departed from the restaurant. Ino hadn't thought about how she'd met Sakura in years, the two having a falling out some years ago and only now, after graduation, had they started to mend their severed bond. As an admitted gossip, it never really dawned on Ino how incurious she'd been about Naruto until recently. She'd readily believed the schoolyard consensus that he was a bad child and the reactions from her academy sensei did nothing to disabuse her of that notion. Not even after he graduated, as many assumed he simply dropped out. Not until he wound up on Team 8 did anyone even think or mention him, and learning he'd been on the reserves for 3 years made everyone assumed he was just a dead last. Shikamaru tried to tell her differently but Ino chalked it up to him not wanting the taint of Naruto's ineptitude. After the Chunin exam prelims, Ino was shocked at Naruto's skill with a sword but hadn't been overly impressed with his opponent so really thought nothing of it. Him breezing through the finals and being acknowledged as a clan heir are what finally stoked Ino's interest in the redhead. Shikamaru was no help, he wouldn't divulge anything about his teammate and when she asked why he just muttered troublesome and walked away. She never spoke to Shino and hadn't been willing to change that, not even to find out dirt about someone. And now, she'd been shut out by his clan members, as her previous childishness was thrown in her face. Sakura's thoughts mirrored Ino's. She remembered asking the chubby-cheek redhead to not bother her because he was bad. She remembers, vaguely, how hurt her looked but he never attempted to speak to her again. Even during the few joint team functions he made no effort to talk to her or acknowledge she was even there. She never minded it as most of her attention was dedicated to Sasuke. She knew Kakashi-sensei had some kind of previous relationship with him, having mentioned Naruto a time or two but it was clear he thought highly of the rookie Chunin. Apparently, his opinion of her was so negative that his clan members wouldn't even consider her someone worth knowing, if for no other reason than to get their own impression of her. That made her angry. The two Uzumaki continued to enjoy their meal, both with smirks on their faces. Truthfully, Tayuya didn't give two shits about occurrences of childish groupthink. When Majila relayed the information on some of the girls of note around Naruto's age, even she made it clear that while Naruto was hurt initially he simply focused on developing himself. It wasn't some long internalized personal slight. They didn't want to know him so he just learned to not care. However, orders were orders. To Tayuya's interpretation, Orochimaru-sama ordered her and Karen to keep any too curious or openly interested cunt away from Naruto. And she would, as while she may like Naruto, she fears and respects Orochimaru-sama and wouldn't betray her. Karen wouldn't either. 2 days later found the team for Konoha outside the walls of Oto. Oto was interesting in that it looked like Konoha. The buildings were not built as tall, but you wouldn't know it was a shinobi village from the look. And that was by design. The real shinobi affairs happened in the underground facilities, and they were numerous. Asuma was awed by it all. The labyrinth of tunnels and subterranean levels was impressive and confusing. The Oto ninja were professional enough, but there was a clear tinge of fear as Orochimaru walked past. Asuma had not wanted to go on this mission. Not even a little. He, like Jiraiya, had always been jealous of his father's relationship with Orochimaru. How his father praised her natural genius, almost in contrast or criticism in Asuma's lack thereof. He hadn't known why his father suddenly distanced himself from his student, but clearly something had happened. He's always been uncomfortable around each of the Sannin, feeling they were the children his father truly wished he'd had. It may have been immature and incorrect, but it's how he felt. His father allowing Orochimaru to flee after her crimes just solidified that for him. They were, simply, held to a different standard. It was unfair and maddening. So, he really didn't want to be here. Didn't feel he needed to be here, but when he recalled Kurenai's worries over the Snake Sannin's designs on Naruto, he changed his mind. Deciphering the schemes and plots of Orochimaru is likely impossible for anyone with a less than genius intellect and some knowledge of how her mind works, but any information would be better than none. And given how her village looked, Asuma was confused as to why she'd want to come back. Only a handful of Konoha shinobi could be a threat to her, so it couldn't have been the missing nin status. But it couldn't have just been Naruto, Asuma thought. Hoped, actually. The 4 Konoha nin entered an office and Orochimaru was immediately greeted by the woman sitting at the desk. The office was plain, some shelving throughout with books and file folders. 2 chairs on the opposite side of the desk the woman was sitting, and the desk was large but not overly ornate. Not what the Konoha team expected from Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, the woman said, while getting up. No need to get up, Guren-chan. Do you have all the information these upstanding Konoha Junin require? Hi, there are copies for each in their rooms. Efficient as always. Well, gentlemen, I'm sure Guren has arranged for someone to show you to your rooms. I have other things to see to, so I'll see you when we depart. What if we have questions? I'm sure Guren-chan can help you with whatever you need, Asuma. She said as she exited the office. The 3 men waited for their guide, and once he arrived, they too left from the office. Orochimaru was pleased to see most of her experiments had been more or less erased. It'd take time for that to happen at all of her bases, but Kimimaro was on the job, and with Jugo and Suigetsu aiding him, it shouldn't take long. She knew her sensei would attempt to find something, anything that would upend her agreement with the daimyo. She'd prepared for that and other eventualities. He was so far behind the game he'd never be able to take the initiative. She wished she could take more credit for engineering his fall from grace, but it just so happens her schemes and Tsunade's actions coincided, but she had her part, so it was enough. Once removed from power, he wouldn't be a complete non-threat, but he'd certainly be a far less formidable one. She sometimes wondered if his disgrace was enough. Every member of a clan would know, so non-clan shinobi may through gossip, but had it gone far enough? Could he stand to lose more? She wondered. Kabuto had reported that Hiruzen and Asuma were getting closer, rebuilding their fractured relationship. Why should she allow that? Why should she allow him any comfort? No, his life was to be one of mounting indignities until they crushed him or he died. She knew what she had to do. Asuma had been thoroughly going over the information provided to him, taking special care to not burn any of the documents as he smoked. He appreciated that the room had seals that absorbed smoke. A queen-size bed, a desk, and his own personal bathroom. Not much, but he's had worse accommodations, certainly. He stopped reading when he heard the knock at his door and answered it, palming a trench knife behind his back. One he gripped even more tightly when he saw who was at the door. Can I help you? Kukuku, I was hoping we could talk for a bit. Is that okay, Asuma-kun? He wanted to say no but realized her asking was just out of politeness, so he opened the door fully and allowed her in, sliding his knife back in his holster. What can I do for you? He said, walking back to the bed. Orochimaru stayed standing facing him. I'm curious about you, Asuma. I've known you for years but I don't really know you. What makes you tick? What gets you up in the morning? Why did you join this mission? I have no idea about any of it. I highly doubt that. I'm sure someone of your genius could read me like an open book. He said between drags of his cigarette. Kukuku, you flatterer. Smooth just like sensei. How are things going with Ms. Yuhi? That would be private and why would you care? Why wouldn't I? She's Naruto-kun sensei so her life may affect his. Just concern for your student. Is that not enough? Would you like me to be interested in you, Asuma? No, I'm fine. One woman is more than enough for me. Sensei used to say that, until he didn't. What's that supposed to mean? Look, Asuma, you'll do what you want to do but if you leave Yuhi-chan distraught that may negatively impact Naruto-kun and I can't have that. If you're just going to run around then find someone else. For once be better than your father. Are you saying my father had an affair behind my mother's back? Yay, right, not the Honorable Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not in 1,000 years. You sure about that? Positive, and if he had, there's no way he'd let you know about it. Unless, quote, unless, Asuma said and squinted at the Sannin, until the light switched on. No, I don't believe. I will never believe that. You don't have to, he's not why I'm here. Just be responsible and if not, at least don't force her to abort the baby. Be better than your father in that regard. Orochimaru spat and vacated the room. She grinned all the way down the hallway. She'd be blunt and she knew Asuma's instincts would tell him she was attempting to manipulate him, pit him against his father for some reason. He wouldn't allow that but she didn't need him to be disloyal, just distant. He may serve his father but he wouldn't trust him, not for a while. Unless he can fully convince himself his father is innocent, Asuma will at the very least have doubts and that small seed is enough. She's already won, again. The sun had only recently set and yet the temperature change was immediate. Suna, especially at night, was beautiful. Not the same way Konoha was, admittedly, but there was a stillness that was often hard to find in his home village. The air wasn't as crisp, feeling drying but it was pleasing all the same. Naruto was sitting on the roof of his inn, taking in the village. The Konoha duo just arrived earlier today. The match was scheduled for tomorrow in their Chunin exam arena and they were slated to leave the day after, health provided. Traveling with Jiraiya was fine. Naruto didn't take to his sense of humor. The Gamma Sannin relied too heavily on innuendo for Naruto and it felt disingenuous for some reason. However, when he wasn't making his pervy jokes, Jiraiya could be good company. The two discussed Fuinjutsu a bit and strategies to combat Gaara. Jiraiya was satisfied with Naruto's intended approach so Naruto felt prepared. He wanted to enjoy the chicken satay he ordered from the stand but the killing intent directed toward him was making it impossible. He was familiar with the source. Gaara spilled killing into like a bottle with a hole in it leaked fluids. Naruto just wished he'd do something or leave, his presence was becoming bothersome. But seeing as his fellow Jinchuriki wasn't going to do anything but observe Naruto decided to act. Can you just come on out? Naruto said, annoyance clear in his tone. Mother wants your blood, Uzumaki. Okay. Gaara was momentarily thrown for a loop. There had been many reactions to his declaration of his mother's desires but never an, okay. You're not afraid? Not really. You're strong for your age, sure, dangerous even but no real reason to fear you now. Why not? You aren't attacking me. I don't believe you came here to attack me now, not when we'll fight tomorrow. So, what do you want? To tell you you're going to die tomorrow and help me prove my existence. Gaara said, coming out of his confusion. How does that work? Now, it was Naruto's turn to be confused. I only exist for me and I prove I'm alive by killing all those that would seek to harm me. Oh, that sounds lonely. So, you want to kill me because we have to fight tomorrow? Yes, Mother says you are strong and therefore are a threat to me. I must remove all threats. Then you're focused on the wrong person. The guy the first came here with, he'd cracked both our skulls with minimal effort. That's power. We're both just exceptional for our ages. Besides, not everyone who could harm you would want to. That has not been my experience. You want to tell me about it? Why would you care, Uzumaki? It won't help you defeat me. Naruto rolled his eyes. I didn't think it would. Look, my food is getting cold but I hate eating alone. You can come sit down and talk to me while we share this or you can leave and let me eat in peace. I'm not trying to trick you, as far as I'm concerned we aren't enemies. Gaara was initially hesitant, and the voice of his mother wasn't helping, but he decided to sit down and share a meal with the confusing redhead. The two Jinchuriki initially sat in silence, both staring at the moon before Gaara spoke. He said the moon reminded him on the night his uncle tried to kill him and then relayed his experiences in Suna. How everyone viewed him as a monster, how no one cared for him, and when he decided to live only for himself. I get it, I mean, no one attempted to assassinate me, not that I know of at least, so your situation was worse than my own, but I do understand. I used to be really angry when I was younger, angry at everything and everyone. Why did they ignore me? Why did they seem to wish I wasn't there? Why could everyone else have friends and family but me? What had I done? Naruto said. I was so angry but too weak to do anything about it, so I started to train. When I entered the academy and the sensei didn't like me, didn't want to treat me like everyone else, I trained even more. I wanted to prove I didn't need them. If they didn't want to teach me jutsu, I'd create my own. If they didn't want me at the academy, I'd graduate early. If the Sandaime didn't want to give me a team, I'd become the most powerful reservist ever. But you know what? What? The anger never went away. I was often too tired to think about it, but it'd still be there in the morning to greet me. It'd still be there when I ate, filling the silence of my life. My summons helped. I got them when I was 8 and it helped having them, but it wasn't enough. The glares and the shunning were still present. Creating my own ninjutsu didn't help either, not fully. Graduating early certainly didn't. All these things I was gaining and accomplishing diminished it but never removed it. So, what did you do? Gaara asked, truly interested in what the boy had to say. I had to let it all go. Part of the reason I was still angry wasn't just because it was unfair, but in wanting their acknowledgement. I had to accept I may never get it and truly embrace those that did see my value. In a sense, I forgave them. Not absolved, but I gave myself permission to not hate them anymore. I had my summons, I had my training, and I was starting to gain people who did see me for myself. One of the academy sensei that was so cold to me, apologized a few months after I graduated and said I could come to him if I ever had any questions. A couple of Junin helped me further my knowledge in their areas of specialty. One even became my Junin sensei. I'll probably never be universally loved. I can't change the minds of everyone, but I can value those that value me. I don't know what will happen tomorrow, but if you want, after everything is settled, maybe we can try being friends. Naruto suggested at the end. Is this a trick? No, Gaara, no trick, but I get why you think it might be. Even if you decide we can't be friends, try to find someone you can connect with. Living for yourself is hollow and you don't deserve a hollow existence. Well, it's getting late, think about what I said, Gaara, and I'll see you tomorrow. Naruto said, leaving the roof. Gaara just sat there for a while in silent debate before shining away as well. The near midday sun couldn't be a more pronounced distinction from the night Naruto enjoyed. It was beaming, unrelentingly upon all beneath it. He'd arrived at the arena 20 minutes ago, waiting for the start of this farce. The arena was full of Suna shinobi and civilians, something that further annoyed Naruto. He'd be going to war with an organization of S-rank shinobi soon, so of course he'd want to broadcast his techniques to any so inclined to see them. This was so very stupid. Not that Gaara wasn't a challenging opponent, he'd have to stay sharp to avoid getting seriously injured, it just seemed pointless. He was a shinobi and this was a cockfight, even more so than the Chunin exams because this had no larger purpose than one man's curiosity. Naruto truly disliked people that abused their authority, especially when they did it for idiotic reasons like this. Learning the man attempted to murder his own son only deepened his dislike into a true loathing. The case cage was scum, as far as Naruto was concerned. Gaara finally arrived and the proctor, the Junin that accompanied Gaara to Konoha, signaled a start and Gaara immediately sent his sand after Naruto. Naruto, wisely, made haste, performing a shunshin to create distance from his opponent. When coming up with a strategy to defeat Gaara, Naruto ran into some limitations, namely Gaara's sand defense. He didn't want to kill nor seriously harm an ally, the problem was anything that could penetrate his sand defense could penetrate him. When you make a hole in a human they tend to die. He'd already resigned himself to not using his sword, blunted, and it couldn't cut through Gaara's defense but edge active and it might cut something off Gaara. That was just another reason this fight blew a fat one. Deciding to go on the offense, Naruto performs another shunshin to close the distance and tests the reaction speed of Gaara's defense. Appearing to the right side of Gaara, Naruto throws a kick but the sand intercepts it, meeting his shin before he could make contact. Undeterred, he spins around with increased speed and aims a hit on Gaara's back, but, once again, the sand blocks him though he did get closer. Pulling back his fist, Naruto increases his speed again, performing a 3-hit combination to Gaara's left side. 2 were stopped but the last slipped through and Gaara ate the body blow. Naruto was unable to follow up as he felt the sentient sand attempt to close around his fist. He dashed backward to create some distance again, signaling the end of their first exchange. The crowd, the cage included, was shocked that someone managed to get through Gaara's defense with just taijutsu. Gaara was unhappy he was struck, never having been hit before. Naruto was shaking off the pain he felt and deduced Gaara had a layer of sand on his skin. He was taking deep breaths, not because the exchange was taxing as his natural stamina and training would allow him to do much more, but the adrenaline of trying to bypass the sand defense while avoiding it all the same. It was as he thought, his taijutsu would be of limited aid, the required degree of near perfection with him going near his top speed was just a waste of resources unless he softened Gaara up first. Gaara had gotten past whatever shock and discomfort he felt, his sand armor absorbing most of the impact, so the pain he felt was dull to begin with. He opted to take the initiative this time and not allow Naruto to attack as he pleased. Naruto could feel the ground moving beneath him and back-flipped right before sand emerged underneath him. The sand began to give chase but Naruto managed to dip and dodge each attempt. More focused on the sand than his opponent, he didn't see the sand spear headed toward him until it was too late. Narrowly, Naruto avoided serious damage but it did graze his side, bloodying the Uzumaki. Reflexively Naruto grabbed at his side and also stopped his movement, allowing Gaara to finally capture him with his sand, by his ankle. Naruto thought quickly and moved quicker still. He tossed 2 kunai up into the air, both hurtling at impressive speeds. Naruto managed to replace himself with one of the kunai before Gaara could perform his sand coffin, and watched as his kunai was crushed by the jutsu. Naruto instantly grabbed the second kunai he threw, as he appeared right beside it, and on instinct alone channeled the supersonic chakra into it and threw it at sand user. As Naruto fell to the ground, he watched as the kunai tore through Gaara's initial defense and even pierced his sand armor at the shoulder, slicing him cleanly. Everything seemed to stop when Gaara's blood started to spill from his wound. The audience was unnaturally silent, not quite able to believe what they were seeing. Before long their stupor was broken when they heard a shrill scream. "Blood, it's my blood," he said in a panic and quickly put up a sphere of dense sand around him. Naruto was at a loss as to how to proceed. He could get through the defense, he'd shown that, but it would only continue to hurt Gaara and the boy was clearly unstable. If he pressed the advantage, the Jinchuriki might do something regrettable and a lot of people may get hurt, even if some of them deserved it. Naruto didn't want that on his conscience, so he waited. My blood, Gaara repeated, having a conversation none could hear. "You must kill him, he's just like the rest of them, he only wants to harm you. You don't need him, you don't need anyone. Is mother right? Was he lying? Is he like everyone else? Just wanting to deny my existence?" Gaara was confused by his short dinner with the Uzumaki. That pain he saw in the other boy's eyes was so familiar to him, only someone that had experienced a comparable hell of loneliness could have that look, but then what could he make of this? The boy claimed to want to be friends but wounded him. He was lying. That's what people do, they lie so they can kill you. You must kill him. I must, but if he were trying to kill me, why hasn't he attacked me again? Because we are too powerful. His trick won't work again. Just let me out and I'll take care of him. And all your enemies, I'll kill them all for you. Yes, you could kill them all. Gaara agreed. With ease. Release me and I'll do just that. And then where would I be? Alone. You don't need other people. You only need me, no one else matters. Then why hasn't the pain ever gone away? Why does it always hurt no matter how many I kill? You just haven't killed all who would oppose you. Once you do, you'll see, it'll be better then. You're lying. Your way doesn't work, it has never worked. Gaara thought. Release me now. You are nothing without me, so release me. No, I won't. I'm going to follow a different path and you will not stop me. Gaara said and stopped the conversation. Only a few minutes had passed since he created his sand dome, but everyone was waiting for what he'd do. His siblings, expected to see the miniature sand monster emerge as Gaara has used it before, but were shocked when the dome dropped and it was just Gaara holding his injured shoulder. He gave a slight smile to Naruto and Naruto nodded back in understanding. After a brief stare down, the match continued once again. Now with much more vehemence and resolve, Gaara attempted to trap Naruto in his sand, but like before, but much more carefully, Naruto slipped out of his traps, even running up a wall when cornered. The cut to his side had since healed, but lingering pain and tenderness limited Naruto's mobility. He was being pushed by the constant sand attacks and he didn't like it. While his stamina may be superior to Gaara's, it wouldn't matter if he's the only one having to move. He dodged a wave of sand and resolved to get closer. When Naruto was within 10 feet, he blurred through a series of hand signs while inhaling and then exhaled, subvocalizing his jutsu. Fire style, combustion stream. The jutsu made a beeline for Gaara, and while his sand intercepted it, Gaara had not expected the outcome, though as a thin layer of the sand detonated in front of him. The rest of the sand absorbed the heat and shrapnel but couldn't absorb the concussive force, and Gaara was sent backward midair, facing the sky. Naruto wasted no time creating 3 shadow clones. One appeared under Gaara, kicking his back. The other 2 clones repeated the process, kicking the Suna Jinchuriki higher and higher, or further and further away from his protective sand. Before he could get his wits, Gaara saw Naruto above him, with a glowing orb in his right hand. Rasengan, he shouted mightily while bearing the underpowered jutsu in Gaara's stomach, sending him down at rapid speeds. Gaara landed with a thud. His sand hadn't been there to soften the blow, and all watched to see what would happen. It was clear, if you could see his face, Gaara was hurting and exhausted. He waved Baki over and the Junin came to his ward. "I give," Gaara said in his usual monotone, but there was a slight smile on his face. While suffering from disbelief, Baki still managed to call the match for Naruto, and after a period of silence the crowd erupted in cheers and applause at the battle they just witnessed. The Suna ninja gave both boys looks of respect and acknowledgement. It warmed something deep inside Naruto, and he could only smile bashfully as he scratched the back of his head. He waved to the crowd and walked to the exit, only to be met by Jiraiya. "You did good, kid." "Thanks, pervy sage. I told you not to call me that, brat. Get better jokes and I would, Tobeo." By Gaara, Temari and Kankuro arrived on the arena floor and picked their little brother up. Both were surprised he hadn't given in to his biju and were impressed with his fight. Temari, "Kankuro, I'm sorry for everything," he said, and both elder siblings smiled. It'd take a while, but maybe they could be a family again. Later that evening, the Sand siblings dropped in on Naruto at his room, Gaara's shoulder noticeably wrapped up. They brought a spread of native dishes and all had dinner together. Naruto enjoyed the food, especially the curried eggplant, but enjoyed the company even more. Temari and he exchanged some ideas on wind jutsu, whereas Kankuro put on an impromptu puppet show of their fight from earlier, except Gaara won this time. It was a nice night. Jiraiya was not having a nice night. He'd been summoned to the Cage's office, and while he had no desire to talk to the man, he knew he didn't have a choice. Cage were a lot of things, but rarely were they dull and joyless. Rasa was a hard man that thought being a hard man was a personality. Jiraiya, through his network, knew about what the man did to his son and his attempts to kill the poor kid. If it wouldn't have destabilized the nation, Jiraiya considered removing the man from office. Nothing could justify what Rasa attempted to do on multiple occasions. He arrived to the office with little fanfare, Rasa only lifting his head as an acknowledgement that Jiraiya was there. He then handed Jiraiya a file folder. Jiraiya quickly skimmed the information, not liking what he was reading at all, and was increasing unconcerned with what the man's death would do to Wind Country. Once he finished reading, he met the man's eyes, Jiraiya's face a mask of emotionlessness. "Why show me this?" Jiraiya asked. "Because you needed to know I have this. I was never fully sold on if your Jinchuriki was really his son. The facts my spies were able to gather suggested as much, and your interest in him did as well, but seeing him fight, it just felt like Minato. Naruto fights nothing like Minato, I should know seeing as how I trained him from a genin. You're right, their styles are nothing alike, but there's an intensity of focus there. Even if the boy never knew a single one of his father's infamous jutsu, in Suna we believe the blood will tell. Given how Minato's and my reign as a cage were similar, I wanted to see who created the superior weapon. It appears the fourth Hokage bested me. I'm not confirming Naruto is Minato's son, but I will tell you Minato didn't seal the Kyuubi in Naruto to make him a weapon. Sure, Jiraiya. He was too noble for that. You still haven't told me what you want. Now, nothing. But we are due to renegotiate our alliance a few months after your planned AIM invasion. I just want you to know I have options, and as much as Iwa may hate Suna, they hate Minato Namikaze 1,000 times more. I won't be screwed over by Konoha again, Jiraiya. Tell your Sandaime that, and you can keep that file. I have copies. Jiraiya simply took the file and left. The next morning the Sand siblings bid Naruto a fond farewell, and he did the same, delighted he may have made 3 new friends. As they traveled back, Naruto could tell something was bother Jiraiya. His jokes were even more forced, but even as Naruto called him out on his act, Jiraiya wouldn't divulge any details, so he let up but was worried about his godfather. When the pair arrived back to Konoha, Naruto made a beeline toward the Hokage Tower and Jiraiya off to parts unknown. Naruto was motivated by something Gaara said during their parting. Naruto, it is admirable you let go of your hatred, but the villagers were wrong. While revenge is hollow, accountability is not. You deserve justice, my friend. He'd never really considered making the villagers pay after he'd resolved to move past his anger and resentment. He simply didn't know how to do so with the means available to him. He'd thought about, and on the last night of the trip it occurred to him what he needed to do. Some may hate him for it, some may call it petty, but Naruto was confident it was the right thing to do.